Welcome back to APAC North. Things are heating up here in APL as we take a moment to enjoy the tranquility of these Japanese gardens. We're here in APAC North today. Of course, it's time to get back into it. Pengu, we're both feeling in the spirit. I noticed that when wearing almost the same jacket, just reverse sides. How are you feeling? You're feeling very festive by the looks of that flag.
Feeling pretty good. You know, you said yesterday during our other broadcast, tomorrow let's bring one of those jackets, one of these. And I have two of them, you have three, and there are two sides to each jacket. So if we only were to do the ones that we both had, there was a 1 in 4 chance we had the exact same look.
Yeah.
We got halfway there.
We didn't coordinate this, but I think we're both looking pretty spick and span.
Nice.
So far, the league has been going like crazy. APAC North, though, we've only had just the 2 play days so far. Pengu, it's looking pretty competitive. We actually have quite a few teams that will be vying for that one spot that we have at EWC.
Yeah, the one spot. Yeah, it all comes back. After working, it's almost like 2 spots here, 2 spots there. No, it's only O's getting the 2. Asia, APAC North fighting for a single 1. And, you know, with D+ losing the very first playdate to CAG and not looking like at 100% performance, I was thinking maybe it's going to be more than a conversation about just CAT and D+. Maybe someone else can now go up there and challenge them for it. But then in the second playdate, D+ to do the thing where they just kind of signal their opponent, and that conversation doesn't matter.
And of course, yesterday was crazy with Asia. This play right here, 1 bullet in the magazine from Souffle, and he gets it after being mid-reload. The reload 1 tap. Unreal. Such a beautiful day yesterday of games, and getting to see Daystar really in peak form was fantastic. Even though Fury gave them a reasonably strong push for it, both Pika and Souffle, the OGs of the squad, who have been playing for this team for, what did we find out yesterday? It was 6 years? Now these guys have been running this
19.
roster. 2019. Insane to see that these guys are so long in the tooth when it comes to playing for this team, and yet they're still bringing out new ideas. A lot of new ideas being brought to APAC North with a bit of a shake-up that we've seen recently, though. Some rosters going a bit crazy and some teams just having new names. So firstly, of course, Help Us LFO, which is the remnants, or was the remnants of that PSG Talon roster. They now rebranded to Trippy Main Telecom. Very cool for them. LFO No Name, Japanese team that once upon a time was Enter Force 36, are now rebranded to RRX. And also notably, FearX, as we see on the left-hand side of the screen, have had a huge shake-up. They've picked up most of that old Help Us LFO roster and created a super team. In fact, the super team, Pengu, that you wanted for PSG Talon all those years ago.
That's exactly right. Soldier, Rider, Yungsang, Misa, and Wookie Man. It's in the current position is 4 former PSG Talon members and Wookie Man, the exact roster that Fabian back in the day wanted for his own team. And with all this shake-up, what does it leave us? What are the standings, you might be thinking? Well, let's take a look at it, because some things have changed a lot, some things have stayed similar. CAT on top, baby. That's the usual norm. Fierce's current super team performance in 2nd place, but they haven't been challenged fully yet in the server. And D+, they are chasing their tail on that 3rd spot.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, G+, I think, are the ones that are a bit of a surprise, but of course we know that they had a very tough game previously. For me, it is a bit of a surprise to see FearX so close to the top of of the standings. Don't forget, in Stage 1, Pengu, when they had that revamped roster, they ended up in 7th place. Yeah, they got first round. They lost their first game in the upper bracket to Scars, first game in the lower bracket to the now Trippy Main Telecom roster, and then they ended up beating CYBME in the 7th, 8th place match. It's nice to see that Fearex and CAG both together are undefeated so far. Let's talk about today, though, of course. We've got 4 best of ones here in the group stage, and I can't deny that I'm going to be looking at that match at the end of today, which is our 2 undefeated teams, Fearex and CAG Osaka, going head-to-head.
That should be a very, very good one. I love how it's so commonly the last match of the day that's going to be the banger. It gives you something like to look forward to and kind of build up that kind of high from the previous matches. I also think Trippy Main Telecom and RRX could be a decent game. They've both kind of been destroyed in the previous playday, rather. Of course, RRX lost to CAG 7-0 and Trippy lost to D+ 7-0. So they got to go head-to-head. But first, let's discuss RRX and what they can do today going up against their opponent. They've had, as I said, not the best start to it, but we know that these players have potential. They just gotta figure out that missing piece in the server. Is it communication? Is it individual performance? Honestly, a bit of both in the current moment.
Yeah, look, it's a little surprise to me that they have struggled so much, only winning 1 round over their first 2 games, though. To their credit, they have played both Fearex and CAG, the 2 undefeated teams so far. But prior to this stage, RRX actually weren't doing that poorly in kickoff. They had a decent show of it. They ended up losing their first game, but then going through the lower bracket and ending up getting eliminated by Scars. But they did take a map off of them. They also pushed CAG at least a little bit. They ended up almost getting a win over them. They lost 8-7, 7-5, which I think is a really respectable performance against the team that ended up going to the Salt Lake City Major. Where RRX sit at the moment, though, is just simply in need of a win. You only made 1 roster change compared to last stage, getting rid of Mugi, bringing in Duo. They need a win, and it could be they find one today against Trippy Main Telecom. The remnants of the once was PSG Talon slot, eventually, of course, became Help Us LFO. Now they've decided no one is picking us up, so we're going to make our own org. It's called Trippy Main Telecom, and the Trippy name is a nice little homage to an old team that was for many, many years ago in the Korean region. And there is still a lot of familiar faces, a lot of old talent. Obviously, Harper, Demic, even Shyle has been around. Shyle, though, in retirement for quite some time. Even NL, of course, he's been around the block a few times, played for Fearex in kickoff. But these guys need to really get things together because a 7-0 last week, lost to D+, they need to get back on it.
I think it's very respectable what they've done for themselves so far. You know, Dongguk being the coach, he was also there for the PSG Talent Days with Fabian as the manager. He was on social media saying, hey, if any organizations or sponsors are looking to join the R6 ecosystem, we are building a squad. It's like a looking for team, 5 experienced players. We want some help to keep this dream of ours alive to compete in the tier 1 competition of Siege. And they found that support, right? And they're in the region. They got a couple of good players, and they had a very great first matchup against Can You Be My Enemy, a 7-3 victory on Fortress, but then they got demolished the play day after by D+ and Border, where they could just not fight back against the Brazilian aggression. Yeah, Brazilian, because D+, the Korean org, have a Brazilian team, all 5 players.
Yeah, of course they do. Maybe that's the moral of the story is don't play the Brazilians. Maybe the moral of the story is just don't play Border. Let's see where we'll be heading today for the maps. Of course, RRX so far played Chalet and Lair. Trippy have played Fortress and Border. Chalet is in, and it will get selected. Trippy letting that through. They gave a choice up to RRX of going to Consulate or Chalet. Consulate would have been unfamiliar territory for both teams, neither having played it. But in this case, RRX looked to try and fix the problems they had in their first match against Fearex, where they only got a single round. They will start on the defensive side by the looks of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they will. So, I mean, I quite like this map for Trippy. I do think that in a lot of ways, Trippy is like the budget Phoenix, because I do think they have a similar play style when they do like the free-flowing, gap-finding, explosive style. The big difference between Phoenix and Trippy is that Phoenix, they have Wookieman, who loves to play the more standardized step 1, step 2, step 3, and picking apart the enemy very calculatedly. So can Trippy create enough chaos here in Chalet? Can they keep up that gap-finding experience in their attacks? Because they need to have a good half here, getting at least 3, ideally 4 rounds before side swap.
Very much so. Of course, Trippy got to choose which side to start. They wanted to go on the attack. That tells you all you need to know about Chalet. In the modern era, we have seen teams abuse the Dokkaebi and Deimos and Lion all combined together. And amongst it, no doubt, a few shields. So the question is, which of those will RRX decide to ban away?
Monty Asami for starters. Just kind of look here. I'm not sure if like Monty is the number 1 shield ban I would go for against Trippy here in Chalet, but it's always a solid choice. I think you can never go wrong with the Monty ban. And then Asami and Mira, of course, playing around the extensions on this map of Chalet, holding library, holding office. It's going to make the first step a lot easier for the attack and a lot more difficult for the defenders.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Clash brought out first up from Duo. He's not looking to hide it as well, which means Trippy will get a chance to see that Clash has been brought and might even repick on the back of it. The Thatch actually being picked off of for a Glaz, perhaps. Remember, Dokkaebi and Deimos are both left in here and not being selected to start with, especially against that Clash. I feel like the Dokkaebi and the Deimos are both really good against that Clash. And you know, a conversation we've talked about a lot recently, Pengu, is mostly in regards to having specific fraggers you want to target, but it also just works if you have a specific operator you want to target. Just pick the Dokkaebi Deimos and abuse them with that util. Do as much as you can to really put that Clash under pressure. Look, if Clash doesn't answer her phone, she'll take a bit of damage at the start of the round. Every tiny bit of damage you get onto a Clash is of massive value. And if you run a Zoph or some explosives or some other way to get some leg damage onto that Clash, it certainly will help out.
I'm curious though what the Glass is gonna achieve in this round. It's quite challenging to push into this hold, right? The electrified walls from the Kaid, the Warden is there, the Medusa Band just gives you sound cues, the Clash you just can't, fight because of the shield. It does feel like you're a bit limited in where you can attack from. But they got 2 sets of smokes, as Blitz also brings a pair. So they do have a couple of attempts at those mini executes, if you will. For now, it's just step 1. Figure out where the gap is. Fireplace is clear, which you can bar, library. And RRX are choosing, we only care about half of the map. They're bunkering down an office, master bedroom, piano, and of course the bomb site downstairs in kitchen later on. So the big question then comes, will Trippy pick apart the upstairs hold and try and challenge them on the vert, or just simply go below for a direct attack? Maybe that's where the Glass can shine.
Location is clear. Be on guard. Enemy detected.
I think Shiloh's going to keep using the scanner to just see if he can get a free kill waiting at the feet holes at the moment. RX would be a bit silly if they expose themselves here, but you never know while they're distracted up top floor. The Grim Bees target out, the Clash for a brief moment. Here comes Demic. And they are going to do this Glaz trick. I really love this. Nice little chance though to contest. However, Jin upstairs is a warden. He can see directly back through it. However, can he activate his glasses while he's frozen?
No.
I don't think he can.
He's EMP'd by the Soto canister, so he can't use his glasses at all.
Kind of funny there for a brief moment. And eventually he does swing out to the balcony to find a kill. I like the deployable shield as well. Great little way that he can stay safe using the vert. The Clash is going to be a real challenge now. NL getting stun locked as well. Trippier really struggling. And Jin, being the warden, is the perfect operator to contest that Glaz. No response from Trippy main telecom.
Really good hold from Double RX. They had a player in master bedroom watching his office door behind him, so Warden could just look towards the smoke and the Glass and get that kill. And then, of course, Duo on the Clash sees all of piano, so there's no gaps to be found. We've seen Dimali here in the bathroom window the entire round, not jumping in just yet, and they're not going to get inside the building, really, because they're going to shut down immediately.
Wow, Yu cleans them all up with 3 kills at the end of it on the Melusi. That was a very good round from Double RX. simply holding their positions, and all it took was one clash and one Warden, and the entire Trippy Main Telecom push was thwarted.
Almost like they had the perfect read, right? They had literally the counter operators to the attack. Yet it's the attackers who can attack a repick and change around the composition so that they can get the right things going for them. Not to be in the first round.
Attackers need to locate.
I always find it tricky when you have the Maverick, where to make the Maverick line. If you make it crouched, it means that no defender can crouch below the standing holes. But if you make it crouched, you can see as deep into master bedroom, through the head holes we saw on the office wall, etc. In that previous one, they made standing headline holes, and we saw the Warden's head pop in there for a short second. Then he pressed C on the keyboard, crouched beneath them, and we never saw him again. It is that awkward battle of, do we think they're going to be standing? Are they proning? Like, what do we think they're going to be doing? And they didn't have any way to target the Warden directly, as you alluded to. There was no Deimos, Dokkaebi, not even a Lion to kind of combine with the Maverick. So they're just kind of blindly opening the wall, blindly peeking through the smoke, and hoping to catch RRX by surprise, which I'm sure the Maverick was a bit of a surprise itself, but didn't find anything. So not successful. Second round, though, it's going to be a bit of a change up. We're not seeing the Glass anymore. We're not seeing the Maverick. We get onto the Ace, the Capital, the Blackbeard. This time around, there's no Clash, so hopefully Inel can have more fun, because playing a shield against that Clash operator, we saw it last time around, it is so unenjoyable.
Again, I'm really surprised Trippy aren't just doing what we see so many of the best teams in the league at the moment do, which is abuse the most aggressive, oppressive operators. I feel like at the moment in APL, it doesn't always end up this way, but the most successful teams at the moment in APL, Pengu, tend to be the most aggressive ones. CAG, funnily enough, not even the most aggressive team in APL right now, but both EP and Weibo, right, in Asia and OS, tend to be hyper-aggressive, and they'll just be picking the Dokkaebi and the Deimos every single round. Nice run out from Akasu, by the way, all the way from Big Garage. Actually finds Damali out on the little balcony. I call that balcony Jigsaw because of Jigsaw making it a little bit infamous. Back in the day, he was always on that bloody balcony, getting 2 kills around, but nice shot there from Akasu. However, Duo is unfortunately going to give TMT a chance to equalize. This also might be a big chance. No, never mind. Akasu wins his shot against the F2. Nice work with the carbine, and he'll fall back.
Trippy even had a yellow ping actually, so must have had some sort of information or sound cue. And then Westman window, Akasu again, triple kill in the round. He's everywhere seemingly. And Enel will find the kill upstairs towards library. But we're talking about clearing the roam versus holding the bomb site. RRX heavily favored in this round.
Yeah, huge round for Akasu. Absolute GOAT. Love to see it. Jin's just waiting. He knows likely that the Blackbeard is already low on HP, but it's Harper who's fighting him at the moment. I mean, honestly, I absolutely would impact the Blackbeard here, especially if you look at that HP. Now he was also very low. He doesn't have the ability to peek. Wow, 4K for Akasu. I say give it to him. Never mind. Now he's going to steal the ace. But regardless, huge round. Akasu warming up his hands, warming up in the server, and Trippy Main Telecom, the Koreans, struggling a little bit so far.
I mean, Akasu is doing so much damage in the server. It's unbelievable. He's disrupting the early roam clear, denying the push towards the bomb site, and he's not really doing so by exposing himself too much, where he might just go down for nothing. He's jumping out off of information from his teammates, and he knew there was no claymore because he checked it earlier. So it's very calculated here from RRX. There's the first one, and then because he knew there was no claymore, he does it again later. But this gunfight against Shyle inside a fireplace, that's the real difficulty, I think. Up against the F2, with Shyle having that yellow ping information as well, he doesn't care. And honestly, shame on you, Maui. Like, give the ace, man. That's not a crucial round.
You're so the guy that would get the 5th kill, though. If your teammate's gunning for an ace and you're in position, you would still get that 5th kill. I can tell. You wouldn't give your teammate the ace.
I mean, no, but I also wouldn't swing. If I was Maui, I'm just sitting in office waiting.
You wouldn't swing
you know-
anyway, though. You're sitting on site with smoke every round anyway.
Yeah, dude. You know how Speakeasy,
man.
Weibo, they spoke about what they needed from their new player Gotti? Someone who doesn't
you.
die in silly ways. That's me. Like, I will be alive every round that we're winning if need be, because I'm not a swinger unless I have to. And that's the thing. Like when I'm in like that 2 versus 4, 3 versus 5, like losing position, I will feel the need to swing. And because I only do it every once in a while, I give 110%. Whereas if you swing every single gunfight, you can't always provide 110%, right? So I'm saving myself for the most dire moment. They're gonna hit the side. Smoke,
Yeah, you can
glass, cover, blitz, and then EMP the C4s.
Ooh, I don't know about this from Demi. Very risky. He's already inside. The blitz goes deep. Wow.
The smoke is
NL
good.
gets obliterated. The gas should surely be able to counter it. Damali has jumped straight back outside again. And this push from Trippy Man Telecom has been completely... Oh, is it frozen? No, it's EMP'd. He's going to keep spamming
He's really
it.
trying.
Time to keep spamming it until the EMP goes away.
Ding, 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 ding. But the push is dead. That's the issue. It's a one-pump strat. You jump in. The blitz gonna cause a distraction play. The EMP missed the toxic bait, but did hit the C4s. So he's gonna keep denying the C4s actually. So the smoke went off, which denied the planting. The blitz died. Unnecessary swing there from Akusa, to be honest, but he's feeling it after that fork in the previous round. Mind you, they've burned a lot of util. They've burned all the C4s. They burned the Goyo fire on the side and 2 of the 3 toxic babes. So statistically, not too bad here for Trippy, getting that kill as well, but time is very low. They flipped the attack towards Master Bedroom Office, and now they gotta do a new mini execute on top blue, but with no smokes of their own and no frag grenades.
Yeah, it's not great. Demic, though, gets very active.
They've surrendered it.
Yeah, interesting. No players on the top floor from RX. And the Vert can start to get to work. Oh, the hatch is Rio'd, though. Maybe that's the idea from RX. They always intended to have the ability to fall off. I don't mind that.
That's scary. That also means that they could sit so much more comfortably on the bomb side, stacking 3 defenders, because they weren't supposed to hold that aggro upstairs. So another mystery from Trippy perhaps. Swing up the blue staircase, gets information, doesn't take any bit of damage. Now, Shile and Trippy, they're in fireplace, they're in dining hallway, but that Goyo fire is popped. They're gonna have almost no time to push with.
Goyo still burning. Won't be many seconds left for Shile to make an entry.
It might be
4v4. Nice pick, though, from Shile on a duo, but Jin swings on. He's so exposed right now. Harper takes him down.
No case.
Yu in the 1v2 cannot be traded back. Well played. A 3rd defense on the board for RX.
Oh, is it tough from Trippy? I mean, this could be attack timeout, honestly. They need to change something around drastically. They're trying to cheese the rounds, force them to go for linear attacks, and it's not working. And then they flip it to a plan B, and that just means Goyo fire. They're not bringing the Twitch counter. They're not bringing the anti-gadgetry, because they're tailoring their attacks for one thing. The first attack, we saw the Maverick Glass Blitz, didn't work. Now we saw Bomb Side Rush with the EMP of Thatcher with the Blitz in the Glass as well. Also not successful. Then we see a Brava ban actually from RX. I thought that was going to be a Twitch ban perhaps, because that will counter the gadgetry, the Goyo, etc. But a Brava ban also opens up operators like your Maestro, your Melusi to have a much higher success rate and presence in the server. So I'm not too against it, to be honest.
Let's get a replay of that early kill from Jin. That really put the round to rest. If that blitz survives, very different story. Frankly, the round never should have even been close there for Trippy. They should have found themselves in a 2v1. If your Glaz plant rush ever fails, it should be round over. The fact that they got it close is a surprise.
But nobody's going to remember that, right? If this game keeps going this way, 4-0, 5-0. Oh, but you know, but Trippy has some close rounds. They almost won it on a winnable position. Yeah, okay. They're still losing. And I think Trippy themselves will have the same mindset. You know, Dongwook had the fortunate / unfortunate scenario of working with Fabian for a long time. And it can either make you very hard on yourself, or it can make you the opposite, where you take things a bit more lightly, perhaps, because you've been in that kind of high-stress environment for a long time. I am curious on the current vibe of Trippy with those changes, because we spoke to Gotti yesterday after Weibo had their game, and he said, Weibo, very fun team. Even going as a coach, very, very fun, big brother. We're laughing, we're doing silly things, we're spending time outside the server together. Curious if Trippy has that same kind of fun vibe to it, or more was like serious, like we gotta prove to our support system, our sponsors, that this was the right choice. They might feel that bit of pressure upon themselves.
Oh, it's at the third round now. We're seeing this, Glaz. And
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that it's worked out as of yet, especially because that Warden hasn't been banned out, and it's been picked pretty much every single round here by RX. They always seem to have the Warden in the right position, or some other operator that can counter the Glaz, whether it's the Goyo or the Smoke. But in this case, the Valkyrie overpeaks a little bit too much. I'm surprised that Duo didn't just back off as soon as he saw the Blitz run inside.
Yeah.
But takes the fight, Demic takes him down.
Can't really fight a Blitz or a shield on the jump in. That's the problem. You can do a little bit of damage, but the shield's not supposed to be alone, and he wasn't. It's a gun behind him. Now you lose the C4, bit of verticality. Duo as an individual, I believe the new addition to the squad of RX, having a bit of a hard time in this stage. I think he's 3-15 going into this game, something like that. Now you can add 3 deaths and 0 kills. So it's not getting much better. And RX now forced to fall back a bit earlier than they would like, I imagine. We're seeing this thing again. They're going to smoke off the holes, peek them with the glass. But this time it's opened by the defenders at least.
Oh.
And he died? What?
Yeah, I don't know how. Sometimes the problem sometimes with playing the glass is you just will get killed through the smoke. Damali eventually pushes deep on the side. It's up to Mau now looking for a flank. Well, Akasu all the way back in Solarium tries to get a little bit of damage before falling back onto site. Mau is in such a flank position. I think he's just waiting for a chance. Harper's still on the floor, going to be picked up in a second.
He's going to bleed out, I think. They're not really
gonna...
going for him. They're in office. They're not moving. They're going to let him bleed out, I think, yeah.
Bro,
yeah. Oh, he gets confirmed. Okay.
Fair enough.
20 seconds,
have an explanation.
This is still losable. If Blitz gets caught on being low HP here, that could finish the round.
The flash missed, but NL goes for kill anyway. Now he's able to trade 1v3. Does he know where Damali is? That's the player with the defuse. Upstairs, Demic is on the hatch and able to watch, but never mind. Shile through the wall, finally. Trippy main telecom. Took them 4 goes, but an attack round is an attack round.
Very, very close for comfort again, though. Like, if Blitz doesn't get the kill onto Akusu, I think the round could just be over. Because then he has, like, the kitchen control. They have the crossfire from the dining hallway. It's looking a lot stronger. And you're right, like, the glass has not been effective. It wasn't banned by RX. They're not fearing it. I don't think the glass has really gotten... Has the glass gotten a singular highly impactful kill? I don't think so, actually. I think Harper got some kills last round on the bar attack, just kind of storming the bombs in the very last few seconds. That's really it. Got injured from fighting stairs, so not technically through the smoke, but kind of in the smoke. One of those weird situations. It was Maui flanking. But Trippy, you know, they win the round, but they're still very low on time. And that's with getting an early pick onto Duo, who always swung in library. So if RX don't give them too much early on, I still think operators like the Goyo, like the smoke, can just completely turn the round.
Yeah. 100%.
5 seconds remaining.
Again, not a single Dockerby or Deimos pick here from Trippy
No.
in the entire half. So strange from me. They're really leaning into the Glaz, they're leaning into the Solid Snake, the Blitz and Blackbeard.
Thatcher.
And yeah, I mean, occasionally a little like extra op, like the Grim, the Capital, the Thatcher, the Flores, and the Maverick. These are the ones that they're kind of sprinkling in there. But the consistent thing has been the Glaz. The other consistent thing has been the Solid Snake. There's only been one round where either of those operators hasn't been picked.
Of course, that's Soul Shield, usually a Blackbeard or a Blitz, but no, you're right. Like, they're not really using the common power-ups, and it's a surprise to us because watching them on the first playday on Fortress, they were spamming operators like your Deimos Dokkaebi, playing that aggro playstyle and having a lot more confidence in the server. Not sure if D+ changed that around last playday, or if it's just like a map thing on Chalet here, choosing for a different approach. But I'm thinking to myself, like, what's the Thatcher really useful for here? Well, you can you can counter, you can EMP the bandit batteries, but you can also just take a Balkan fireplace, the Sophia, frag grenades, a DMR, and there's so many other counters that could do the exact same job. And they're not seemingly gonna go for a direct plant, because that's not what this bomb really offers you. So it feels like the Thatcher is super low value here. We'll see if they have something that they want to try and do later on. For now, they're stuck at the breaching stage. They're not EMPing yet, they're not breaching yet. And as I say it, they're gonna do it just now. And they get tricked. Wait,
there by now.
wait, do they not know there's a bandit? What?
The thing is, it's so easy to counter. This is one of the least safe bandits to trick because you can just play below. You can kill them in a million different ways.
Yeah, like
It's
just
an
go
unusual
fireplace.
way to be stalled out.
A few
Go
shots.
Like, even just a gun or a DMR through the floor should win this fight.
Yeah. No, I'm surprised here. I'm confused. There goes up the nade. They get piano control and they get the pig. Good start.
Yeah. Bit of redemption after being a little slow on the bandit. They found the kills. But it could flip very quickly if NL falls. He's about to get flanked from behind. Akasu with 2 big picks. Another big round for Akasu. Quick knife in the back of the Blackbeard, and now a trade as well. He's fallen back. Yu in an awkward spot, and Damali is able to take him down. It's Akasu who needs to have another big 4K. He's going up against 2 very superior weapons. They know exactly where he is. He needs to bait this well. Trippy cannot afford to lose this round. It comes down to a quick kill, a third. Damali, diffuser in hand, needs to decide to go for kills.
Oh my god.
And Akasu finds him! Another 4K, and an embarrassment for Trippy as Double RX find their 4th round.
Oh man, it's so messy and it's so slippery. Again, Akusu, Double RX doing a phenomenal job at winning the gunfights and just kind of navigating the very few safe angles. But you'll see it in the kill feed replay in a second, right? There were 4 Grim canisters in pocket when the round ended. They had the Solid Snake gadget the entire time and a frag grenade. Blackbeard forgot about the bathroom door being a thing and didn't even pay any attention to it, which started that whole domino effect of the round falling apart. Right here, he never paid any attention to it. But there's no one there. His teammate died way earlier. 4 Grim canisters in the 4v1, or 2v1 rather. They can just use Grim on each bathroom door, and then if he pushes you, permanent red ping. They also had the diffuser in their pocket the entire time and could have easily gone for a plant inside of office. They know it's up against the Melusi. They had a red ping on her inside of Solarium. They wanted to fight. They chose to surrender the bomb site and the plant opportunity to take the fight and then to not play correctly. That's messy.
5 seconds remaining.
What did you say when this game started, Pengu? You said, oh, Trippy have chosen to start on the attacking side. They need how many rounds?
3, ideally 4.
You said 3, maybe 4, and now the best they can do is 2. Last round of the half here, guys.
Damn.
It's now or never for Trippy Man Telecom. They had such a good first game. It's Double RX who have struggled so much thus far. I mean, at the moment, what they've got 4 times as many rounds in this one map than they have in the 2 maps they've played so far. Yes, they played Fear X and CAG, but we're finally getting to see a little bit better of a look of this aspiring Japanese team that has really been in the shadow of some of the stronger Japanese rosters in this league. Trippy've got more experience though, they just need to show it.
The Sledge here is a small surprise to me again. They were hovering the Twitch for a while, and then last second from Twitch onto Sledge. You do get another set of grenades to get, 5. 2 on Blackbeard, 2 on Sledge, 1 on Sile and the Solid Snake. But the Sledge can do almost nothing on this particular bomb set attack with the gadget. Even if you get full library control, it's not like a vert bomb site. And right now, there's actually a bigger concern. Nobody's on the library balcony. It's a full frontal attack. Now with Demaldi on the capital just rotating on over. That's better. Because now they can pressure them from the side and the flank while they're also attacking from the front. But Haba goes down early. That's the Sledge. That's the grenades gone.
I need to reload.
The without the sledge, will they have enough to burn a lot of that util? Ooh, here we go. Demic needed to come help out. Oh, so good there from NL. He's lucky that that impact missed him. Didn't guard break the shield, so he was able to take that fight. Good control, and that's a little bit of redemption there for TMT. Double RX, though, still don't want to give it up completely. That Thorn Trap might help out. Yu, though it's Shield pushing his position. A Shield that's now limping, by the way. What are you doing, Duo? Big mistake! Shile for the double! Away back into it now. On the back of an old fragger. Shile, 8 kills, 2.0 KD. Yu to try and flank, but Shile finds him as well. Dialing back the clock, calling up double RX and conjuring a second round to close the half for Trippy Main Telecom. Rough half overall for Trippy Main Telecom, but the second round at the end of it, out of nowhere, mostly thank you, Shile. He single-handedly brought that one back in the 3v3. Double RX, though, I think they've done enough work on their defense to make this attack a lot more comfortable.
I mean, there is a little bit of faith, I guess, restored, yes, but that was Shile just popping off in the previous attacking round, and sometimes you need that. You need that star player to have their moment. Shile had a bit of a tough start here to stage 1 in APAC North, and I think if you go through all the OG players kind of returning, like Tolji, Shile, Hysterics, I feel like it's been a common trend, actually, that they've been individually struggling a bit statistically. I'm sure they provide good stuff, you know, communication, stability, even strategy and whatnot, fundamentals, drone work, etc. But the game has shifted drastically in the last couple of years. The game went from being very slow to a bit faster to very, very fast. And a lot of the logical flow of a round in Siege in pro play has also kind of been tossed into the bin. It used to be, oh, we're going to do this now, and then they're going to do this thing as a response, and then, you know, whatever happens here decides the round. And now, while you're thinking about what you're going to be doing, a guy just swings you. They backstab you, a C4 from below. There's so many disruptive plays happening in a round.
Attackers are heading out to
2-4 though. Not the end of the world, but they gotta have some huge defensive rounds to come up here for TMT.
Deploying. Laying out the welcome.
I notice another round here with no Dokkaebi and Deimos. Am I just trolling? Are these guys knowers and I'm just a know not? What's going on?
It's certainly a different approach, but we're seeing a sense in the glass. That's usually a bit of a cook-up. Could be a side rush, distraction, a smoke grenade. Now there's a frost on the table for the first time ever, it feels like. And yeah, that got the first injure.
Amazing. Classic. Beautiful work. The Frost, one of the least picks trap operators. I like the usage of the sends here, though. Duo gets in reasonably safely. NL, though, immediately takes him down. It's Akasu on the glass in a 1v5. He'll find a consolation pick, but a nice little revolver kill from NL. Straight onto the defense. And now within touching distance of their opponents. Not so bad after all from Chippy Main Telecom.
It feels a bit forced, though. There were almost no roaming presence. They had castled off the windows. It's almost like they're attacking into their own death because they're attacking against such a strong hold. Normally, a bomb site rush or a direct attack is about, you know, you see only 2 people by the bomb site. Now there's going to be a lot of chances to win your individual fight, so just overflood the site itself. They attacked 5 versus 4 into Frostmat, Castle Barricades, trap operators. I'm not sure if RRX had like drone information or not, but it felt like it was a bit unnecessary, if you will.
You reckon we'll see more glass, man?
All I'm saying is the Amaro. But it's we saw an Amaro clutch yesterday. It was the highlighted clip at the beginning of today's broadcast, and that was definitely worth watching. And if that's gonna happen again, I'm all for the Amaro. But usually what happens, guys, right, is you play 5v4 or 4v5 very quickly, and that's that.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah. Look, I love the Glaz as much as the next enthusiastic Glaz enjoyer, but I hate to see it not work, and then people think, oh, Glaz is terrible. Same with Ying, man. Ying's shotgun is some of the coolest siege to watch if it's done well.
Yeah.
Glaz, if done well, beautiful. But Glaz is one of those operators that you have to really understand your win conditions in order to use it well. Because Glaz isn't just going to force you and get kills. It's going to help you achieve an objective. Whether that's killing a specific player in a tough position, or taking ground, or enabling a plant, whatever it is, you have to understand the win condition, the purpose of picking that Glaz. I don't understand the thought behind that air jab there, because it was easily shootable from Harper in the dark corner library.
Harper taking a fair bit of damage. Of course, playing that library position in general is very tough. Both teams in the attack also ban the Asami, making it even tougher. But it's a bit of a quiet round compared to the last one. We're still waiting for the setup. Jin is playing by the ladder, could climb up towards library, could work that double window towards bar. Another air jab for the retake upstairs. It looks like a direct library bar attack, but there's no one really actually committing to it. So I'm curious. Here it comes.
Is it just trying to sell it to try and buy space for people elsewhere? Well, it's bought some space in Snowmobile Garage for Akasu, apparently. As 2 players from TMT get caught off guard.
Oh, he's not.
All the way in the basement, Akasu, yeah.
Storage room. I thought that was somewhere else.
No,
I guess it's stock room, not storage room.
Oh,
you found the angle with the Maverick downstairs.
I see. Right. That's nice. I quite like the idea.
Yeah. So they distracted with the Ying. They forced the positioning to expect the push, and then Maverick and Ying, or yeah, Maverick and Dokkaebi holds the angle rather, and they get 2 picks. Harper has been in this corner the entire round, by the way, and still there somehow.
Yeah, I feel like they don't feel the need to kill him. Oh, wow. I can't. Well, I guess he was already low HP. He's dead now.
Yeah.
A single loose nade is all it took. That surprises me. He had plenty of time to get away from it. He just miscalculated a little bit. Demic is so tempted. Oh, sorry, Charlotte
rolled in his direction.
Oh, lol.
You gotta make a play, right? You're a bit of a dire position here.
Sprint in and get that revive. Time is gone now, unfortunately. Akasu's phone rings. Lol. No. That's funny. Yu. Very surprising to see him win that fight. That's impressive. Down through the hatch as he vaults inside. Demic now, with his phone ringing, he can tank the damage, but even just the audio cue of his phone ringing is going to give up his position. Now his phone detonates. Akasu hunting for him while Yu plants that diffuser. It's going to be a 1v2. He's not going to deny the plan. Into the post. Nice shot onto Akasu. Very winnable now for Demic. Yu spotted in the corner. Low HP. Quad kill. Huge from Demic. Big retake as well, and TMT have tied the scoreline.
Turning it up. Mind you, that was from a 2v5 with an injured, 3v5 with an injured defender position. Not easy to do at all. And they're just stalling out their opponent. Trippy, they started off moving a lot and losing some players, but then they said, okay guys, no more unnecessary swings. Just pick your spot, hold it, the timer's ticking down. We can use the clock as our ally. And they forced a couple of good kills. Sile being very patient in that round as well. Could have gone for the revive like you were saying and actually saved his teammate, or wait for the perfect moment, get the freebie, then try and go for the revive. But then the phone call came through, because yes guys, you can actually Dokkaebi phone call somebody who's injured and they cannot answer the call. They will die no matter what. They would have to be laying in a new jammer before the call goes through to have a chance of living. It's a bit of an unfair situation, but a huge clutch there from Demic.
Now we're going to a little tech pause, but we get everyone back and going again. Nice little chance to mental reset for these players. Of course, they don't really have a chance to talk shop because they can't talk strats while it's a technical timeout, not a tactical timeout. So little mute symbols there on the icon down below. But it does give them a chance to just mentally reset. I don't know about you. I feel like if you just have a pause, it's a nice chance to just mentally reset. You know, look at your fingernails, scratch your chin. What's everyone else doing?
Is that how you reset? Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at what everyone's doing right now. I don't know what Danny's doing.
Yeah,
He's
sure.
locked the hell in.
I feel like for me, okay, I guess if you're like a brain player, like the IGL, I guess, or strat maker, you take this time to think about, okay, what could we do? Like, what did we see on the previous defense or attack that could be a counterplay? And then when the technical timeout is over, you share it if you find it valuable enough. And you go, guys, I have an idea. Trust me on this. Because it's so rare that you have a pause to think in Siege for like something that's not currently happening, because you're always in the round. Even if you're dead, you're watching the cameras, you're giving callouts, maybe a pre-play C4 that you gotta time. So you can't just sit there and go, oh, you know, 2 rounds from now, we go back to basement. I think we should be doing this. This is the chance for that.
I love getting a chance to see everyone set up and judge them positively or negatively. Maybe we can do a little ranking out of 5 for each of these guys. So what do we think about Mau's setup? He's got the chibis, that's definitely plus aura. Got a little koala, that's like plus aura.
Oh, the bias is crazy.
Bed not fully made. Is that a bed sheet, or it looks like a Duna with no bed sheet?
I think he's missing the duvet cover, right?
Yeah, it's like
I'm
he's
not sure
halfway
missing,
through
but
remaking the bed. That's like, you know, a negative 0.5. But aside from that, I think it's pretty good. I'm going to give Maui a 4.5.
Out of 5?
5.
Out
yeah.
of. Oh wait, what? You rank things out of 5?
Attackers need to locate.
I don't know. It just felt
as many
right.
bombs as they can.
You should
No,
do it
like
at 10.
you gotta do. I feel like if you want to be really nice, you gotta do it out of 100,
Oh, okay.
right? Because
So
you get more
4.5 out of
increments. No. Awful setup. No, it's just 4 out of 5 is like every tick, like 4, 3. It's such a drastic shift, right? So Danish education system, how they grade you for like your exams and your tests, you
Bomb
go
located by
from
attackers.
0, 0, 0, 2, 4, 7, 10, 12. Now, the only thing that matters here is the 4 and the 7. Because, yeah, so 4 and 7, those are both of our median grades, right? That's like the average. 7 is the high average, 4 is the low average. But it's such a drastic thing. Like, a 7 is like, you're all right, son.
It's
You'll
a
be
bell
fine.
curve.
And 4 is like, oh my god, you're a failure. But it's the same thing.
That is really, really weird, man. I don't know. Do you need to talk to someone about that? I feel like I'd be scarred if I had to go through that education system.
I've complained my entire educational school system life about that system because I don't get it. I don't get it. It's sort of like you just pray that you get 7 instead of 4. Like a low 7 is much better than a high 4 because you can get like a plus and a minus technically. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to complain there. That's why I think 1 of 100, much better. Do that system.
Sure, I'm on board. I'm still
like you were
trying to wrap my head
times.
around the Danish education system, but I think I'll just have to put that thought to rest because that's never going to get redeemed. It's a bit of a rush. A chance to redeem here for Double RX. And look up straight through the hatch from Akasu. Almost a second one as well, but He cannot do his best
the
souffle
shield.
cosplay today. The shield
He knows.
seems to allow the
Misses.
plant to go down. And even the shotgun from Damali misses. Demic, after his big clutch up last round, needs to do the same again. Right around the corner from him is Duo. He's got an inkling, but the R4C pre-fire is too strong. Damali now 1v3. And this plant spot is too good to try and retake. Flash comes out for Jin. Bit more damage. And surely to be
How is
finished
he
off from
alive?
up above. Unreal. Double RX on the attack, finally bringing us a little bit more fire.
Jin is just unkillable, I guess. He was in there from the very beginning, starts planting the shield in the back, covering all the bullets, and turns around, blocks the shotgun afterwards. Perfectly played. And Double RX is, you know, a full cook this time. The armor up the hatch with the blitz distraction, holding top floor from the window repels, and then even getting Duo on the ram inside of master bedroom, who can play the post using the gadget to get line of sight towards the diffuser. Everything was figured out beforehand, and everybody fulfilled their role individually. A blitz target ban coming in, so a triple shield ban. That is a huge commitment here from TMT saying, get the shields gone. And there is still diffuse, guys. And a Thorn ban in response. I think in Thorn or Air made a ton of sense because the presence rate and how they stop those pushes is usually very successful.
Yeah, I love that Double RX have a clear idea of what they want to achieve in these rounds, and they're getting more reps in. That's the important thing. Remember, they only got to play 8 rounds against Fearex on this map and played A1. Now they're getting a chance to really go deep into their strat book. They've got rushes on this side, they've got rushes on that side. They might even be retrying the Amaru here. I love the idea. Maybe for Akasu, he says, look, I got 14 kills, I'll do whatever I want. Do my eyes deceive me? What is this operator Akasu is picking onto? I haven't seen this all day. Is that a Dokkaebu? Wow.
Well, I thought this operator was trash, man. What
This
the
guy's
hell?
a genius.
It's finally happened, yeah. It's quite rare. For this game, that is. Usually it's pretty common. Also, we're seeing Capital LMG from Duo. Also quite rare at that. Not the LMG, sorry, not the AR, not the DMR.
If I'm not wrong,
It's
doesn't the
LMG time.
M249 and the Para have the exact same fire rate and close to the same damage? So it's really basically you're just picking about the recoil?
I think it's
makes
very similar, yeah. The difference, I guess, is like the reload speed and the max size. I think that's the biggest difference.
And these days, the
You know,
LMGs are a little bit more cumbersome, lower ADS. Like, once upon a time, that wasn't so much an issue, but they've kind of nerfed
Yeah.
LMGs in a way.
Yeah, you move slower and you ADS slower. So you can play the horizontal grip, and then you can walk 10% slower, I believe, with the LMG. If you play the horizontal grip, you gain 5% movement speed, something like that.
Can you
So
put grips on that
kind-
LMG?
I'm not sure about that one, but you can on some of them, yeah. I think that one, I actually don't know. Maybe not that one, no.
I don't know.
I
Oh,
don't know,
mate,
man.
that is hashtag worth it. C4 to drone.
On Sophia's
Love
you can.
that. Oh. Almost a shot. A lot of commitment here from Damali. Oh!
Oh!
Unfortunately, Jin commits him to the grave. Nice pick for Double RX.
They're in Solarium, though.
They find
don't
this
know.
round, and they got match point. Mau already in solo, like you said. He has diffuser though, so he needs to make sure not to expose himself too much. Nice nade on Demic. Unfortunately, that the
they don't
player on the
swing.
double window isn't watching at the right moment. A little bit of bad timing there. NL detected by the Bees for a brief moment. Mau just trying to wait for the rest of the team to help out. Duo now repelled inside. Oh, sorry, that's not Duo. That's Yu. Repels inside. Now he does finally peek out and find one. Nitro Cell's going to go over for NL. Doesn't land. Akasu going deep. Shile is down. NL! Double kill from inside the closet. Lashes out. Now a player on the window he's got to worry about. That's Duo, but Akasu has claimed a second kill with that SMG-12. NL with everything to do.
They can spam ping, 3 Doka calls in pocket, caps on fire, reloading the LMG and get ready for a push. This flashbang will not work, it's a Warden.
He's going to tank the damage, look for a pre-fire, but Jin is there to respond. It is match point for Double RX after 2 rounds on the attack in a row.
Push is looking better and better. And very importantly here for the attack, they get the opening pick and they don't surrender the control shortly after. They're in Solarium, they're getting good angles and just kind of working the front with the backstep at the same time. Wherever Akusu is going seems to be where they're succeeding. That's what's getting all the kills. A tactical timeout called here from Trippy in, yeah, the very end of the match, perhaps.
Yeah, not a moment too soon. They really did wait until they were at death's door before taking tactical timeout. What to say about it? You said that they have Dong-Wook still on the coaching staff, these guys? So I have a chance to talk to him.
Yes.
Was he much of an analytical guy? Obviously, with you and Fabian helping out, he wouldn't have needed to do as much of that. And yeah, Joker for a while. But
yeah.
Does he have much of an analytical brain, this guy?
So when I was working with Dong-Wook, he ended up taking the position of manager and translator, because obviously we had Fabian as a coach, we had Joker as an analyst later on, and Dong-Wook, you know, being from Korea, didn't have the same systems as in Europe, so it's just easier to get a European to do that same system than teaching somebody new. But he understands the game. He plays the game himself. He's like, you know, champion level player in ranked, plays very commonly. He loves the game. He's a big grinder. He watches every scrim. He was there for every meeting. Like, he was very invested and very involved.
Right.
And I think he wanted for a long time to become the head coach, but obviously you can't replace Fabian. That's not really, like, Fabian will leave and then you can take his spot, but you can't just take his spot, right?
Yeah.
So Dong-Wook actually for a moment, he voiced that he was considering, if he got a good offer, that he'll maybe depart from PC Talon and then become a head coach of his own. And Jonathan, who was the analyst at PC Talon, alongside Fabian, of course, he also said the same thing, because usually for an analyst, you want to climb the ladder. And you go from analyst into becoming a maybe secondary coach, into the head coach. And we're seeing, you know, people like Cooley, you know, in Asia, also now a head coach. He started also as an analyst. So it really is a matter of climbing that ladder. And I'm happy for all the people that end up doing so, becoming from analyst to coach. Well, no, he's got a good brain.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he's been able to give some insight, whether it's more just general mental insight or overall play style stuff, or a specific defense strat. I'm not entirely sure. This bomb side of bar and games, though, TMT only won because of that big clutch from Demic last time around. Strategically, they weren't looking hot on that round, and now, I mean, it's taken a long time, but Double RX are really leaning into this Dockerby, which has had a bit of an impact. With Deimos as well, doubling up. I mean, yeah, true. It's funny because obviously ban out all three main shields, the Monty, the Blackbeard, and the Blitz. You see that shield ban and you're like, oh, well, maybe we can be tempted to go for a fuse. Aside from the fuse, these other four operators are basically the four horsemen of the apocalypse in the current meta.
Yeah.
Solid Snake, Lion,
Deimos, trying to be.
Yeah. He's like the horseman's little brother, maybe the squire.
It's why I hate the triple shield ban, because it feels so redundant. Like, what's the point? Oh, they don't get frag grenades on Blackbeard on AR. No, they have fuse shield with the PMM pistol doing 71 damage a bullet. It is literally a DMR pistol. It can 2-tap almost any operator in the game, and you still get the exact same shielding for planting and pushing and coverage as any other operator, except the Monty, of course. So I don't like it. It's a slow setup for Double RX. They want to make sure that once they go for a push, it's going to be successful. Akkus is 16 kills now, has the case outside of the bar double window. And they're not showing us or TMT where the main push is coming from, leaving everybody questioning what's clear, what's not.
Hold on. I have intel on the enemy location.
He's just waiting for his moment. Jin's
injured.
been injured, yeah. I think NL might just tank this damage here. Demic and Damali both get spotted. NL finishes off the kill. Finds the shield player. TMT finally responding in kind. Jin needs a revive, but nobody is nearby. I think Akusu might be rotating over for it now. He's going to hit another Jago payload. No, he's really, they're just going to leave Jin to die. Jumps inside. He might be able to get to him in time. The timing is going to be very dicey. He's going to catch a kill, though. That's worth it. He's going to decide it's too late now to go for his teammate. No, there's 19 seconds, Pengu. There's no time. They're going to have to go big and go for the kills. Spots out the player with a quick shoulder peek. If he can find the kill. No, he can't. Demic somehow gets injured. Oh, it's from the phone. Yu now 1v2. Sees the player in Barstock. Does he know where Shyle is around the corner? He's on top of the stairs. So winnable. Half a second more, and the game would be done, but Trippy Man Telecom survived for one more round.
Oh my god. The final moments there. He must have heard the player and he's right thinking he's gonna be in the basement. Surely he couldn't be upstairs. My teammate would have seen him, but he was just sitting on the fireplace staircase, tucked against the wall, away from the railing, and just trying to, you know, play the clock down as much as he could. Super close round for Comfort again, though. And now RX called a tactical timeout. We're just waiting for the final moment to call these, okay? We're talking match point, or in this case, one more loss for Double RX. It's going to be overtime, and they need this regulation victory.
Yeah, they do. They got so close, though, Pengu, that just couldn't deal with when they had their setup around library. They had players in so many positions, and suddenly just a quick lash out from the Trippy players, and one guy gets down, another guy gets down. They couldn't commit to the kills. They couldn't execute in tandem together.
What a round. And it's not the first time either. Like, we're seeing these teams really go for blows, and I am really liking the fact that it's shaping up to be a more competitive series, because it started very one-sidedly. The first many rounds, I mean, TMT on the attack, it was just a rough viewing. Not a lot of things going well for them. Doing a lot better here in defense, and the thing they're doing really well is they're not doing too much. In that previous round that we're seeing the highlights from at the current minute, they were just sitting still. They were playing a person library corner, a person mezzanine, a person top blue stairs, and they said no matter what happens, like if they open a window, if they throw a grenade, until they show their physical body, we don't do anything. If you see them rushing bomb site, we rotate. If they attack top blue, we're ready for it. Whenever playing library, they got the sound cues. Nobody was feeling the need and the urgency to be like, guys, I don't like this. I don't understand what's going on. Because often the player will just start swinging and become a little bit curious or impatient, and then you die, and then the link of defense is broken. There's a gap somewhere. So very well done being patient. You gotta do it one more time for TMT to force overtime. They're going into master bedroom with that exact same setup that stopped the initial push. They got the castle, they got the frost, they got the wall denial, they got traps. It's again a case of standing still and waiting for the attack to come to you.
I like this little idea here with the electrical, but I don't see how it's going to stop it from being destroyed. Smoke's an interesting choice there. Not sure what the game plan was with that smoke. Akasu's been popping along. Now he's on the sends. Claymores are out. A lot of Claymores here. 3 sets from Double RX. Expecting aggression from Trippy. I don't think that we're going to see many Trippy players jumping out windows. I think, like you said, they're just going to patiently wait for Double RX to come to them.
Yeah. As they should. They have some presses, of course, like a player towards library just for intel to say, guys, are they pushing library? Because if they aren't, it's going to be a direct attack. And they kind of know that now. Demali, I think he hears the drone, perhaps. Yeah, he's looking at the ground, looking for something. So they should know it's going to be a trophy solarium attack. And they got decent counter, right? They got 2 C4s. They got those frost traps, potentially for a rappel on in. And they got decent guns to fight this back.
So much patience. Double RX are really expecting and baiting aggression from TMT.
Yep.
I feel like at some point, Double RX are going to have to be the ones to make the move. And I think Ison in this roamer is the way to do it. Now waiting, biding his time, but misses his chance. Damali takes a bit of damage, but gets away safely. They're going to keep on hunting him, keep on droning him. I think Akasu is hoping to catch him, but no. Again, too late. 2 minutes have passed Pengu.
Yeah.
I like the idea here with the Sens wall. It's going to enable him to play the bathroom window, but he's also still... Oh, firstly, he's vulnerable to a C4, which almost kills him. Also destroys that wall. Man, this has been way too slow. I feel like TMT could be on the verge of pushing overtime.
Yeah, very much so. They were so desperate for that kill into Demali in kitchen, but they missed their shots into mute, so he falls back. Only one C4 to stop a plant here from NL, who's deep in office, so a plant here could honestly go down.
Yeah. This is a big opportunity now for Maui, but is the rest of the team supporting? This is a great long angle from Yu.
No C4.
Has to hold it with the holo going in deep. Mau able to get the plant before he's traded by Demic. Into the post now for Double RX, but they are dropping like flies. And now it's just Yu. They know exactly where he is. He has an angle onto that defuse. But if multiple players contest him at the same time, they might not be able to hit the defuse. He's got to hold this off for 30 seconds. And he only has a very small magazine. Switches to the secondary. I like how patient TMT are, but Damali gets a little bit ahead of the rest of his team. The timing here is Demic wants to go for a run out. Times it well.
Oh, beautiful.
Waits for Harper to be halfway through the defuse. Perfectly played in the post plant by the final 3 players from TMT. And they finally have themselves overtime.
Very well played during the post. The only way you win that, because you might think to yourself, it's a 4 versus 1, easy retake, right? It really isn't. So they have to try and get that kill because the rappel angle is just so hard to fight back against. So they have one person going for a defuse, one person swinging close in the windows in Solarium, trophy window jump out, and Garrett's door run out. And the difficulty of that Garrett's door, as we witnessed, it's a straight below you angle. So you gotta go upside down rappel, look down, he's jiggling it, you're not gonna hit that shot necessarily, and then you just can't win.
Attackers need to
So
locate
really
and
well
defuse
done there,
bombs.
taking your extra couple seconds, making sure you get all the right angles for the retake approach. No air jet, no claymore, thankfully, on that Garrett's door, otherwise that could have been a round victory from the outside. 6-6, TMT figured out their weaknesses. They still let the plant go down. Didn't have that C4 tossed out for denial, but they had enough numbers, enough bodies to make the play afterwards.
Got a question for you, Pengu. If
Yes.
you were that Hibana that round, going into the round, knowing at least the rough idea the double RX were going for, do you run the same loadout? Because I think a DMR would have made all the difference there.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? Because I think there are people who will say, play the Aruni, have a DMR defense, and it's gonna change everything. And there are people who are gonna say, oh, but the gadget isn't gonna give you any meaningful value in this round, so you're better off picking something else. I'm obviously on the latter half here. I'm thinking like value, gadgets, and
But
guaranteed
in a
value. If you
post
will.
plan, let's say you're the guy that has to be covering the diffuser at the end of the round from outside
Yeah.
Solarium Rappel. Like, dude, you've got the Bearing 9 if you want a hollow in close range. At least run ACOG on the Type 89, or just run the new DMR. I just, what if they
in the
run...
case of Hibana, on that previous round, sure, like DMR is by far better for that specific niche scenario, but when you don't know if you're going to be the post-plan player or the entry or whatever, you gotta play for the average round outcome, right? For that niche, for sure DMR. But for half the other rounds, maybe not the DMR? It's hard. Some people also just like Gotti, like we always say in APAC, in Asia, so good at DMRs. But there are so many players who just aren't comfortable playing them. So it's about comfort in the end.
You can
I
never
like to
predict
use the
what's-
comparison between like passive versus active value, right? Think of like a C4 versus barbed wire. The C4 may get a kill, you might die with it in pocket. The barbed wire will stop someone from pushing the staircase without you knowing. It will force them to clear the barbed wire if they want to push it realistically.
Yeah. Oh, I like the timing there. Waiting
Yeah,
for
that's
the
smart.
Rotero drone before going for the kill. But unfortunately for Demic, he gets swung big time by Jin. Now double RX really fortifying their positions on the site. It seems to be these Wardens in these unkillable positions that are continually a headache for the attacking side. TMT have lost their only hard breacher, and the wall is still closed. I don't know what the hell Shyle is looking at, but he's just been slugged and bonked on the side. The round is over,
I'm
Pengu.
confused.
That was the only hard breacher, and he died taking a close-range fight with the Warden shotgun.
They have a high claw on the office wall, and they've had Fireblades control for the attack the entire round. They haven't broken the flow. They have literally Harper on Dokubi DMR below the Kai Claw that can help clear it, and they're not doing so. So they're stuck outside the bomb site. They can just walk on in, which is not free.
No, not at all. I think the round is surely over. No hard breach. 1v5 now.
19,
The TMT, no time left as well. Having to be forced back now for NL. Akasu, just give him the 20 bomb. It's got to happen. He's got a whole nother round after this one. Consolation exit frag for NL means very little. Double RX have another chance to get the game. Unfortunately for them, letting it go to overtime means they've lost some points, but one last match point for them could certainly be a warranted and welcome change compared to how their stage has been so far.
Yeah. And Trey, we just have some serious problems on the attacking side. Like, the defenses, they're actually quite all right. That's how they made the comeback happen. But their attacks, either they're not realizing what defenders their enemy is bringing and what counters they would need to get the job done, or they do recognize it, but just don't seem to problem solve on the fly. Like, they never tried finding the Kite Claw. They didn't drone for it, they didn't break the verticality of the
They also had a Maverick, so the Kite Claw means nothing, because they didn't have any hard breach that's vulnerable to the Kite Claw. They only had Maverick.
Did they have Maverick last round? I didn't see it.
Maverick was the guy that died against the Warden. He was their only hard breacher.
Oh, it's Maverick who jumped outside the window.
Yeah, he was the only hard breach. They didn't have Thermite. They didn't have tin can openers. No, they didn't have tin can openers even. The Kaid was literally a nothing operator pick because it counted nobody on the attacking side.
Okay. So they actually did have the right counter. They did have the correct read.
They just didn't do it.
The Maverick just made a troll play. I thought it was Striker following the Forester, and I was like, okay, that's a 50-50, like, off-pace play. I'm all for it. Didn't work out, whatever. But Maverick? Okay, no, I'm trolling. That is actually just
You're not as trolling as hard as Trippy were that round.
No. That's such a bummer because it's not an issue of adaptation and reading the strat or finding the right operators. They had the counter and just completely misplayed it. Bummer.
Yes, exactly.
Good catch, James.
I mean, it took me a minute because I was like, "You've only got Maverick." Is that? Am I seeing this right? You've only got Maverick, really?
Yeah, it's not worked once, by the way. The Maverick's made a line in the wall, but it's never like gotten to a breach or gotten to a round victory, I don't think.
Yeah.
So it's been a rough operator to play here on Shelly. Let's see though if RX can change the conversation about the attacks being rough. Akusu looking for his 20 bomb, only 1 kill off it, like mentioned before.
He's gonna get it.
Surely that'll happen. He's gotta get it.
I'd be gutted if he misses it. Agasu's played very well today. He deserves it for sure.
This I like more. EMP, Thermite, would you know? Just like that. Literally the same setup, right? A Kite Claw on the office wall last round stopped the entire push. EMP, Thermite, it's wide open. You've countered the counter.
Sometimes all you gotta do is keep it simple. And these days with how buffed Thermite and Thatcher are, you're kind of trolling if you don't use them a lot of the time for just expediting simple procedures like that breach. Of course, it'll be the same for breaching the actual bomb site itself, which I think is where Duo's focus will be in just a moment. He's got to worry about being flanked from blue. Here comes the EMP. Duo's going to blow this site wide open, and that really puts a lot more pressure on Demic. Wow, nice angle there from NL all the way looking through the breach. A lot of pressure now on these players on the top floor to be in position to deny the plant, namely Harper, but also Demic, who's supporting him.
Let's see if Harper can hold his ground for as long as he needs to. And Nick just tossed out, but it's toxic big boy pre-position, so he's gonna be fine. ADS says, doesn't matter.
Oh, wow. Demic swings out from the Clash Shield, gets traded by Mau. Maybe there's a chance here. He has to walk through the Clash Shield. He might be contested here, but Yuyu has snuck inside. Piano is cleared. And the smoke and Clash taken down, but they didn't check their corners. Charles found a kill, and now he's ratting. Deep inside a bathroom, hiding behind the toilet. Is Mao going to check? No. I don't think he will. Mao has to pre-fire every angle. He keeps shoulder peeking. He's checked every single angle in the bathroom. He better check this corner. He pre-fires it. Jin does as well. 2v1 on match point for RX. To get their first win of the stage, they need to find this final kill, but NL is hiding in the corner. RX need to push deep. NL holding the fort with the revolver. Close up with the bailiff. But TMT push us deeper. Final round, 15 deep. And we're heading to ultimate overtime.
Another 0-second banger where there's just so much chaos in the server. Great job from Child there, getting one more kill, peeling back the layers, hiding and stalling for as much time as possible. It gave RX a tough problem. Either you hunt down Child, who could be in bathroom, could be in Solarium, maybe fell back, maybe he's hiding somewhere. They didn't know for sure until they did. And you spend time hunting Child, or you just drop down the hatch, go straight for bomb side. But if you do so, Shao can use the vert against you and maybe even drop down that hatch themselves, and then you're in the exact same position, the disadvantage. So many things happen in that round though. Plays downstairs in dining while they're also tagging up top floor. The clash stopping the push. Harbor with the toxic babes. So many small fine details. There's only one worry for me now. TMT are back on the attack, and we've seen how that's panned out the majority of the attempts. It's been a little bit lackluster, not getting the walls opened up, and never getting to a proper push. They're up against the Gory the Smoke, which stalls the time. They're up against the Thorn that stops the entries. And they got the Kite Claws that can, you know, fortify a hatch or a wall. So, let's see it. They're back on the sledge again. They did the same thing for Bard previously. They love the sledge for this particular bomb set. I can't figure out why. It's from Twitch DMR onto sledge.
It's all the DMRs now. We got 3 of that exact same DMR in this lineup. Oh man, this game's and bar bomb site though is so much about measuring once, measure twice, measure 3, measure 10 times, and then make your incision. Try and clear out library. Akasu wants to go for something a little bit aggressive here. He knows there's a player outside, not too far from him. It's Harper. He then hears the rappel. 7-7 match point. As RX are still searching for their first win. I mean, it's incredible that coming into today, they only had 1 round in their 2 previous matches, and now they have looked in control for most of this. But Pengu, RX have let Trippy come back into it. And if Trippy can recompose after being in deficit for most of this game and win this final round, it would mean the world to them.
Certainly a good, I don't know, practice for the mental, but there it is. 20 bomb from Akusu. Shots down Shao in the final round of the game. 20 bomb achieved, and with that also the advantage in this round. It's so important having numbers here, because when you're bunkered down by the side, it's all about stacking as many guns in the same direction and stopping TMT's push. We want to do it, Hopper, and no.
There's no way
It's
he wins this fight if he jumps in. There has to be some kind of crossfire or other pressure onto Akasu. You don't simply contest a guy who's got 20 kills on an angle like this. Harper makes the wise choice of entering through office. A lot of control now for TMT, even though they are playing with 1 player in deficit. At least they got the Hibana, and they can get both of these hatches open. They've had enough time now to read into the way that RRX like to defend this bomb site, that they are aware. It comes down to these hatches. However, I just realized that Electroclaw is going to protect that hatch from being opened in bar.
Yep.
It's going to be very hard for TMT to break it.
That's a game changer. Now Akasu is going to backstep elsewhere. You got Juju inside a mud room. It's very important that you just hold that single hatch that goes straight into the bomb side. And then you just got to worry about the staircase and the single doors. Meanwhile, Akasu is going to flank top. There's different win conditions. Looking for that library hatch drop. They have the diffuser on Demic, who's currently outside the building on the double window. It's going to be a bar attack like usual.
Nice shot from Akasu jumping outside. Wait, where did NL get down from? Duo on the bomb side. Damali and Demic. Nice shot from Damali. Plan's starting to go down. They've got to worry about the hatch up above. They've got to worry about the close angle. Duo.
Surely not.
Surely not. Another kill isn't to come out. It's Demic. The last chance, but he is traded back. 16 kills is not enough for him. It's 22 for Akasu. And RX finally have a win under their belt here in APL Stage 1.
A hard-fought victory, a battle of individual heroics, but the team clutching together, pushing, saying, hey, 4v1, let's fight this player. You guys hold the bomb side, I'm gonna go for a backstab. There's a very clear game plan, and I think Akasu either was told, hey, do your own thing, it's working, or maybe he himself said, guys, trust me on this, I need to be unleashed, I got their number. Such a great game from him and the entire team, enabling him by playing that bunker down strat.
Valid effort there from Trippy, no doubt about it. They really bounced back from their 7-0 deficit last week to D+. They really bounced back from a pretty pitiful first half and then struggling even deeper into the game. A match point for RX, but Trippy dug as deep as they could. Akasu just had such an unbelievable showing from the get-go, Pengu. He was already rearing to go. Big early 4K in one of the rounds in the first half, and he did not slow down whatsoever.
I mean, the only way you drop 22 kills is gonna be, you know, progressively every single round you get kills. You can't just drop a 4K that round and then go quiet for 3 rounds, then drop a 4K again. You gotta get kills all the time. He has 4 opening kills, 22 kills, 80% KOST. He is across the board just the guy. Of course, Demic fighting back is pretty nicely as well with 16, but at the end of the day, it was about the attacks. The attacks is where I think RX was just a little bit better, and also when they're defending, they had better adaptations at countering their opponent remain telecom.
Yeah, look, a great game for RX. Finally, a win under their belt, even if it took them a little bit longer than they thought. Most importantly, a big confidence boost, of course, like we've said. 2 really hard games to kick off their stage with Theorex and then CHE. They get an equally tough one against Trippy, but one that they finally take some points away from. You look at the rest of their stage, it's Scars and Kinotrope up next, which are their Japanese rivals who are really, really strong and will be hard to beat. Then D+, the Brazilians, good luck. And then BME. So in theory, their easiest game, and the only kind of likely win, is their last game of the stage. Between now and then, they have some seriously tough opponents to get through. And after struggling today against Trippy, I don't know, there's 2 ways to spin it, Pengu. On the one hand, maybe they can say at least we have a win on the board. On the other hand, if you struggle that much against Trippy, what are you going to look like against Scars, Kino, and D+?
It's a lot about experience and practice, right? And today they got the most amount of practice you can get in a real game. They got, you know, the whole 15 yards. They got, yeah, exactly. And I think it's a matter of like, what can they take away from this? Yes, you won. Congratulations, big victory. But it's about, guys, let's go back, fine tune the issues and the rounds that we lost, fix those problems, make it a bit cleaner, and then look stronger for those, like you said, the Japanese rival teams in the days to come.
Well, let's have a chat to somebody from RX about their crazy 15-round behemoth of a match today. Welcome on in, Jin. Firstly, congratulations on your win. I'm sure it feels great to finally have a win on the scoreboard after 2 really tough games in your previous matches. But we can't deny that your game today was really hard. It was really long. It took overtime. How do you feel about your game?
Yeah. So I'm English not better, but my passion is so high. I'm so happy. So first week we can't play better. To today, so good teammate. Axe 22 kill, so amazing. So
yeah,
we play better today. So tomorrow
you did.
Oh, thank you. Tomorrow, better match will be.
Thank you, Jim, for doing this interview. I just want to say, I know that you're saying your English isn't the best, but we really appreciate you joining us anyway, and your passion is amazing. Pengu, you had a question.
You said it. So you think against Scars, win or lose for you?
Oh, win.
Okay. And then next play day, Kinotrope, win as well? 2 wins?
To win.
Okay. Then the final question. Do you think Scars or Kinotrope is the harder enemy, the better enemy? What team is better?
Scars. So Nina is Scars. My Interforce teammate.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Jin, congratulations on your win today. I want to give you the chance to say anything that you want to our audience. If they're from Japan, you can say it in Japanese. If they're from anywhere else in the world, you can say something in English as well. Please, say your piece.
応援ありがとうございます。 日本語伝わる方いるかわからないけど、とても嬉しいです。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。Keep cheers!
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jin. Good luck in your next game.
Thank you! Rock!
I love that. Can I just say, sometimes we get teams that say, unfortunately, we don't have anyone that speaks English, so we won't be doing an interview. To any team that has said that so far, look at what you can do if you just have passion. It doesn't matter if you don't speak a lot of English in your own time. We really appreciate any of these players that are brave enough to show their face on the stream. Massive credit to Jin, especially after 15 rounds of that crazy madness that we just saw. Massive respect. Of course, that's the first game in the books. It was a long one. Our next one probably won't be so long. Kinotrope versus BME. Pengu, I'm just going to let you have a one-word say. What do you expect out of Kinotrope and BME?
Honestly, I'm just hoping that Kinotrope can have a dominant showing. I think they're on the up and up, and if they were to fall short today or have like a really struggle of a match, it wouldn't be good enough. So up and up to the stars.
We'll see if Kinotrope can get the job done or if BME are going to throw a spanner in the works. That game is coming up for you guys after this short break.
I play for Chiefs in the APL. When I was a kid, I was really goofy and I would run around trying to make everyone laugh. You know, the normal gamer life. I would never do any homework, skip school as much as possible and just goof around. I wouldn't say I was always a gamer as a kid, but I played a few games every now and then. The first game I would say I ever played was at my friend's house. We played Battlefront, the old Battlefront, and that's kind of, so I guess it started the FPS straight from there. Yeah, so I have a sister. I wouldn't say it's always been very competitive between us, but I feel like now it could be. And she's older than me, so she's definitely helped me across everything in terms of just growing as a person. Yeah, I think my competitive spirit definitely came from just me as a kid, trying new things for sure. And I think a lot of people have told me that when I put all my focus on something and when I really do enjoy it, I get really good at it. And I think that really drives my competitive spirit in terms of like gaming, and just anything, sports as well. I started off playing like soccer, and I was very competitive in it. I played for a lot of academies as a kid, so I really enjoyed it and definitely was like something that I tried to pursue. I definitely stopped because of gaming. I guess it kind of took over, and I drew all my focus from like just like sports and fitness just to gaming. Fitness is definitely something that I've drawn to because I kind of gaming took over and now fitness is something that I look back on just for everyday life because that's something I kind of grew apart when I started gaming. My first game that I was obsessed about was TF2. I think just how fast paced it was and like how funny it can be, also the competitive factor of it as well. Obviously Siege came in and I started playing when I was like 13, 14 on my PlayStation, and my obsession just started from console days. Yeah, I think I was really obsessed with TF2 at that time. It was just like a funny game, there was aim in it, and it was just like just beating everyone in the public lobbies was just really fun. But I would say when I was young, Siege definitely took over that obsession, committed into this game, playing it every day after school, and then I guess I eventually moved to PC. On console Siege, I didn't play that long. I think it was just about maybe like a year, and I was honestly like a complete noob. Like first controller game, I got good kind of fast, and then when I kind of like peaked on console, that's when I wanted to move to PC. I hit Diamond in Skull Rain, so it was like around 6k elo. I don't think I was good still, but I hit the rank. I think I wanted to move to PC because I watched a lot of like content creators at the time, like Serenity 17, Kickstar, and like the movement just seemed so like fun, and like obviously like the Pro League scene. I kind of wanted to move to PC as well as like other games as well. I think it was just like a lot more fast paced, mechanic based. It just looked a lot more fun. So that's why I kind of want to get PC.
if our first game today is anything to go by, then it is going to be a long night of APAC North, because we've already had one banger in a Japan versus Korea matchup, Pengu. It's time for an all-Japan matchup. Next up is Kinotrope versus Can You Be My Enemy? Very much a case of Kino needing to win this game. Can You Be My Enemy? On the flip side, they are desperate for a win. They've struggled ever since joining the APL, and I'm looking at the previous stats. Of course, a loss to Trippy and then a loss to Scars. Not a great way to kick off the stage. This team that has come through the Challenger Series, very, very keen to hopefully get some points on the board.
Yeah, they've had a hard time, and I mean, honestly, it hasn't been like the end of the world, like the 3-7-2-7, and they fought against the Trippy game to start things on Fortress. That was, I think, Trippy maybe overperforming, if anything, looking at their track record afterwards. But then having a one-sided loss to Scars is not bad whatsoever. The big thing is that we see here is obviously Nova is going to be subbing in. They're missing a player, and that's going to be damaging them a little bit. However, there is the chance of a what's it called, a honeymoon phase, right? You get your coach in for a match, they pop off, and they'll never play again, but they'll carry you for that one match. We see it before in both the APL, when Diesel, for example, replacing Magnet on international grounds. We've seen it in North America a fair bit as well in the past.
Yeah, very much so. Obviously, it's easy to get confused between the Nova that's currently loading up in the server,
it's not the
who's
GOAT.
Japanese, and the Korean Nova that we know, the GOAT from back in the old Fearex, Cloud9, etc. days. Not the same Nova, as if you remember what the old Nova looks like, you would not be surprised to see. It's very much a different Nova. But yeah, still a chance for a new player to make their debut into the APL. Man, the mouse spin game from Marimo is looking mighty fine. Love to see that. Let's have a look at their opponents, and hopefully they'll be playing mighty fine today. It's Kinotrope, the absolute goats of aggressive siege. Akayu and Carwow have been in the scene for such a long time with this roster. The only remaining core from that old Donuts USG team that Pengu in 2021 at the Japan Championship. I actually did an English broadcast of this. This was at the peak of CAG's height of their power in Japan, where they hadn't lost anything forever. Donuts USG with Akayu and Carwow ended up beating them in the grand final 3-0 on LAN. And the first time ever that CAG had lost domestically for a very long time. Of course, many years later, this team has evolved and now actually has two players that were once on that good old CAG roster with Gatorada and Ayagator.
Yep, and that's why I think that Kinotrope has kind of leveled up recently. They have a little bit more experience, a little more stability, and I want to say the same things about a lot of other teams in recent history. They have an aligned playstyle. When Kinotrope first entered with their old core, it felt like they were a bit of a niche team. They did like the rushes, the direct attacks, they played like some fun operators. There's Kawa is a bit of a trickster. He loves your Maestro, your Glash, your kind of like pocket shot ups. And it didn't really work. They had the strategy, but not the execution, not the individual gunfire skill to back it up. And now with a few rush changes, some more experience, I feel like they have gotten there. And when you have a team that loves tricks, the big question is, what map will we go to? Because there are some maps that really plays into it, and there are some maps a bit more restricted, like they sequential it, right? Much more harder to be a trickster on that particular one, which is why Kinotrope disbanded right off the rip.
Club.
That's we're so close.
That's okay. Look, I feel like we've just done Chalet and Lair in APL on absolute repeat with not much else. Maybe a bit of labs here or there. But look, Chalet, we just saw it, of course, in our first matchup today with Trippy and Double RX. It's a map that neither Kinotrope nor CYBME have actually shown as of yet. We did see it a little bit from Kinotrope in Stage 1. Notably, they beat Help Us LFO, the now Trippy roster, on this very map in their first match. But, of course, there is a long way to go here for Kinotrope to really hold a candle to the top 3 teams in APAC North. They want to book their spot in the stage finals, and to do that, they're really going to have to make a name for themselves, including a confident win over teams like CYBME.
Just thinking about the possibility of the bans here. Asami Mira is always a good start here in defense. It's gonna be Thorn actually. And if the attack is gonna be Monty, wouldn't be too surprised if a solid Snake would get target banned away. However, that's gonna be when Kinotrope are attacking, because Aegir says Galarada, they love that kind of operator. For now, I'm not sure what you target ban if you're Kino Trope though. Double shield, could be a Heartbreacher, could be a niche operator like a Glass. I'm not entirely certain on the expectations. Double shield.
Double
It's gonna be
shield.
the Muncie and the Blitz. And double traps.
I like the. Yeah, this BME ban is really giving me like. Sorry, I had a brain fart. For a second. This is really giving me Weibo vibes.
Okay.
It's giving Weibo. Do you remember the other day when we were talking Speakeasy? He banned double traps on this map.
Attackers need to locate
And then
defuse
he
the bomb.
banned double trap counters and then played a lot of traps.
He did, yeah. So it was like single-handedly.
I wonder if, yeah.
Okay.
Give Speakeasy all the credit. He's a legend. I wonder if BME have been watching a bit of that.
I'm sure you. I mean, if you are playing in APL, sure you can watch, EML, NAL, SAL, but you also really importantly had to watch the other sub-regions in APL, like your North Asia, your O's, and just watch the top teams if you want, right? Watch your EP, your Weibo, your CAG, and get an idea of how they're doing it the best in their sub-regions,
5 seconds remaining.
and get inspiration. Because when you speak about like different regions, there's some cultural differences, some skill level differences, and of course a meta difference. NA plays differently from EU, different from APAC, different from Brazil. And while I do think we're getting to a point where there is more of a blend these days between the different regions, there will still be small differences. And that's why it's so important to still look domestically, no matter what region you're from, and be like, what's my competition doing that I'm actually fighting against? For now, it's gonna be the power-ups, the Deimos, Dokkaebi, Blackbeard, Solid Snake, off the rip, BME with that aggressive kind of push, take bar control, look towards Fireplace, the blue staircase, work up towards Library, then slowly push towards the bomb site.
Yeah, Solid Snake springing. Gatorada revealed. Good map control. This is a very confident start here from BME. I love to see it. We got Marimo as well on the shield. As Gatorada just tanks the damage. He can no longer be called by the Dokkaebi. Wow, they're really using the
Interesting.
Blackbeard to roam clear, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
No, it's
taking
clear now.
Dining West main instead. That's not usual. Oh, they want this Soul Roamer perhaps. He's gonna be stalking Garage,
Yeah.
James.
They are going to kill this poor guy.
Oh, he's so
Deimos
dead.
track comes out. Wait, are they cutting him off?
Is he not dead? Oh, they're coming. Look at the silhouettes.
Oh, here we
They're
go.
marching from connector with Deimos tracking from the above. It's a matter of how long can he survive for, and can he take somebody down with him?
Well, the answer is yes. He's taking on the Dokkaebi with him. That's a huge pick. And now we can also pop the gas pipe. He's so vulnerable to outside. Oh my god, he finds a second kill. That is embarrassing. We should have seen Asvel outside that soft wall a lot earlier to find that kill on the Gatorada. Unfortunately, the Deimos out of position made it much harder for BME to take down Gatorada. Now, a 1-for-2 trade, that's a dream. Kinotrope can just sit back and wait.
There's two ways to play that round. You chase down the Jaeger, which they did, go for the kill, and hopefully suffer no losses. Or you just leave a flank drone or a flank player and just say, we're trading 1-for-1. He's stalking Garrett, and I'm watching him. He's with Alligator. He's still Ferrari. It's good for a triple kill, even knowing where the fourth player is as well as at the window. It's a shutdown of the round here. Kinotrope with the full counter, winning their individual fights.
Sometimes you just have to keep it simple, and that's what they do. 2 for Gatorada, 3 for Alligator, and the old CAG players kick things off very nicely for Kinotrope.
Oh, man. It's going back to that first decision of chasing the Jaeger. If it's a Pulse or a Valkyrie, that has C4 below, that can be an issue for you. I totally get why you'd want to chase them. If it's a Jaeger who's completely stock, no secondary shotgun, no C4, it's not like a, Scopus that can TP back to side. I honestly feel like leaving the Jaeger alone might be the better play. I'm sure in their minds they were thinking that it was going to become a free kill, but like you said, Askel and the Deimos could have just tracked earlier from the outside soft wall and just wallbanged and gotten the freebie. Instead, it's Blackbeard sprinting in. I think it was Goppy behind him on the Solid Snake. He just dies behind the BB. And all of a sudden, it was not worth chasing him. They also started the round from Library side. Bar, Library, Blue Stairs. And then they go into Dining Hallway. dining, west main, down the stairs, into garage. They cleared the full map except for the bomb site. And they never got to the bombs at the end because they all died. So it's a very unusual push. I liked it because it was decisive, but it might have been the wrong decision in hindsight given how that round played out. There's most effects that A getting 4 kills, to be fair.
Defense moves over to Bar Games. I noticed that while BME have banned 2 traps, they're not bringing much to deal with the setup that's actually being put up by Kinotrope. For example, the Goyo canisters. How are you going to burn them? Maybe nades, I guess, but then you have to take map control and be in position. Same with Carwow on the Bandit here. There's nothing to make a line of sight on the back of bar storage like we often see teams do when they eventually execute onto this bomb site. So it's really going to come down to roam clear. Didn't work out so well for them last time. Let's hope it's a bit better this time around. Aegeta gets targeted. Ooh, the Deimos actually might be able to open up a line of sight here. Not great with just the pistol. It's not the best to try and take these long fights.
Awkward. We've seen this position before. The BME gotta pay a bit more, not sure of respect or just be more cautious, but they're not gonna be as comfortable taking those fights as they were before. So Astral playing it nicely, doesn't overcommit to the chase in the basement. He's looking to rotate around the building, get closer to his teammates, utilize the Blackbeard of Goppy to take more map control. And Kawa takes down Noah, but straight back straight away by Marimo on the Sense DMR.
1 for 1. Not too bad for either team, to be honest, especially because Kinotrope have burnt a decent amount of time here. They can sit back. They don't have a shield set up. They don't have the Wamai or the Jaeger. So they are going to have to fall off this position eventually. Gatorada does so. Are the hatches reinforced here for Kinotrope?
He has to answer. It's so awkward.
He has to answer, but he also is about to get... Yeah, wow. So he doesn't answer, and somehow he gets just enough HP remaining to survive. This is not the worst position for BME to be in. If they find a pick here, they could definitely execute.
I thought from the eye test that was going to be 40 damage and 40 health, but I was off just shy like 1 or 2 there. Gatorada does stay alive, which is very important here, not giving manpower advantage to BME right before execute. You got 1 final Deimos Tracker and 2 Dokkaebi calls. On the flip side, Toxic Babes, Goyo Fire, and a Soul C4 lies waiting for that push to come. The nade's gonna pop the fire, and that's gonna stall you for 20 seconds. That means the primary bar door not gonna work. Oh, wow. And neither is the second one. They've waited too long on the attack. They can be forced into a bad position.
My God. Good trade, but you're right. There is no time to enter. Goppy cannot walk through the fire. It'll guard break his shield. Somehow Gatorada actually dies to the fire. He's forced out of position. It means Akai's the last one left. He has to run straight through the fire. 1v1. Goppy gets off the plants. Akayu clutches around on time. 1v3 for the big dog on the smoke. Big play. I certainly don't think Kinotrope thought they were going to win that. Thank you very much to Akayu.
Oh man, what a disaster. The fire gets 2 kills because both an attacker and defender was so low on health that a few ticks would do the job. And it was funny because BME, they arrived at that execute position, I think with 40 seconds left. They didn't start pushing until they got flanked with about 20. So all the Goyo Fires are popped. They can't enter. As you said, the BB cannot go into the fire because it's going to shield guard break you like electricity also does. Which means you just get shot, you'll die, you can't sprint, it's over. So they gotta go for the most desperate attempt. 1 attacker, not the shield, goes through the fire, dies to it. And the 2 other attackers, they go through the non-fired route, which is gonna be the bar gaming door itself. But because of that, you're running around the enemy rather than through them. And if you're a BB, we all know it, you want to get close to the opponent, not run around them. So another round victory for Kinotrope. And I said that they're a bit of a trickster team. Normally it's Kawa playing those operators, but it's actually going to be Akayu on the Maestro.
5 seconds to go.
I know they love to bring this operator out. I think they have one of the highest pick rates. I think they have the highest Maestro pick rate as a team in APL, and probably a top 3 of all domestic leagues that I've seen. You know, watching. I haven't seen Brazil, but I see EML and AL. And they don't tend to bring Maestro almost ever. Oh, and he's
I would trust your judgment.
drone blocker as well, which got buffed massively. I feel like most people probably don't realize this because they never play them. That projector sensor drone blocker thingy-majig, you deploy them in like 0.2 seconds. It is like beep, bop, bop, and it's done. Whereas before, it was like putting down like a Jaeger disc, like a super slow beep, bop, and then it's ready. The reason why it's bringing them is to block out the potential Brava drones. That way Brava can just drone in, hack the camera and drive away. Because it's an observation blocker. It's like a shrouded wall. You have to drive through them and get close to the evil eye, past that blocker, and then go for the hack. And that gives Maestro the advantage if you sit on the cameras actively to shoot the Brava drone before they get close enough. So that's the line of thinking.
That's a really good bit of tech, and you also get, I think, 3 of those obs blockers
3
now,
of them.
and they buff them. So you can actually just
eyes.
put one obs blocker in front of each evil eye, like right next to it. You can, with the evil eye, peer through the obs blocker, but the drones can't. That's a really cool idea. I never thought of that. I think that's the one use case.
It is the one you can. Literally no other need for them in most circumstances. But I think they're mostly by the bombs that downstairs. So the smokes of glass upstairs is going to be quite effective, I reckon. Don't get the call, damage tracker, same target declare. Tanks both of them for now. It's Kawa hiding in the corner, but they're surrendering piano control. Will Marimo take the corner?
Nice.
Yes, he will.
Good kill from Marimo. Oh, almost a second. Did he see that? He saw a little banana peel. Passed by his line of sight. No one's playing on the double window to cut him off. I think Marimo has a feeling there's someone in that corner. We know he isn't. We can see the lack of outlines. Good double pick, though. Nova joining the fray. Nice to see him on the board here. A kill for the substitute of BME. Agator still not dealt with upstairs. Bides his time. Remember, Akayu still has the information on site. Down below.
I have no idea.
Akayu, though, feeling a lot of pressure. Akayu finds one kill. Big opening for Agator. He's also not too far from Akayu, who is going to try and answer the phone. That is a risky business, but I think the right choice. He had to try and hold on to his last bit of HP. Plus, being the Maestro, you want to be able to use that phone. Nice pick. Now 2v2. Case is down. Diffuser on the ground. And it's a game of cat and mouse. Marimo trying to find desperately Ayagator, but the 2v5 is successful. It's a dream for Ayagator and Carwow. And Kinotrope now, well, sitting pretty on 3 rounds.
As I was saying, the one thing Kinotrope they might have been missing in the past was that individual heroics, that gun skill to just say, we're just taking over. They play the strats, the layers, the fallback, but now they can all just fight back and just clutch it out with individual skill. It was a very good mix of operators, right? You have the Fenrir and the Maestro, both with active gadgets that can switch around what they're going to be doing. So if the attackers would leave the roamers above, they have all the evils inside for permanent information and can set a planter. So they felt the need to go for a full top floor clear, but they didn't have, I think, a red ping on the most important operator. So therefore, Alligator just goes unnoticed. They're calling the Maestro, who's not getting all the kills, but not the Fenrir, who is. So just one missed red ping perhaps, or lack of communication, not entirely certain. But a huge clutch from Kinotrope. And he plays it so well. Gets the first swing, doesn't commit to the contact, and just holds individual angles, forcing a 1v1. Because he knows the odds of multiple taggers being top floor, it's very likely. So instead of playing in an open position, he is choosing when the fight happens. He chooses how many enemies he wants to fight at a time, and just keeps on relocating. A very smart way of playing what was effectively a 1v4 top floor.
This is, I think, a really good chance for Kinotrope to just hone in on their fundamentals. Of course, a little bit of star opportunity as well when they're playing like this. They're playing against a team that's more likely to sacrifice numbers advantage, more likely to make mistakes and give them ones. And it's a good chance for individuals to get confident. Of course, for Kinotrope, it's been a pretty impressive stage so far. Just in the 2 games they played, their first one was against Scars. Those 2 teams have been rivals for a very long time, kind of battling it out just underneath CAG and the top teams to be the next in line to the throne. And Scars often gets the better at Kinotrope, so it's good that they got that win. Then they took 5 rounds off of Fear X, Pengu, which is pretty damn impressive with the current form of Fear X. Oh, wow.
Cover me.
That's awkward.
Wow, reload peak, why don't you? I guess the 1 bullet reload peak was a bit something. I think he must have fat-fingered that. Oh, well. Komomo is able to trade him out, and his reign of terror, 8 kills in the first 3 rounds, has been put to an end.
Tries to go for the rat play, but one drone checking that corner is gonna shut it down. It's the risk that you choose to go for, but being up 3-0, you know, you can afford to make that. You still got your teammates. They also want their turn to get a couple of kills. The Claire is still missing on the scoreboard, 0 and 2. Kawa sitting on a single. And it's not because they've been falling short. It's AGA stealing the show for now. With the glass being brought out a ton today here in Chalet, both in the previous matchup and here. So Marimo playing it, also playing the Synth earlier, so he's going to be that niche flex operator. Damage strike is a problem, but Gatorada, same thing, strikes first. Why do they always go into the garage? It's like the third time we see people going there.
I just love going down there to pretend that they're going to die and then somehow find a few kills. Oh, no, this is the real reason. Oh, this is awkward, though, because he's just peeked on inside. Gatorada unfortunately loses his fight.
Try.
Second kill for the sub of Nova. 4v3 BME, numbers advantage again. Can they hold on to it this round?
The Valkyrie impacts. Don't see that every day. Time though, 50 seconds up against the Echo, but I don't think there's a ton of Yokais left, if any. That could of course be lack of intel. So thankfully the double down with the Valkyrie. Kawa waiting for the call, I think, for the swing onto Ivy, the piano hallway. And then the holding to the armstairs with the shotgun on the Echo. So they got good positions, honestly. And BME don't have like an easy way into the bomb side. Oh, they're gonna go breach, that's smart.
Yeah,
Some
definitely
more
a good move. Nova opens up.
consistent way.
External wow. Look at the way Kawa wants to peek it though. Oh my god! Collateral damage as he finds both kills. Suddenly, it's all up to Marimo on the glass. Close range up against the Scorpion. Good luck with that DMR. And Kawa eventually finds the kill. Big 3K with the Scorpion for the Denari. Pushing the breach. Kinotrope untouchable, seemingly, in these first 4 rounds.
And the reason why they're playing it so smart is they're making plays early round, right? Gatorada, Gator, they can kind of try and go for a last shot and go for a pick. And then when they lose a member early, they'll play very smart again. And then they get really aggressive when they have to. So Kawa is sitting still, AFK on the bomb side, trying to play sound for like piano window, piano door, and the breach and the office door. And the moment they start breaching the wall, he's like, okay, well, we don't have any plan denial. We don't have the C4 in the right location. I have to make a play now. That's when he goes up close to the breach and says, I can afford to make this play because it's kind of now or never. They got the glass, they got the Grim. Like on paper, we should be losing this round unless I make something happen. So it's very good understanding of when to go passive, when to go aggressive, and then doing it as a team, everyone working together. And they watch the flank on trophy stairs or Salam stairs, whatever you want to call them. So they don't get tunnel visioned on one side of the play. They have the flank and they have the front. 4-0 for Kinotrope.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's a shame BME have tried so hard, banning out 3 different trap operators to try and enable a more aggressive playstyle, and yet I haven't really seen that aggression from them, Pengu. The problem is Kinotrope know how to play against that aggression very well, and they like to take the fight themselves to the opponent. We saw that last round with that aggressive Denari play at the breach. I think BME need to be a little bit more gun up. I wouldn't even mind seeing... the Blackbeard is kind of the only good shield they have available. Honestly, grab a lion. Start like you see Aya to jump out a window, pop that lion scan. Try and really abuse as much as possible any utility that targets these players like that Deimos.
The issue is okay, no issue at all. Didn't know where the track was coming from. It was a softball next to him. Agata goes down again. He's baiting for Kawa, who's hiding by the Westmain window. And if they haven't droned him out and hasn't red pinged him yet, they can't demo strike him either. You should be good for at least 1 kill here. Question is you have the right position. That trophy window jump in is a very small angle. Here comes the drone. Looking at the vert. Doesn't clear the corner. They have no idea.
Oh, this could be so deadly. Is someone going to run straight past him, jump straight in that window, or come straight up the stairs? They target a clear and find the kill. Well played from BME. Problem is, we've seen how quickly Kinotrope can come back from numbers deficits if BME are not careful. Kawa's going to stay in this corner for as long as possible. I reckon Asfel's going to jump in a second. The drone. Is the drone going to see him? Spots
no way
him.
to join it again.
Quick peek
No
from
way.
Asphalt. Almost finds the kill. Nope. Carwell can just fall back. Delaying time is nice, but in a 3v5, you need to do a hell of a lot more than that.
Because they were so slow, they joined it again in case of a flank habit from the basement staircase, and that's why he sees Kawa in the corner. So the play is dead. They track him on the other side of the map, knowing that there's going to be only 2 people by the bomb site.
Nice shot, though, onto Nova. It's the problem. They might know where he is. They aren't shutting him down well enough. Finally, they do so. Koromomo to take down Akayu. Big ups and a few smiles on the BME faces as they are finally on the scoreboard.
That's an A-Getter dying twice now very early on, and it's always Kinotrope fighting from behind, still making it close. I am curious if they're going to change it up here for the final defense and play a bit more safe, a bit more sheltered positions, and try and keep that 5 manpower. They got the bomb site choice. They're going to go to kitchen and dining. Despite they could go back to bar, they just choose not to.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
So here they can kind of bunker down more. Again, they can bandit trick the 2-brow. They can play in a much closer area. Bar is much more about like a lot of map control and kind of peeling back the layers. Great attempt from Kawa though. But does get shut down by the flank rusher Marimo from outside the building in the
Look
end.
at the energy from Nova there. The claps. I love that. I think you need a bit of that, especially when you're the sub. I certainly wouldn't expect the substitute to be the one firing up like that. I feel like it makes a huge difference. If you just have someone on your team being a bit of a vibes guy, hyping you up when you get your 1K, when you get off that donut, like, obviously, you're losing 0-4. Someone's got to do it.
5 seconds to go.
Especially because sometimes teams get to be a little bit of a negative Nancy sometimes. I don't know about your take on this, Pengu, but I love it when at least someone is gassing me up. Even if I'm playing the worst game of my life, you just have to almost do it like, almost sarcastically, like be like, oh, I'm terrible. Oh my god, I got 1 kill, never mind, I'm the best.
You do, you need good vibes. You know, you can lose 0-4 and be okay about it. Or you can be absolutely miserable. You know, it's completely dead quiet in the server. No one's making callouts. No one's being creative. You need to believe, like, have that inner ego. I'm the best player in the world. We're the best team in the world. We can always win. Even if you're like an APL team against FaZe Clan in the game in group stage, you need to believe that you genuinely are the better team. There's no benefit in being like, oh, you know, this is FaZe Clan and they're so much better and they've won this and they've won that. No. That's only going to make you play worse against them, if anything.
Yeah. Or like you're down 0-4 and you win the round, but then someone in the team's like, guys, no one was watching my drone there. And I'm like, okay, sure. But like, let's just chill out. We finally won a round, all right? Like, let's just chill.
You'd be like, let's go, guys. All right, really good round. That was great. John, you had a great shot there. Let's make sure we watch the flank cams because I think they're going to go for it next time. You know, you can kind of sell it in a different package, if you will.
Bit of politics.
Yeah, because it's important to point out the fact that you didn't watch the flank drone, but you shouldn't point finger and blame and make it a negative thing. Yeah. But it's so hard when you're in the server, in the heat of the moment, adrenaline. I'm very much at fault for that back in my playing days. I would be very blunt and say, Golga, what the fluff, man? Like, I got flanked, you said you had it. Like, what's that about? And I'm like demanding an apology, like right then and there. And Fabian's like, next round, guys, I know, I want the apology, Golga. He's like, next round, focus up. It's a thing.
I would have loved to see hot-headed Pengu back in the day.
I have old scrims on my YouTube. Dude, it's not good.
I would love to see that.
I have Pro League matches that are recorded for my pre-review where people are like yelling at each other. It's
the comms videos back in the day, that would have been an SFW.
Yep, that would have been. This round's been so slow though, so I had so much time to chat. It's been 2 minutes, no killing, but look at this. Watching the flag. You're supposed to win that gunfight. That's like unlosable, no?
Bro, I love that Alligator is just stone cold. He's like, I'm just playing the game. Yeah, I got a kill. All right. I would be like laughing. I'd be typing in the all chat if I got that kill. Okay. The plant tried to go down here from BME, and now it's stuck. There's Vert up above. I would be putting a question mark in the chat right now. Kinotrope still have vertical dominance. They still have the Solus. He's actually going for a flank. He's about to be at the breach in all likelihood. Gatorada's been found, but he's got info on a bulletproof camp. Nice shot from Marimo there onto Ayagator, but the Yokai drone still in the bomb site. Feeding information. Gatorada's watching it. Akayu goes down. Nice shot there, but there's still info on where the plant's going down. Gets baited off the plant by the C4, and Eclair comes in. That's the end of it. It is a gnarly way to close it, but Kinotrope looked dominant in the first half. Carry me, please, Gator. Okamesh knows what's up.
He does. He knows the content. That's for sure. And we saw yesterday when Elevate was playing, Cooley had an NI Calgo kill sign. Now we have Gator please carry sign as well. I love that the coaches are getting more involved. I'm not sure why this is happening, but they are. And I'm all for it.
Yeah. I'm going to be holding up a sign pretty soon saying, Pengu, can I please have a cup of coffee?
It's getting late over here.
Actually, today is my first day of APL this week where I haven't had a coffee in the evening. I want to sleep after the show tonight.
It's 8 p.m. for you, right?
It is 9 p.m. for me. 8:58.
Oh, wait, I got the clock wrong. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. You are right. It's 8 hours difference.
It's not late yet.
Math is hard.
I'm a DJ. I stay up late, so it's.
Do you actually like on average stay up late?
Compared to a regular Joe, yes. Compared to my friends who are like proper gaming DJs, no, I don't stay up late. I used to be like
2 a.m.
Yeah, like 1 a.m. I'd say.
Okay.
But the other night I was after our broadcast. I was up until 3 doing live admin. That was fun.
10 seconds left.
Doing live admin.
Life admin. Like, you're like, oh crap, I haven't invoiced in 2 months, or haven't done my taxes, all that kind of boring stuff.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sometimes you gotta do real life stuff, man. It's like, gotta pay the bills.
I feel like an adult. I hate it.
Property tax.
I work in esports because I want to stay a child forever. I'm like Peter Pan. Rainbow Six Siege is my Neverland.
Nice. I feel like that's such a true statement though, because it's the one thing that really, like the esports world is so different than the real life world, so to speak. It does keep you in a different area, in the same area, in the building with a good kill, and straight back out. It's esports doesn't prepare you much for the real world. And when you're done with esports, getting a real job and settling back in can be quite challenging. We've seen that from previous players or coaches who had an end to their career. Not everybody has as good of an exit as you would hope for them. It's hard.
Yeah, for sure. Lucky you had Parker to look after you.
Right? Parker was like, yo, Nick, want a job? I'm like, yep, glad you asked.
I'm kind of out of the job right now. Don't know if you heard.
I don't hear, but I kind of retired, man. It's like, yeah, perfect timing. Come join me as a caster. And I said, hell no.
Yeah.
And then I ended up saying, kind of, okay, I'll do it for 3 months, and then we'll see what happens.
Oh. Nice shot from Marimo. I liked that BME are getting a little bit more confident to play aggressive now that they're on defense, because they clearly wanted to play aggressive on attack, banning out all those traps, but struggled to actually achieve that. Even if they are getting traded, 50% of the time, 100%, like, often, I think it's worth playing aggro here on their defensive side. Kinotrope clearly want to play aggro as well. They ban the Mirror, they ban the Thorn, they're playing the Lion, they're playing the Deimos, they're playing the Blackbeard. They want to get in the BME's face, and they're succeeding in doing so.
You know where Smoke is? Inside our kitchen. They was tracked earlier by the Deimos, but they don't know about the other locations from Goppy and Aswell. So they're gonna track them now instead, the Nari. So now they know one roamer is still on the loose, one is by the bomb site. Where does that leave Aswell, the third player? We know he's in dining. I think they're waiting for Kawa to approach the bomb site more with that Blackbeard. Maybe get the Bog upstairs into some verticality. Kinotrope still got a decent amount of time to work with, 51 seconds. And now that Komomo's injured, that buys him even more, because that's that side anchor dead.
Nice pick there for Eclair. Ever since that aggressive play from Marimo onto Akai, BME have struggled. Goppy dancing back in and out of the bomb site as Eclair makes it so he's the last one standing. Big round from Eclair, the Deimos. Love that for him. Rough round for BME. Kinotrope really just cruising through this now.
Very well used of the gadget as well. They tracked the Denari and then they fight the Ella. So they did know where Ella was the entire time, I suppose. And Denari tried to do a good job there of running away from the bomb side, saying, hey guys, it's clear, come take it for free. And then they were going to try and get a couple of kills with the Ella Scorpion, but no, perfect counterplay, good read from Kinotrope. They've been so successful at just disrupting BME, getting opening kills, gap finding as we call it, and then the thing that they do very well is they get in, they get the kill, they get out. They don't overstay their welcome and die unnecessarily. You said that we like seeing BME getting a bit more active in the server, which is true. And they're doing a great job at trying to get back some of those important kills as well, like with some fireplace double door. But it's hard, man. Kinotrope right now, they are probably at the highest level we've seen them as the organization when they entered. You and I have been hyping up for a long time. We expected a lot of good results from them in the past, but they always feel a bit short, not quite living up to the hype. I think they're actually there now. Yeah. I think they're playing the style of Siege, they're playing a high level, they've been much more consistent, and it looks like they have more freedom in the server to do whatever they want to and succeed in doing so.
I think they've still got the great minds that were always behind this Kinotrope team in Kawa and Akayu. They're great creative players, happy to do the more Anaton type of things, something a little bit unconventional. But now they've got the experience and the fragging capability of Gatorado and Alligator, who have been to so many international esports events back in the CAG days that they're not scared of any particular match, and they're obviously great fraggers. Add to that Eclair, consistently a very strong Japanese player. It makes a very well-rounded roster, and despite Namro again trying to get aggressive, Kinotrope are just reading into it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's like Gatorada and Alligator just working so well together as well with the insil, with the entry, and they're just so happy to get into a gunfight. It feels like CG players, it feels like Scars players, and they do it again. And now they're just holding an angle. Alligator, about to get another one for free, most likely. There's a swing. Doesn't take the shots, but now they know that there's at least one defender trying to go for a backstab. But there's actually two. That's even the bombs that they're exposed. There's no one on the side. There's two in the basement, and then Kormomo is top floor and mezzanine.
And they're desperately trying to lash out. Oh, unfortunate there. Gatorado is watching. Plant's going down.
No one's home.
Nobody is home at all. The plant confirmed. Kinotrope look to finish things off in style. 5v1. Goppy doesn't even have 5 kills. Nice first one. Don't run. Hold your ground. Run. It's a moment like this that you can try your best to keep your head above water, but Kinotrope have flooded the site. It's a hell of a finish, a flourish, a 7-1 for Kinotrope. And they are feeling better than ever before. Back on top for Kinotrope.
I mean, that is just a disgusting round of Siege and a disgusting game, frankly. Kinotrope have such good reads. They knew the bomb site was clear. They know where everybody is in the server. Such good drone work, gadgetry, communication. They actually had Kawa on the Blackbeard jump into a frost mat who tanked it, and then it was the Ying jumping in after going for a plant. So they're just like delivering everything and working together. It was a super one-sided affair, and what I said going into this, Kinotrope, I thought they were playing at a different level. Today was the chance to show it. if they can in a very convincing fashion take down one of the bottom teams here in the APAC North region, that's going to solidify that thought of how good they actually are. And I'm so stoked for the future matches. You know, Kinotrope, next playday, they will have D+. That's going to be super challenging. But it's going to be super exciting nonetheless. And they have RRX, and then they have Trippy. So besides that D+ game, it looks like there can be going to those matches with a very convincing expectation of actually winning it out.
Yeah, for sure. D+ up next for Kinotrope, then double RX. I think they'll be looking really good for that. And then Trippy, I think that's a guaranteed win. And then, of course, CAG as their final game. That is going to be a really tough one as well. But if Kinotrope keep playing like this, Pengu, they're absolutely going to make it to the top 4, to stage finals, and have a serious shot at making it on through. Of course, there's only one spot at EWC up for grabs for APAC
Sadly.
North. But if Kinotrope continue this slow and steady trajectory they have had, then who knows where they can go. I know where we're going right now, and it's to one of my favorite places we go here in APL, and it's our Okamesh interview. Welcome on in. Congratulations on your win. Your strategy today, carry please Ayagator. Bro, it worked like a charm.
It is. I was preparing this for like this week, I mean.
Amazing.
I'm joking. Okay.
So you knew. You knew it, you know. Today's game plan, Ayagator go kill, Garawara go kill, Kawa drone. Yeah? And then win game.
Yes! We call like the strategy is like go Ayagator is one of the strategy we have, and then we just like support a gadget and then go Ayagator kill, and then he gets every single time he gets an entry kill, right? So yeah, this is what it is.
Love it.
Thinking, watching you guys nowadays, it feels like there is more fun, more enjoyment, more flexibility in the server. You still got that good strategical mind, you know, playing some of those niche operators like the Maestro, for example. But now you also have the firepower. From the outside looking in, dare I say, it looks like the strongest version of Kinotrope so far. Would you say that you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I partly couldn't understand the English because some words like.
Okay, I'll make it simple. I think not right now strongest Kinotrope I've seen. Do you think it's the strongest?
Not for now. Because
okay.
I mean, like, I'm trying to maintain more like comfortable for individual. But with like as a coach, we need to like we need to say players to like do not something, do not peek, do not like chill more, and then like it makes more player uncomfortable, right? But I need to find a balance. So like Kawa or Eclair is like in more like restricted position, and then it's kind of I'm sorry for them reducing the like performance, but like I'm trying to figure out where is the good balance for the like individual and teamwork.
Awesome.
Okamesh, of course, your team has clearly been getting better, like we've been talking about. Yes, there might be a few things to work on, but you mentioned the strategy is Ayagator go kill. Ayagator and Gatarada, of course, were long-term teammates on that infamous Cyclops roster when CAG went to so many events. I'm looking back, it was 3 invitationals and 4 majors together that they managed to go to. Ayagator was also with Scars at Reload. You yourself were only at the Copenhagen major. What's it been like trying to get the experience from Ayagator and Gatarada? How has that helped the rest of the team? And what kind of insights have they brought, not just to you, but also to players like Eclair that have a lot less international experience?
Ayagator, Gatarada, and also Eclair. Just, I mean, for experience, they are so good at build a team. So, like, they never say bad stuff in like theory time or like communication. So they just build a good team. So they have I think communication is one of the biggest think we have benefit from these guys for other experience.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely seeing that in the server. We're also seeing that Ayagata just goes and kills everybody. Like you said, he
Yes,
certainly brings that to the squad. Thank you so much, Okamesh, for joining us. Good luck in your upcoming games. You've got some tough ones with D+ and CAG. We'll be reading for you.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.
I love that. He had to make the soft toy do its little head bob at the end there. 7-1 for Kinotrope, everything the Okamesh and the boys could have possibly wanted. Unfortunately, back to the drawing board for BME. And then Scars and D+ up next. Pengu, this is going to be a huge task for Scars.
Yeah, it is. It's still, you know, the final boss is obviously CAG is always in that conversation, but the second final boss is gonna be D+ Kia. Scars haven't had the greatest start to this season. You know, they did have a victory, of course, over Can You Be My Enemy, but they haven't been the biggest opponent so far. Yeah. And they suffered in themselves a loss to Kinotrope, a 5-7 loss. So I feel like if Scars can put up a good performance and still lose, that'll be enough. But them going into this expecting a victory seems like a bit of a stretch.
We kind of have three clear top teams at the moment with D+, CAG, and FearX, and then both Scars and Kinotrope have really been battling it out. 5 good teams means we only have 4 spots in the stage finals. One team's going to have to miss out, so Scars and D+, both having a loss. They desperately need this win. They're going head-to-head after this break.
My high school time. When I was still under 18, I was playing with pros like Dino, Rippy, and just like all those pros back in the day. And then it kind of started from 10-mans, I would say. That's kind of like how most of the pros knew me, as well as ranked, obviously. But yeah, I was just getting into myself into like, I guess you could call it networking, but I would get myself into like good stacks, like playing with Stigs, Magnet, and just like dominating like the 10-mans lobbies. That's where all the pros knew me as like kind of like this young prodigy. I was always like this young person like in the scene, like always playing with older people. So I guess that's how I got my name out there. I was 16 and I was just able to play LPL Pro, and I was in my first proper team, and it was under Skyfire with like Jigsaw. In that stage, I think we came second to a Pro League team at the time where Oda was in it, Ferox. But it was like my first time basically competing properly, and like I came second in it, and it was against a Pro League team. People are very beatable, you know, like, you know, if you put the effort in, like you can definitely beat these teams. Obviously we fell short, but that's when kind of the esports, you know, ignited in me. Siege is honestly like such a different game from like any other game. The thinking behind Siege is so complex that new people playing the game would just never understand until they got to that level. The amount of thinking, the amount of processes you have to do, and like so many little intricate things that can like determine a round drew me towards the game. It's like you have to really think to really be the best. So when I turned 18, I got my first offer to join my first Pro League team, and that was with Juicy, Josh, Quiz, and OJ. I felt very like inexperienced at the time because I was with like proper Pro League players, obviously with Knights, with those 3, and then OJ from Wildcard. I learned a lot from it. We obviously didn't do very well. I think we came around 4th. We lost to like our rivals at the time, which was Wildcard. That was honestly like a really bad feeling, as well as losing to Circular Spheres. That stage was honestly so shit. Definitely felt like a lot of nerves that stage, but I think I grew a lot as a player from that stage, 100%. So after that first stage of Pro League, I think I was still playing under like just because I was already good at the game and I already had this offer that I just wanted to keep playing for fun. It wasn't really like, you know, I want to commit my whole life to this right now. And I think after Homeless, I joined Circular Spheres, which turned into Aerial. And by my performance at stage, I definitely showed that I was a good player, but not in the right team yet. Because I think we came around 6th, and obviously it wasn't a good showing. I think I was still in that top 10 rated at the time. During the time when I was 18, just competing my second stage, I think I was doing my HSC. I'd recently just like got into like a fight with my like friend group and kind of split ways with them. So I was honestly like very over just like school. I kind of threw HSC out the window. I don't want to really go uni after this. Maybe take a gap year or whatever, and just kind of focus on Siege fully, because that was my passion. That's what I was good at. I wanted to keep pursuing it.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the code, breaking it right to the door. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Another day, another broadcast, another chance to talk about APAC North. Pengu, it was nice to see Kinotrope back in form, and like I said before we went to break, they are currently putting their best foot forward to being that fourth team to make it into stage finals. Of course, we're only halfway through group stage, and once we do move into stage finals, we're going to have to say goodbye to half the league. Essentially, there's 3 teams that we expect are pretty much guaranteed to make it through to stage finals, but nothing is guaranteed yet. D+ are one of those 3 teams, and they're going to be playing today against Scars. There's so much to say about this D+ roster, of course. Incredible what they have achieved, not just for APAC, but for Brazil, of course. This full Brazilian roster coming over to APAC at the start of last year. It's now been a year and a half, Pengu, since they have flown to Korea and been forming a new kind of team, one that we haven't really seen before in any esport, not just Rainbow Six, but any esport. It's so uncommon to see Brazilians go and compete for Korean organizations in an APAC league, but they really made a name for themselves at SI in Paris. Top 9 to 12, which is incredible. Wins over Black Dragons, even a map off of the eventual champions of FaZe, but then failing to qualify for Salt Lake City after a loss to Scars and a loss to CAG. They have a lot of things to work on if they want to get back in that #1 spot and make it to the Esports World Cup.
They obviously didn't have like the best start to the stage. They lost to CAG, although being close at 5-7, and then they had a dominant 7-0 over Trippy the day after. So the question about if they're hungry, if they're a bit disappointed, they're hungry, and they got this loose style of Siege. But the thing is, their opponent of Scars know a thing or two about that as well. Because Scars, they are the kings of loose playstyles, going in for the kills, seeking the battle, and Rek and Nina are back together. Nina had a short departure from the roster, went to Interforce 36, now back here again. And honestly, they too have a similar story. They had a close loss to Kinotrope, which was an upset. And then after, it was a dominant victory over Can You Be My Enemy 7-2. So it does feel like in a lot of ways, D+ and Scars share a similar story, but our expectations of them are very different. D+ should be destroying the competition, and Scars, they're still kind of being tested and figure out exactly where their skill level lies.
Sure, well, like in stage 1, D+ only lost to CAG in both the upper bracket and then when they came through the lower bracket in the grand final again. On the flip side of that, Scars were top 4. They ended up getting eliminated by Kinotrope after losing prior to that. They ended up getting eliminated by D+, after losing prior to that to Kinotrope. Of course, we need to play a BO1 here, so we need a map to find out where we're going to go. Let's go into the veto. Like I said, this is a bit of a grudge match, an opportunity for revenge for Scars, as D+ were the team that eliminated them from kickoff in that lower bracket. They played Clubhouse and Lair. D+ won both maps. Both have been banned out. It's Border. Okay. Goodness, we're not going back to Chalet. That would have been a triple for the evening. Border, though, is the only map that is more Chalet than Chalet.
Yep. It's gonna be... oh my god, yeah. I'm thinking about it even more now. Wasn't this what Trippy did as well? Yeah, Trippy took D+ to Border, and we're thinking, they got that loose gap-finding playstyle in Trippy. He maybe, hold a candle to D+. 7-0, they got destroyed. Yeah. Now D+, they got themselves in a spot here in the map veto. It was Chalet at Border, and they get to choose. And the fact that Scars are willing to make this happen is one of two things. Either they got a great game plan and are going to cause an upset, or they too will get destroyed.
Yeah, look, this is a huge gamble from Scars. Of course, they decided to leave both Border and Chalet in, and it's a no-brainer that D+ is going to pick Border after what happened last playday. I don't know what consolation we can even have for Scars. They haven't played Border this stage. I'm going to look back in the kickoff results. When was the last time we saw Scars play Border? They didn't play it against LFO No Name. They played it actually against Kinotrope. They lost 5-7. Pengu. That was the last time we got to see Scars on this map. They have a chance to right their wrongs at the lower bracket in kickoff today after losing their spot in that event to D+. Now D+ go to Border for a second playday in likely, but we said the same thing for D+ against Trippy. Let's see what happens once we load into the server.
Talking to Falls after their win interview last play day, we what was it? I'm just thinking back. We spoke to a team that mentioned they had a very loose playstyle adapting. That was that CAG.
Didn't we speak to Hell from?
It was
from
CAG.
D+?
No, we spoke to False, and then we spoke to Sparky from CAG, right?
Oh, that's right.
And he
yeah.
said that right now they're going to this with no counter prep work and just kind of adapting on the fly on the server
That's
to
right.
practice that element. Then we spoke to Falls on the second play day after they beat Trippy, and he mentioned himself that they're also going into the games actually not taking it too serious and kind of trying to adapt on the fly and figure things out and changing their practice approach. And then they're gonna change it, to a different system once again to like the stage finals, top 4. And this is the benefit of being one of those, top 2 teams in the region where you're guaranteed to go to the stage finals, supposedly.
Attackers need to locate and
You
defuse
can
as many
experiment
bombs
a
as
lot
they
more
can.
during the season because you have a guaranteed spot, more or less. If you're fighting to enter that top 4 conversation and you really need to, because like you might qualify, but only if you give 110%, you can just experiment and try this and try that and maybe have a bad day that day because of it. No, you have to be good every single match. So I like the D+ and CG now both understanding their skill level, saying we're gonna try and get even better by being a bit more experimentative, and we're gonna get top 2, don't worry about it. And Falls also said that D+, they weren't bothered about losing to CAG. It's best of ones, it's group stage, it doesn't matter, and it taught them a lot to go into the future matches.
I think that's a wise thing to say. Of course, it does mean that, like we've said, CAG and Fearex are our only 2 remaining undefeated teams. Everyone expected it coming into this stage to be a battle between D+ and CAG. Fearex have very quickly asserted themselves into that conversation. We'll find out later today in our 4th match after this game finishes between Fearex and CAG if the Koreans are the real deal for stage 1. For now, we get a chance to see D+ do what they do best, back on border again. But Scars, like we've said time and time again, they need this. It's likely to going to be a battle between Scars and Kinnetrope. Only one of those 2 teams can fit into stage finals if the top 3 ends up being CAG, Fearex, and D+.
You saw there, right, from midi, right? The grenade went onto the main staircase, clearing all the barbed wire. He's setting up the staircase for later use in the round. If you nade it and then push it, they're expecting it. By nading it super early in the round, you can then go back to it at any moment, and you can then just make the play. But first, they want to find Wreck, bottom of these stairs. Should be stuck in this position. There's a Yoga drone disrupting mirrors. Maybe intel shared here off the flank below. Yes, there is. So they know what the attack is coming from. Midi's holding the flank and gets the pick.
Yeah, what does Rek do here? He has a Nitro and an Impact. He could actually try... Oh, that is a risky play.
Trade.
And now he's going to end up falling to Mears. I feel like he probably should have tried to use that Impact Grenade to get a little bit of damage, maybe the guard break onto the Monty. No luck at the end. Yukiz also getting pushed on out. Scars in dire straits after D+ quickly get into that bomb site and start putting some pressure around the map.
And the Monty is such a huge problem because normally on board you can kind of keep the taggers at bay with the long angles and some good gun skill. The Monty does not care. He'll keep walking forward, taking map space and sharing the information. That plus the Solid Snake scanner. They know exactly where Scars are playing from. They can't go for a rat play. The locations are super exposed. The phone shot going off, doing more damage than Nears, but he's still alive. A great shot there from UKids, but it's not enough.
No, but 4v2 is not the end of the world, especially if a flank here is workable, but not when there's Monty in play. And it does just give information to D+. The Monty, so powerful in the first round. We're going to need to see a response here from Scars. Otherwise, I think in 2 rounds' time, they're just going to simply have to ban it.
I think Nears is becoming a better and better shield player as well. I don't want to say he's crushing it recently, but he's been like constantly on the shield the last 2 play days. But it doesn't feel like they're doing it because they don't know how else to approach the round. It feels like they're trying to get an experience in playing that shield and maybe even forcing out the operator ban to leave something else open. So I quite like this. Of course, you see him going for the ADS swings, getting 2 kills in the round. His teammates playing really well around it as well. The flank rush from Mythic gets 2 kills. So they're quickly in, they're quickly out. D+ starting off very much in full control.
I wonder if Scars are going to regret not banning that Monty at the start of this game. I've seen a lot of teams ban either one of the Dokkaebi or Deimos because they are so much better when you have them together than they are alone. So you get a lot more value banning the first one, and it's diminishing returns when you ban the second. Like you always say, Pengu, similar story for the shields. By the way, there's a nice little drone here pre-placed inside the archives there that would have just seen Nina. And will actually be aware of this spawn peak. They might be able to get a kill based off of this. There's a drone in the bookshelf
they see him.
from Nia's.
Yep.
Surely a free kill here.
Here comes Nicole.
Wow. He actually got damage on Levy. And, wow, he manages to castle her back up. I'm genuinely impressed.
Ice cold, full confidence to commit to the bit. And it slows down the attackers, right? Because Levy was solely walking to the building to counter spawn peak, and his teammate, I think it was Mitzi or Nears, were watching the drone and archives the entire time, meaning they haven't left spawn. So it does buy you like a good 20 seconds on the clock, and that can really add up. Maybe not a ton here in border. There's not like a go in play either, but it's a good habit to have to pressure and challenge the attackers from the very beginning of the round. And now, of course, when you're playing the Twitch and the Brava combined, you are just going to be a bit slower in general.
It's fine to have a slow round as long as you land your shots when it matters and you make steady progress from the get-go. It's hard to always get a full impression of what value the Twitch and Brava have gotten in a round. Levy's thrown out both of his drones already. Ooh. Fire comes out from Falls. Yeah, he is literally breakdancing, and he literally finds a kill as well. Rek traded quickly by his teammate, the Fish-like. That's Osadinho, by the way. That's Fish-like. Oh, nice opportunity there from Midi. Almost gets the entry. He's actually going to sprint straight into sight. Wow. This is the value of doing so much prep work in the early round, the droning. But unfortunately, as Falls follows, he is quickly taken down. The diffuser is now cold on the ground. Mitty needs to walk into a crossfire, and a Valkyrie camera has just been thrown straight into the bomb site from Washoy. Wow, crossfire is insurmountable. Muzi in a 1v3.
They're baited in. All the different lines of sight. They even had a Valkyrie cam in Tellus the entire round, sharing that information. So they have constant knowledge of the locations of D plus Gia. Now Smooth is stuck above. Either forced to drop down the hatch, has flashbangs, and the rotate is reinforced off in bathroom, so he could isolate a player in workshop. But he thinks it's a roamer above. There's not. They're in customs, they're in bathroom, they're in server. So you gotta go down a staircase and try and pick your fights.
Slow and steady wins the race, but the time is ticking. 2 flashes to work with for Muzi, and they have info in tellers as well with the Valkyrie camera. Nice angle there from Nina. There was also a cross deep from inside of customs as well. Scars looking a lot better on that second defense, mainly for the singular reason that at the point when we saw the push from D plus into the bomb site, Scars were able to retake it. It was a risky game going for a quick push into site. If Falls had managed to get the plant down, completely different situation.
And Scars very much wanting to play around information, right? Round 1, they have an Echo. Round 2, they have a Valkyrie. Round 3, they have a Solace. And it's a different way of bringing the intel every single time. The Echo was, maybe expecting the Monty on the first round. That's like a shield counter. The Valkyrie is about the verticality and the C4s and static intel. And now it's about verticality once more by finding the planter on the Solace. So that's a very clear game plan from Scars. My question is, how long will it take before we see an IQ? Obviously right now on a vertical take against Sister Solace, maybe not the end of the world not to bring it, but if we see an Echo or a Valkyrie in the future, we surely will see a bit of respect upon it. An IQ is a great counter pick. Twitch and Brava are soft counters. If you find the camera, it's phenomenal. You hack it, you sap it, whatever. But finding the cam, that's the difficulty. And they didn't do that previously. All 3 Valcams were alive last round and giving just too much intel for Scars. And I'm sure D Plus were aware of it at the end.
Every round Scars gets here on defense is a good look, especially on these weaker sites like Vents Workshop, probably the weakest site of the 3 main ones that you end up seeing a lot of here on this bomb site. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more Monty here, Pengu. It was so good in that first round. Nears was allowed to play solo for a lot of the time. Instead the Blitz, it just feels like a much riskier play. Even the Blackbeard I prefer. I've seen Nears play a lot of it in the past. Great work from Levy, by the way. That's already 2 Banshees taken down D Plus really want to play a lot of info gathering and stripping away util in the early round.
There is a chance here to direct attack, actually, because I got so much side on the bomb side. If Blitz just distracts the player vertically in Armory, they could totally go for a play on site. Not saying they're gonna go for it, but if they really want to, there could be a chance.
Oh, I don't know. Is that? Oh, I guess that is a good
Yeah,
flash. Nice shot there from Muzi. The plan is going down. Muzi up above finds the second one onto Nina with the warden down. Any coverage would be from the smokes. Has dissipated. Muzi is traded, but he has been worth his weight in gold. Dropping down into the site now. The Blitz looks to try and stall the process a little bit. But it's on Scars now to retake. Mitty is deep inside. The only player outside for DK is Falls. It's good to have someone outside to cover those rotations, especially out the front door. He's currently on the balcony, and he gets injured. Might get finished off. This means that D Plus are actually deep in the site. Yukiz and Washoi regrouping, but now revealed their positions, and Levy to finish it off from out the front door. Great post plant from D+.
It's again, they're setting up the execute early on by hacking the two Medusa Banshees. It's gonna slow down the push and give you information as a defender. Because they got hacked by the Brava, they don't get stopped, and Scars didn't have any information. And I saw the play because it was so well telegraphed. The Blitz can push deep into Armory and just has to stay alive for like 5 seconds and distract the player in Armory that could get the vertical angle to shut down the plant. Because we all saw it from the Brava drone point of view, nobody was on the bomb side. Usually, you will leave one defender on site that can watch the the site itself, and then 4 players above. But they didn't have that sole player. So D+, they recognize there's a huge gap here. We can just win this round by holding F and Blitz sacrificing themselves. And they hit the shots on top, of course, getting 2 kills to open up the round. So across the board, when Scars, they will have a strategically weak round and give a bit of a gap, D+ will take full advantage. So it's all about closing that gap, not giving it to them. And now they're banning the Echo and then straight on to Monty. I like this a lot. Scars have banned away the aggression, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, the Solid Snake, the intel gathering ops, but they left open all the shields and there are now less and less shield counters, which I think is why they're bringing Ela and Fallen in this round, because they realize if they ban the Echo, they're definitely gonna bring a shield.
Yeah. Now, if I'm Scars, I see that the bans and I look holistically, I'm like, okay, we don't have Clash, we don't have Echo. What do we bring? As many shield counters as possible. I notice Rek is again on the Sentry now. I know you're not as much a fan of Sentry as Striker. Definitely in general weaker, but in niche situations can be really good. For example, of course, Surf's infamous proxy alarm C4 bait against the Thatcher.
Yeah.
That was great. I also think that kind of underrated against shields. If you play Impacts and Nitro Cell, you have so much explosive damage against shields.
That's true. You could actually, if you do it really well, you can kill a Monty with just that in pocket. And against a Blitz or a Fuse or a Blackbeard, you can definitely kill them with 2 Impacts 1C4. So that's actually a good point. There are a couple of nice pairings that you can do. You can also go for Intel, barbed wire plus B-boobs or BP plus barbed wire. Like, you really can tailor yourself to the bomb site, to what you need. But this might be a direct approach. Smokes, scouts out glass, but they're not doing for a plant, they're going everywhere.
They're trying to get ground. Nias goes in with the Blitz. He's to take the fight, be careful. That player's not flashed, now he is. Time to go for the kill confirm. Good patience from Nias, but Yukiz almost kills him. Time for the plan to go down for Nias, but he's low HP. He's vulnerable to C4s, vulnerable even to the gas from Washoi, but no one from Scars is in position. This push is completely taken them off guard, and now D+, all they need to do is hold in the post plan. I feel like the Blitz is probably going to die here. If Rek knew he was low, he'd just go for a feet shot, but Falls cleans house with the 5-5-2. Crisp, clean lock for D+.
Another game of adaptation. They recognize guys, smoke off security, push into Armory. There's one sole defender again that can stop you. And I don't know if they cleared the traps or not, but they sprinted all the way into deep Armory. No Thorn Trap, no Elemine, and it's not like they used a Thatch or anything else. They just kind of raw dogged it. Scars call attack timeout. And I think what you're discussing right now is, okay, we need one more round. They're forcing the shields and they're forcing direct pushes. So like a Warden every round, or even a Maestro could be decent. The Smoke or the Shanka. They gotta have a plant stopper and they gotta have push stop. But the issue is, if you plan to play the Melusi, for example, you need to have a player to kill the Brava drones that are probably going to be coming in as a counter. You can't just put down the Banshees and run away. You really need to start the round as a defender from Scars here in the right areas to not give them the chance of clearing the util without a fight.
You're damn right. They need to be ready for these fast pushes. And they need to make sure that the fast pushes have some form of util on site to prevent them from working. And when D+ are being so diligent about clearing that util and countering it,
Defenders, protect your bombs
then yeah,
from being
it
defused
becomes
by
very
attackers.
hard. I don't know if I believe in the Goyo here. I am a Goyo fraud, I will say. But D+ are looking to take space, not go for a shallow plant. Look at the 2 Vulcan canisters Nina's just placing in Archives.
Yeah.
Both of those are good for denying the main plant spots in Archives. 3 of them. These are all for Arc. These are like, this is the ranked Goyo setup. This is my typical ranked Goyo setup. Because it's great when teams cheese a Monty plant at the start of a round.
Yeah.
D+ aren't doing that. They're trying to take space and go for
10 seconds
kills.
left before insertion.
Yes, they're going for a plant, but only after they have a few kills. They're not going to go for a Monty Archives rush. And the Goyo's alright, but it gets countered so easily with frags or with the Twitch and Brava. Well, not the Brava, but like the Twitch and Brava are being brought by D+. I feel like you need to bring some mad shield counters. Oh, massive damage. I can't believe that 2 bullets from the DMR, and it's not a kill. Midi's 1 HP though. He will surely lose his next gunfight.
Hey, damage distance drop off. The further away you are, just a little bit less damage taken. It makes all the difference in that one. Thankfully, Mitsu with the bug is alive. Can still go below in customs if he wants to and do some bucketing from beneath. But this is a very different setup of D+. Yeah, extended barrel can make a hell of a difference at times. Increasing the damage just a little bit. But I'm not sure what the push is gonna be here. Oh my god, that grenade's gonna pop the fire, do damage. That's 3 for 1. Damage, util clear, and you get a bit of map control, forcing away that defender. Incredible stuff. But it's D+ kind of slowing down the pace, playing long angles, some DMRs, the air jabs. Much different pace than previously, and that's why it's so genius. When you're rushing and threatening the bomb site so successfully time and time again, Scars are probably going to play a little bit less on their own and closer to the bomb site. So now knowing that, you play slower yourself, just take the map control and don't give up anything for free, but gain everything for free. It's the best teams in the world can play both the fast and the slow and change between them every single round. D+ is showing that to us right here.
Damn, that is really frustrating. The fact that the limp effect is present there for the Thorn, even though Niers walked away as soon as he could, he still has that limp effect after taking the slightest bit of damage from the Thorn. Thankfully, he just patiently waits. It subsides. Yukiz, though, finally finishes off Midi. Good shot from Falls, though. Nina's down. Doesn't get to use his impact grenades from the Goyo. Now there are no impacts here from Scars to try and counter that Blackbeard. They are shaping up very nicely for a push.
Oh, God.
Well played. Good map knowledge and a quick follow through from D+. They are seemingly unstoppable here in this attack half.
Again, if you want to have a breakdown of how they're doing this, it's very simple. You drone, you see where Scars have put the majority of the util, and they will attack the opposite side. Imagine if Mirror only had a single mirror window. You would always just attack where the mirror window wouldn't be. So if there's a mirror window and border here in Armory, you attack Archives, vice versa. Now think of the Goyo. You get 4 Goyo canisters. If 3 of them are in Archives, you just go Armory. Because even if they have everything else in Armory, it's 1 Goyo canister. It's a Thorn Trap. Like, it's much less utility in terms of like how damaging it is. So this is what gap finding essentially means. It's 1, where the player presence is, and 2, it's how easily you could win that gunfight against said player. So it's very, very simple gameplay from D+. It's highly effective, and this is why you often need to do an even spread on defense. You give Armory some love, Archives some love, you give some verticality some love, you want to play beneath as a roamer. Because if your enemy has good drone work, which Brazilians they do, let me tell you, they're very good at droning. They all just figure out the path of least resistance, and I feel like that's how they've won these 4 rounds.
I feel like a good play here for Scars, and I don't know if I'm just beating a dead horse, maybe I'm wrong. Firstly, I really like that they're going for the Valkyrie. I think info is king here.
Yeah.
But I also think that they should be leaning more into the traps, like I said. One operator we haven't seen at all picked from them is Legion. I would have liked to see Legion Ella in combo. We've seen Thorn, NS Noob. Somebody's tilted. Get back on the shields, Nears. That's not going to happen if you're playing Blackbeard on Monty.
First round off the shield. It doesn't respect the spawn peak. Goes down. Nice.
So happens
But
when
you're
you're used
right.
to playing shields.
The issue with playing active gadgets, like I also like the Valkyrie, but unless somebody's dead, you gotta have a guy sit on the cameras, which feels super uncomfortable given how deep those are taking map space. So by having passive util, as we said, like Melusi Banshees, Elegant Thorn, Legion, or just a DMR going for a swing. I like that more. Nina injured though, towards the east stairs hallway. And there is still a Monty here from Fall, so D+, they're not out of it, but they're down in numbers.
Wow. Well, certainly won't be questioning UKIZ's DMR pick. Pick the Aruni for all I care. If you're going to be pulling things off like that!
Oh my God.
3 kills with the AR-15! Falls now on the Monty, and he will go down. Big 4K. What a way to round off the half for UKIZ. Bang.
You feeling good? Yeah?
Birds flying
Feeling
high,
good?
man. You know how I feel. Sun in the sky. You know how I feel.
It's certainly it's on the sky. It's 28 degrees here.
Oh, breeze drifting on by. You know how I feel.
Let's see here. 25, but it will become 28. Yeah. Celsius.
Love it. You can keep complaining about Danish summer, and I'll keep having no sympathy. And then I'll keep complaining about Melbourne winter.
winter.
And you can keep having no sympathy.
Oh guys, it's so cold here. It's 18 degrees. It's like that's like majority of the summer weather here. Like we don't get much higher.
It is minimum of 11. It's 13 right now. It's cold.
Oh no, poor you. It's like you get the gloves out, get the boots going.
No, actually,
It's
I
the
haven't been
Yukis
doing
here.
that. I haven't even been doing that.
Oh, okay.
I just have my nice little what do you call it? Like
Cardigan?
a fleece.
Sweater, a fleece.
I actually bought it in Tokyo when we went in January for APAC. Cup.
Oh, did you buy it for the trip that you made afterwards?
I did a little bit of skiing.
Yeah,
It was very
you did.
nice.
I'm so jealous.
Next time you gotta come with me, bro.
Like,
I gotta say,
that was your influencer era, you're posting like 20 stories in that trip, and I was like, yeah, looks nice. I hate you. Close the app. It looks so good.
Yeah, follow me if you guys want to have tourism envy, please.
But only once in a while. It's like you post nothing and you post everything.
Yeah, or I'll
It's
just
like,
post pictures of my dog.
Hey, wait, hey, that's a win. We love Sash.
Looks like Moosey's been spending a little bit too much time on his phone, checking for a potential spawn peek. Actually, a little bit of damage onto Nina. Where'd that come from?
The spawn peak? On east window, perhaps east.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say yes, east. Now, we gotta get Wreck in the action, James. We gotta get him on the board. He's 21 and 5. We're always in Nina and Wreck together, a lethal duo, but it's been you kids getting all the kills right now today. Sitting on 9 and 4. But now that Scar's on the attack, this should be more comfortable, more favorable, and it fits their playstyle perhaps a bit more. They're planting. They're not gonna kill anybody. They're planting with the Thatcher MP, and it's working.
Brother!
5v5. 5v5.
This is why you put 3 Goyo canisters in this room.
This is why.
This is a ranked execute if I have ever seen it, and I love it from Scars. D+ have been completely rug pulled. Look at the operator lineup. The smoke is the only operator that counters this. Everybody else from D+ is trying to roam, trying to be a little bit cheeky, trying to bring traps, and then Niers sprints straight to his demise. Moosey in a 1v3. Alright, he makes it close, but the round is over. Washo to close it. Scars, what a beautiful textbook Archives rush.
The beautiful wonders of the Thatcher rework. You now get an EMP cannon with like a built-in IQ scanner, so you can figure out exactly where the C4 is or Toxic Babe, catch them midair, deny the plant denial, and therefore just get down that diffuser. D+, they're playing Legion, they're playing Orcs, they're playing Vigil. They want to fight, they want to disrupt. Really good read from Scar saying, if they want to play for the map and play for the fighting, we're not going to give them a fight. We'll give them an empty bomber site with a post plant in a 5v5, all 10 players alive on the server. Quite rare to see. Quite lovely to experience.
That's going to be like one of the best feelings when you're with your rank stack, someone calls a specific push, and then it's plant down, everyone alive, post plant, and you just win it out. Win it in the post. It doesn't get much better than that.
It's such a high risk and high reward, because sometimes if you haven't had, the time to drone everything, which you don't always have that, it's one of those moments where, oh guys, the side is clear, go for it right now, or the net is closed and we can't do it anymore. If they had missed one guy below in workshop with an impact grenade or a solace or verticality or that's really you lose. Once it dies, fine, it's over. But if you keep it up, you got most of the intel, can become the freest round of your life. Star start out strong with a round, only Celine back now. Levy, Mitty saying remake and rehost and crash. They really want this one.
Uh-oh.
Even Falls joining as well. We gotta wait for the admin confirmation. Who says, yep, rehost. It was early enough in the live action phase. Nothing's happened. No one's taken damage. We're gonna go for a quick rehost before we get into the upcoming round. But yeah, Scars only trailing by 1. It's 4-3 favoring T+.
What's in the jar? What's in the bottle, you kids? That's some iced tea?
What's in the jar?
That bit of iced tea there? Got some peach iced tea going? You like some iced tea, Pengu? You a fan?
I used to be the biggest iced tea kid on the block. You could buy, and it's here in Denmark, you could buy these, like, what are they? They're these, tiny, like, dried flavor nuggets almost. You buy them in, like, a plastic jar, and you'll take, like, 2 teaspoons, and then you add water, and they will, like, liquefy, tea. And they will... Yeah, it's kind of like powdered, small, like, tiny nuggets.
Like a sachet.
And
I don't know, you guys...
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a sachet is?
You just put 2 teaspoons in, you'll swirl it, clink the glass a little bit, and it becomes just like iced tea flavored water. Right. And it was the most amazing thing.
Is it kind of like when you have those sugars, like, and you go to a cafe and then you like have a little bag of sugar that's like long and thin? and then you like.
It's like
a
that, except
sachet.
imagine a big like imagine a Nutella jar, but 3
Oh.
times the size, plastic see-through. So you just see
God.
it looks honestly it looks like animal food from the outside, but then you read the back and it's like 70 billion grams of sugar in a serving, and I'm like it's straight sugar, my guy.
And then you turn into the
Um,
animal when you eat it.
It's into the animal. No, but I love those. Love me some iced tea. Also, when I was younger, they had these dirt cheap, like super big plastic jugs of iced tea, and they didn't have to be in the fridge. So you could just like store them underneath your bed, behind your monitor, and just kind of chug it. And we'd buy those for like, I don't know, €0.50, you know, or I €2.50 maybe. It's like very, very cheap. And yeah, I would love the iced teas.
I love it. I love it. Iced tea always takes me back to my childhood.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's a
something
good time.
about it.
It's a good vibe.
Something
Pizza
about
as well.
it. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Love me some pizza.
it's pretty common in Denmark, or used to be. Every Friday, you would get pizza. Like a lot of families had a rule that once a week we get pizza, and often it's like start off the weekend and you eat like leftovers on Saturday. So whenever I have pizza that like feels like a Danish pizza, it brings me back to when I was like 5 years old having that same pizza.
I love that.
It's nostalgia.
I love that. What is your favorite meal of all time? Like your death row meal? You know, you've been sentenced to death, Pengu.
It
I'm
might
sorry,
be a good pizza.
might just a good pizza.
Honestly, it might be like my favorite pizza that I had in Denmark. The place isn't what it used to be, you know, quality and different owners and all that kind of stuff. But that pizza just fills me with like nostalgia of my childhood and my family. I also love a lot of different food. I feel like my answer would change based off what day you would prompt that question. Is it winter, is it
and
summer?
the weather, right? Like if it's a hot
The
day,
weather,
you know,
yeah.
it's been a bit chilly. I like go out, walk my dog, get rained on, and then I
Nice
come home
soup.
and soup. So today I was craving ramen. I had ramen for dinner. So good.
Oh, so ramen's not super popular in Denmark, and probably not in
Really?
a lot of places in Europe.
Why?
Obviously, I went to Melbourne, I went to Sydney. You guys have a lot of Asian cuisine, very lot of Asian-inspired restaurants, whatnot. Amazing food, by the way, great food culture and food scene. We have like Korean barbecues getting pretty big here in Denmark, and more places are opening up. They're getting busier and busier, and you get some really good deals of like unlimited food for like an hour. Love going to those places, but I don't think I've ever had proper ramen in Denmark except for in Copenhagen. But that's like major cities, so it's kind of cheap.
Yeah. Wow, that's a surprise to me. My sympathies. I guess remind me never to come to Denmark unless I go to Copenhagen. How about this? I'll come to Denmark, you invite me over to your house, and then we'll make ramen from scratch.
Ooh, that would actually be nice. I do. That's one thing that I really appreciate is you go to a restaurant or go eat at somebody else's place, whatever, and then you're like, oh my god, this is so good. I'm gonna try and recreate it at home, and you do it the first time, it's kind of mid, and then, like you keep finding like these small improvements and different ingredients and whatnot, or different ways of cooking it, and you nail it at the end. And now you've learned how to make something from scratch, purely based off inspiration of a flavor that you had in the past. I love when people do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely a fave of mine as well. Look at us, old men who like to cook.
I mean, you get to a certain age where you get new, laundry machine, dishwasher, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so happy. Get a new air fryer, new vacuum cleaner that's cordless. Oh my god, I can clean easier.
Oh my goodness.
Life changes as you get older. Socks for Christmas? Whoa, I wanted socks. I needed socks. Socks as a child? Where's my game? Where's my toy? I don't need socks. You do. You do
Socks
need
would go pretty hard right now, to be honest. Oh, I love this nade lineup. Double nade.
Double nade.
Wow,
I think it
actually does no
missed.
damage. I wonder what happened there. It seemed to miss. Because there was a player in the corner of his stairs. He ended up, I think it was Midi. I think he ended up dying regardless, getting picked off.
That was the one of the newest Memento skins, by the way, in Dokkaebi DMR here from Nina. It's the teddy bear, super pink, very nice little funny skin. Seeing a lot of Memento skins being used in pro play last couple of play days on the Nomad demos, and of course here on the DMRs. Mostly playing Oryx back to back. I guess they're expecting a shield, which there is here from Fishlike on the Monty. But we've not seen much of Monty. He's just in his stairs. He's kind of vibing, chilling. He hasn't been in the action just yet. And that's a big difference here from Scars and D+. When Nears was playing the Monty, always first in battle, Fishlike is a bit more passive approach.
Yeah, especially now that losing the Solid Snake means that you lose the ability to take quick ground. D+ have played this hold very well. Every single member is supported by another member.
Yeah.
Near's here tucked in the box, while Muzi is playing deeper in security near the outside door. They also both have vertical angles to peek and help Levy down below. And Nears now has dropped, uses the coverage of the smoke. Fishlike's actually going to go for a plant. They have info on the plant, though. There seems to be some kind of Valkyrie camera or something. Wow, pushing through the smoke. Brave from Nina. Plant down. Fishlike alone on the bomb site against 2 players, but now Levy knows he has to go and move around. Oof. Bit more damage onto Fishlike. If Muzi can get close, he can always knock him down with the Oryx, but he's not going to get the chance. Not when there's 3 other players hunting him down, and of course his phone ringing as well. Mate, as soon as you hang this up, you're going to have to... Nina's just going to call you again. Bro, how many seconds until Nina calls him again, do we reckon? 5, 4, 3, 2... No, he wants to kill. Never mind it. Yukis goes in for it. Scars hunt him down, every player at once, pushing for the kill. Great response from Scars. They're really making this game not only competitive, but actually viable. We did not think that Scars would be able to hang with D+ after the Brazilians won 7-0 over Trippy on this map last week, but Scars have looked phenomenal.
All right, D+, one more round of Monty, and then you can ban it. Okay, because that's what's going to be happening here. Because it's been such a great tool for Scars and Fishlike and just getting down a diffuser. It's a simple one smoke grenade, Monty planting, no counterplay. They had yellow ping, they had a Valcam. They were watching themselves lose the round from the dead player's point of view on the cameras. So you gotta target ban that. In the meantime, until we get there, D+, what can you do better? Like I said before, I like the idea of the Shangek go to smoke. You mentioned deletion when Scars were defending. I like that as well. Mitzi and Levi were playing those kinds of operators. That's going to give you plant denial and a bit of a Monty stopper. Then they still get the ability to fight back. They have Asami, that's great at repositioning. They got Force on the Warden, who can of course see through a smoke or a flashbang. And then it feels like Nears is the +1 playing Sentry. Just brings barbed wire and C4, and you can just kind of play in like the first to die positions, you know, your east stairs, your security, a deep roam downstairs. All of those possibly great for him, because if you do go down, nothing really goes down with you.
Yeah. Hopefully you can use that C4 for a kill at some point. For Scars, though, no shield this time around. Final round of the half before we get another ban to come through. And at the moment, if I'm D+, I'm actually not sure what's the most frustrating here for Scars, because they've mixed things up. Yeah, they played Monty 2 rounds in a row, but now
it's
they're
the
off of
Monty.
it.
It's the Monty.
Well, then why didn't Scars play it this time?
Maybe they're doing the thing where they're gonna show them a new problem, like Dokkaebi, but like, guys, focus on the Dokkaebi recency bias, ban that instead. Now we bring the Monty out. I think the Monty's been excellent. It's that or Scars are now shifting their playstyle like D+ did as well in the attack, where it's been like slow and steady Monty, playing for plants. Now they're playing, you know, even more aggressive with the Solid Snake and still the Dokkaebi, and now they're gonna play for kills. Because Scars, they do have both ways of playing the rounds.
Ooh, nice shot there. The flashbangs do not keep Midi from destroying that Selma. Nina just patiently waiting. Very much a split push here from Scars so far.
Yeah.
Wreck
That's
on
the
a bit of a
benefit.
lurk, but he's being watched by Niers. Well played. He's now made an angle to watch the jump in, support his teammate. And Fishlike has tried to make some headway. A lot of damage, but not quite enough to get the kill onto Levy. And he's really caught in a bit of an awkward crossfire from east stairs, from the bomb site, and from that window.
So much pressure. I was gonna say the benefit of not having the Monty is that you can spread more out around the building and just fight everywhere at the same time. With Monty, you should wanna follow that shield and kind of show your cards. Now they're going even blows though. Nears is dead, as is Wreck. Levy and Fishlike both on low HP. Look at you, Kids in danger, but Nina saves him, jumps in the window, tanks the Guman, takes a bit of damage, but he will make his teammates stay alive. Scars, they have man advantage, but they're quite low on health.
Again, another drone taken down. Scars know that the Tachanka's in a very aggressive position. He should win that fight onto Fishlike indeed. Well supported now with a player inside Fountain too. They know exactly where he's coming from, but Yukiz wins the fight regardless. Almost gets a second. Poor timing means that Muzi gets a kill, but now he's the last one standing. As Nina has finished off another. Tries to go for the plant. Smart move from Nina to fall off that plant. They need to hunt for this kill. Yukiz and Nina piece up together. Wreck is fired up. Scars finally, 4 rounds in a row, have taken the lead.
Beautiful. And they do it in a different fashion. They weren't crushing the Monty. They weren't stuck at navigating the map. They were just doing it by taking those gunfights and forcing the numbers. I'm very curious here for D+. Do you ban the Dokkaebi, the Solid Snake, the Deimos, or the Monty? It's gotta be one of the 4. I'm not sure what they think is the bigger problem and what they can counter. I said Monty earlier. Monty's gonna get locked in. The only reason why I personally think this is the right choice is Monty is super unique. If you bring the Monty, you can now do things that you can only do with this operator. Where if you have Deimos being played against you or Dokkaebi, etc., it's intel, it's knowledge, it's just another way of getting it. Monty is a niche, therefore you ban it. That's gonna limit the playstyles now from Scars. I think they banned the Valkyrie in response, so intel is very clearly the name of the game.
Hellraiser can get in the ears of his team. Say, guys, 3 rounds of defense in a row. We've lost every single one. We've tried armory lockers twice. We got rushed in the first round. That time we played it much slower and we still got picked to pieces. Vent's Workshop was no better. This is a pre-operator ban tac timeout as well. So immediately after this, we'll get the tac. Oh, there we go. So it's post-operator ban tac timeout. The Monty ban does come through. I think you're right. That is the right call here. But on the flip side, Scars get rid of that Valkyrie, which means if they do find a gap and get into sight, retakes will be so much harder for D+.
I really like when you get a tactical timeout right after operator bans in a very decisive or very close match, should I say. Scars are now leading. They made the comeback. You want to tune in right now when you see the final layout. The final operators have been banned away. You're down 1 round. It's time to pull the plug and say, guys, time to go for a switch up. Also, Nears, we know he likes to play the Clash, I was going to say. Not a super common map here in Border where you see this operator being played, but it's going to stop the other shield operators. It's going to make it harder to go for direct pushes. It's harder to go for plants. It does kind of give you a one-way or a one-fix-everything solution for Scars' playstyle. But the issue for Nears is that he can't be everywhere at the same time. He can choose one area of the map where the Clash can post up and he'll be a problem. But everywhere else means Deep's gotta double down on members and try and force those 2v1 gunfights.
Enemies detected nearby. Wait, enemy!
Well, D+, banning that Monty, have left the Solid Snake in. It's been picked every single round here by Scars. Across 3 different players on the team. Rex now got it back again. He can take some space. The Dokkaebi paired up with that Solid Snake has really just assisted Scars getting so much free information without having to worry about droning, giving their drone work a lot more flexibility as well. Ooh, potential Nitro cell here. Big chance, and it does take down Washoy. That is a huge Nitro from Midi.
So it's going to be the only half breacher on the attack. Not a huge steal here again, but if they had to reinforce upstairs, which is with the kite on the board, you'd have to assume so. That's going to hit. Yep, they're both reinforced and they're kite clawed. That means that you're so limited now, Scars, forced into plan B, and to make it worse, you don't have the Monty, you don't even have a shield operator. So now you gotta go and fight them just horizontally. In workshop, in server, by the bomb side, and this is again where the clash becomes a huge problem because you've lost the accountability of avoiding the clash. Now you need to fight it head on.
Placing breach charge.
Time to get Vert to work. If you crouch and place the breaching charge on the wall here, it'll blow the floor as well. Give you so much deeper angles into bathroom. If Nino gets info on this player hiding in the corner here, might actually get a free kill. He saw him. Might have a free kill if Nino is brave enough to swing it. Problem is he will be exposed. Oh, he misses his chance. Goes for it, but unfortunately for him, Levy is going to be able to get into a much safer position and answer his phone.
Oh. It gets harder. You lose one player. This time the Dokkaebi. Yuki strikes back with a nice shot. But again, there's plant denial. There's clash for intel game. D+ still leading in numbers. 30 seconds to go. The push has to come right now, Scars.
Time is ticking away. Midi is in the power position. DMR is so good for taking multiple fights, but Rex able to trade. 2v2. Winnable. Rek, oh, great. This is very plantable, but it's such a narrow angle here for Rek to try and hold on. As Yukis forces that plant down, out comes the pistol. The fire is taking the damage! Falls, clutches the round! D+ push deep again. They are digging their heels in. Finally, a defense on the board as they force Scars to break point.
But they're being challenged so well in the server. A few more shots connect there from Scars. If one more gunfight becomes theirs, the plan would be going down. They could force the 2v1. Falls, thankfully. Molotov's out. Weapon swap gets both kills at the end. But Moosey on the assignment took a lot of damage. Force himself could have lost his fight. And that's with getting opening pick with the C4. It's with Levy finding a second. It's with the kite claws, closing the hatches, closing the walls. That was like everything going the way of D+, and it still becomes a super close round. Scars are doing a great job at finding these picks and finding a way back into the rounds. We're seeing D+ do a similar thing as the Scars. The Goyo canisters on Archives. This stops any potential direct plant, of course, with any shield operators or smokes on Osa. And they got their Runic Gates doubling down, so a big investment towards Archives. I guess the upside is that you put this much utility down, and now you can just leave one player on the side. He can use the Goyos, their Runis, and stall for time. Gives you the backup. Leaving 4 other defenders to hold the rest. Security, office, break room, and maybe E-stairs if you want to. The downside of E-stairs is you could just die very early on and go down without a fight. The upside is you can get a kill very early on, which makes it even harder to attack. That's Border. It's high risk, it's high reward from the very beginning of the round. The bomb sites themselves are not super strong for defenders, and that's why you're seeing them always going for these extensions of holding the rest of the map. Because if you started the round with 5 defenders in Armory Archives, you would just lose. Fishlock is instantly injured, by the way. Just dead. He's gone. Not sure what happened there.
I feel like Fishlock needs to watch a little bit of Gotti's gameplay. He is meant to be the backline player for this team, and he needs to think, okay, well, yeah, it's different when he's on the shield, sure, but he does need to think about playing a little bit more safely in some moments. While the rest of Scars want to get aggressive, this round is so important. The next team to find a round win here, Pengu, gets match point with it. It means that they keep the possibility of getting a full 3 points out of this game. The ace being used to try and counter the mirror here, it's not as good as operators like the Ash.
I think they soft it, no?
No, well, I think it's going to make feet holes. Yeah, it's going to make feet holes.
I thought it clipped the soft wall for a second there, and I was like, oh no, that's the last Selma charge that they have. But by losing the Blackbeard earlier, you also lost most of your frag grenades, so it leaves this down to Washoy now on the Capital using the fire. But he's in a completely different location. He's in bathroom below. You see silhouette here at the corner of the screen. He has to get up the east staircase and help his teammate progress around because they're stuck otherwise.
Yeah. Fire, that's going to help out. Capital finally comes in and flushes that warden further back, but that's only step 1 of control here for Scars. They still haven't cleared offices. Levy is running around like a madman. Now he falls back. Scars can take offices, but they're still going to have to fight these players in Archives and Fountain. And the way that this has been set up with the line of sight here means Levy is exposed to the hallway, but it also means he has a more aggressive crossfire. And Moosey's taken down Rek. Scars have been completely clipped. D+ have run away with this round, and Yukiz and Nina are desperately looking for a way in.
Not gonna find it. It's again a util game now from D+, and with that multi-ban, it makes the easiest solution. It's gone. And you're gonna have to change your entire playstyle. You lose Fish like early. That's gonna be almost the entire round gone. they're so reliant on a few win conditions. And I think you're right when you said Fish like play more like Gutsy. You need to stay alive. You play that Blackbeard, you cannot die the second you enter East Staircase. Make sure your teammates are there to back you up. Use their flashbangs, the fire. Slowly progress the map step by step. Don't feel like you have to rush into it. So perhaps the Scars go a bit slower. For D+, keep doing what you're doing. You got yourself match point and guaranteed at least 1 point, even if you're into overtime.
Look, Scars have really pushed D+ a lot deeper than the last time we saw them on board. A 7-0 over Trippy. You can't deny that. But, Pengu, what does we push them deep really matter when Scars don't get any points out of this game and as a result are far less likely to make it into the top four for the stage finals? Remember, Scars lost to Kinotrope, right? If we're trying to boil this down quite simply to, let's simplify things, right? Let's assume that the 3 top teams in this league right now are CAG, D+, and FearX in whatever order you like. Imagine that Scars and Kinotrope don't beat any of those 3 teams, and they lose all those. Yeah. But they beat every other team, right? Who goes to the stage finals between Scars and Kinotrope? Well, it's going to be Kinotrope because they won that head-to-head matchup. Exactly. Which means that Scars have no choice now but to get some points off of these top 3 teams, or they just hope and pray that Kinotrope drops the ball against lower teams. But obviously, we saw Kinotrope farm BME today. We've already seen Kinotrope beat Help Us LFO. Oh, sorry, not Help Us LFO. No, they haven't actually played Help Us LFO. I was looking at the kickoff results. Kinotrope, I don't think they'll be dropping games to Double RX or other teams, right? Or Trippy. So Scars need to get wins, and they need to do it now. They take a risky play using the Fuse Shield. They go for a plant inside the site with the glass to cover. But the C4 nukes them out of the server! Great play from Levy and D+. While they were pushed deep, while they did let Scars build that momentum, they have wrenched it right back. Yukiz on for a flank. But now Scars, the push has been completely thwarted. Doesn't matter that Nina has some nice Rayora barricades to jam up some of the angles onto site. The diffuser is cold on the objective.
Cover me! Reloading!
Yeah, up against the Warden, the Solid, C4, Impact Grenades, they have so many tools to stop another plan attempt if they can get inside the bomb site. Nina 1 HP, might win the gunfight. One more shot, the C4 below gets the kill. It's just you kids. You know, 1v4 to do it all. Plenty of time, but you gotta pray for this to work.
There are players above him. Hatch is actually closed. That helps him out. A little bit of damage on Aeneas, but that tells D+ exactly where Yukiz is. 1 player down below and 3 up above. Means he might be able to isolate these ones, especially if he finds a kill through the flooring here. A bit close onto Muzi. Crossfire, player from up above, player on the side. Nia's dropping down his stairs. They lost round after round to let Scars build up that momentum 4 in a row, and then D+ take their tactical timeout and finish it with a flourish. It's a full 3 points for the Brazilians and a much needed win for them to redeem themselves after a sloppy game already against CAG. They're back on top and they are gunning for that spot at EWC.
It certainly feels like they are beatable though, like at one different moment, you know, one different gunfight in a couple of rounds, and I think Scars could easily force overtime at the very least. D+, they will pull ahead, they will get a victory, sure, but it's not the same dominant performance as previously. And now there's 1 or 2 reasons for this. One is that their level is not that much more above the rest of the APAC North teams. The other one is how much are they putting into these matches, right? Falls did say earlier in the interview that they're trying a new approach with their prep work, they're doing more adaptive work in the middle of the rounds in the server, and going with less counter analysis. And it did feel like today up against Scars, it took the players a bit longer than usual to figure out the right answer. But it did happen. They called a tag timeout after that 3rd and final operator ban, and that changed the entire conversation and got them into that regulation victory.
Very much so. Great game
16
for D+. Wow, Yuki has popped off, but for D+, it really just felt like it was a team effort. There was no individual player that you want to say carried it for them. There were some good moments from a bunch of individuals. Do you remember who was it on the 2-brow? I think it was a Scars player, that one round where he got the 4K. It was Yuki's, wasn't it? Yeah. that was to close up the half as well. Big round for UKIS, big game for UKIS, but still not enough to get Scars any points, which leaves them looking pretty desperate when it comes to the standings. Top 4 is going to be extremely competitive. D+, CAG, and FearX have their eye on that EWC slot, and it's going to be a dogfight between the 3 of them. Yeah, D+ might have lost their game to CAG. We're going to get a little info as well later today between the CAG FearX game, which of those teams is looking better, but D+ have a chance at redemption on the final playday. They're going to face FearX. They've just played Scars today. They get the full 3 points out of it. That's huge. Next game, Kinatroop, that's arguably going to be a little bit harder than this one against Scars.
I think so. Yeah, it should be on paper. The fact that we have so many teams overperforming based off like previous kickoff expectations has really made that top 4 spot so hard to predict. I mean, sure, you can say, you know, CHET plus whatever, but the other 2 spots, like we keep saying, there's like 5 or 6 teams in the conversation, only 2 more spots really, or 4 spots overall. We're gonna be missing a team in stage finals that we're not expecting to be missing.
Exactly, and the main reason for that is the fact that FearX are actually good this stage. They came second last in kickoff.
Hey, come on now.
Oh yeah, well I was going to say Kinatrope were expected, I think, to make top 4. Like in stage 1, in kickoff, it was CAG D+, Kinatrope Scars, top 4.
Sure.
That makes sense, right?
But then with the FearX roster changes and whatnot, would you still expect Kinatrope to beat FearX on paper?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Yeah. I think we've seen also, aside from the FearX conversation, we've seen a change this year between Scars and Kinatrope, where it looks like Kinatrope have finally overtaken Scars. And we saw that in the head-to-head result. We saw that in kickoff as well. But will they be able to keep up? Of course, it depends. D+ are fighting so hard. They fought so hard against Scars today. And it really hinged on that tactical timeout with their coach, Hell. We have Hell on the line here, and I would love to have a chance to chat to him about how that game went. My friend, congratulations. That looked like a really hard game. Scars put forth a really good comeback. 4 rounds in a row, and then you were at 5-5. One more round goes Scars' way, and you guys start dropping points. What was the vibe like when you took that tactical timeout?
Hello guys. So about the tactical timeout, I just say to the boys like they are playing every time for the side, so just switch a little bit things so we can counter them playing for the side, you know, every time.
And it worked out pretty well. Have you guys changed your prep work or your analysis or your style of practice going into stage 1? Obviously, you guys are still playing Great Siege, but you know, 5-7 versus CAG, 7-5 versus Scars, it hasn't been as dominant as in the past. Have you guys made changes, or have the competition gotten better?
I think the competition got better because the team's already starting to know how we play and how we work. So we are getting more counter stuff and this type of stuff.
Yeah.
So in the teams starting to upgrade too, you know, like Scars. Scars played too good today.
Yeah, very much. A big conversation that we've been having is that there are 3 obvious top teams in APAC North right now. You guys with D+, the CAG, FearX, the new roster is looking really strong. And then Kinatrope and Scars have always been on the outside looking in, so it feels like there's a top 5. And we only have 4 spots to stage finals, and then only 1 spot to EWC. Obviously, you already lost to CAG. You're going to be playing FearX on your final playday. That will likely affect a lot of the seeding. Do you think that FearX is going to be a tough opponent? How close do you think you are to Scars and FearX? Do you think that there's a clear separation between the 3 of you?
FearX changed the team, so I think now they are with a good team. So yeah, maybe they can be a hard opponent, but we are not expecting too much a hard match, you know. So every match is like the same match for us. We always play and we always work as they are like the strong team, you know.
For sure. Well, thank you so much for joining us for an interview. Congrats on a win, a very well-deserved win today. But
thank
yeah, ciao, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you guys. See ya.
Love to chat to Hell. It's so interesting, the cultural difference when you talk to like D plus, when you see that the way that this big organization has brought all these Brazilians over to Korea, there's such a different vibe and the professionalism that they bring to their game. Not to say that obviously all these other APAC North teams aren't professionalism, but there's just a distinct change in the culture of playing esports.
Yeah, and also I like how he's saying that the competition is getting better and they're getting to know how D plus they work and their play styles. And this is the hope when you import into a region, is that you improve the entire region, not just to start the competition and steal their spot for international competition, right? So technically it's working out, and it's gonna make it a lot more exciting, like we keep saying, not expecting just one team to take that in EWC spot.
And look, you definitely can't say D plus have stolen the spot from these APAC North teams, because they've already lost to CAG. Both CAG and FearX remain undefeated so far in APAC North, but for one of those teams, that is about to change, because they're going head-to-head in just a few moments after this break.
Like smart in what I would focus in, and then obviously knew that I did not like school. I was like intelligent, but I just hated school. So I think they kind of understood that it wouldn't always end like what they would have imagined in terms of like a destined career in like uni. I would send them like streams and they would kind of understand like, this is cool, this is fun, like people are watching, there's people that actually like enjoy the game. They didn't understand that it can definitely be a career at the time. It was just like, he's playing games. So they're definitely worried about the future, 100%. After EWC, that was when it fully changed. They obviously saw me fly to a different country and compete against all the other teams and see like the viewer count and the broadcast. That's kind of when it started. Not really started, but their full support in terms of like, they love what I'm doing. They support like the career path in that time. Now they love it. I think my dad's support, I couldn't wish for more. I don't want to cry on fucking camera. I don't want to be a cry merchant like Cairo, bro. Bro, I can't. I'm like tearing up. I'm like thinking about it. He's a very hardworking person, because I don't really see him much, because he's like always working in terms of like his business, whatever. So to see him like just like wake up at like 4 AM to watch my games is like crazy. Like, cause obviously I'm in Saudi across the world, and he's always texting me like, you're doing crazy. Like he's like tapped in, like he's like Furia, like the world champs. Just like insane to me, like people like this like exist or like help like support me, because it's obviously not like the traditional in an Asian family, obviously, right? So it's just incredible like how much he supported me. Bro, there's times I've wanted to quit. He like fucking stays up like every night, comes to like all my events that he can come to. So it's like incredible. So I love him a lot. Family support means like insane. Yeah.
mine. No matter how hard I try, you only know mine. You only know mine, mine. You only know mine. No matter how hard I try, you only know mine. You only know mine, mine. You
looking at the schedule here, what we've had 1, 2, 3. Oh, the next one up is a banger, Pengu. It's the two top teams in the league, both undefeated, going head to head. I got you, didn't I? I got you that time.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. How many teams do we have today? Well, we do have that 4 matches. So the banger, James, what is it? Tell me. Come on.
It's a banger of a game. It is FearX versus CAG. But before that, these two teams are gunning for one thing, and that's to go to the Esports World Cup in Paris in August this year. You guys can actually get your tickets right now, and I would highly encourage you to do so. We were lucky enough to go to Paris for the 6th Invitational in February this year. It's a beautiful city, and it's a fantastic place for an esports event. You guys can actually get a discount code if you watch this and you listen very closely. I'm going to tell you this right now. Use the discount code R6S15 for 15% your Rainbow Six ticket, 50% off your Rainbow Six tickets to the EWC 2026 in Paris. So you should absolutely do that. Pengu, what are you going to do as soon as the show is done today? You're going to boot up the EWC website.
Boot up the website.
esportsworldcup.com.
R6S15 to get 15% off my ticket price.
Mate,
I'll see you there, yeah? You'll be there? I'll be there?
I certainly hope so, mate. I certainly hope to see
for
you there. I'll be booking my tickets in just a sec. Before that, apparently, it's time for FearX versus CAG.
That's
two
right.
undefeated teams, the best from Korea and the best from Japan. Of course, FearX, for the longest time, were the kings of Korea. Recently overtaken, recently demolished. At the start of this calendar year, Pengu, they completely nuked their entire roster. They brought on a lot of rookies. They only kept Wookie Man, and at the time, they picked up Misa from that former PSG Talon roster.
Yeah.
And then they thought, you know what, that was kind of a cool idea, picking up one of those ex-PSG Talon. Why don't we just pick them all up? And now they have crafted Fabian's dream super team from back when he coached PSG Talon.
Literally true. This is the exact roster Fabian at one point wanted for PSG Talent. He wanted Wookie Man. When you're playing in APL, when you're in Korea specifically, having a language barrier, there are very few IPLs, in-game leaders to pick up, and Wookie is one of the greatest to ever do it from this region. But it's not about just them. They have an opponent, CAG from Japan. They have been the best for a very long time, domestically, internationally. They're funny, they're chaotic, and recently, they've been kind of structured. So I think now more than ever, you're never gonna know what kind of round CAG will give you, because they can do the slow strategical or the fast and chaotic.
Very much so. They have some of the most talented players, if not the best players that we've ever seen out of Japan. Of course, the captain and the icon of this roster is Anitson, arguably one of, if not the best shield player in the world, and he has been so iconic at pioneering the meta on so many operators, not just the shields, the Ying shotgun we largely attribute to him as well, at least in recent history. Of course, their old coach Didi, who's now become cemented as a core player of this team. He has been fantastic ever since he joined just, I think it was just over a year ago, or just under a year ago. Not to mention insane fraggers like Shurib, who have been so deadly. Of course, it was quite a disappointing showing from them at the Salt Lake City Major, 0-3, and then prior to that, their last event was the Blast Major in Munich at the end of last year, 0-3. A year ago, they went to Rio, and they played in the reload. They made it to the grand final, Pengu. So we know these guys are capable of great things. What are they going to be able to achieve today against FearX? Well, we're going to need a map lined up to figure out where we'll be going for this game. Of course, CAG have so far had a 7-0 over RRX and a 7-5 over D+. Yes, baby, we're going to Clubhouse! Thank goodness!
Oh, we're going to see some of the two best teams in the region go at it at the most strategically fundamental-based map. It's FearX that has a lot of roster changes up against CAG, who has found that newly structured playstyle. This could very easily be a banger of a game.
Yeah, I mean, CAG beat D+ on Clubhouse in the grand final last stage in kickoff to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. They also played Clubhouse again at the Salt Lake City Major itself against none other than the European monster Falcons. They did lose that game, but they gave them a decent run for their money. Let's see what CAG can do now on familiar territory against a very familiar foe. It's FearX with their first game where they have been truly challenged. Their longtime rivals in CAG Osaka.
If you've been watching BNK FearX's most recent game, you'll know that they've been so good at picking apart on the attacking side of problem solving. So I'm super excited to see them when we go to side swap. FearX will start on defense, CAG on the attack, a thermite ban to start things off. That's going to make the top floor attacks and the roam clears a little bit more challenging, as you're no longer going to be like pop the CC ball, pop the server ball, just go on in. Going to be a bit more restricted on those areas. And a kite in response could just be a kite bandit, honestly. Simplify the breaching. Just don't give me a double hard breach ban, please. We don't want to see that.
No double hard breach ban, mate.
That's
no
good.
double hard breach, no double electro bros as well.
Okay.
I love that.
Yeah, so you and I have the conversation a lot the last couple play days. Like, do you ban the bandit or do you ban the kite if you were to only ban one of the two? And I feel like we arrived at the conclusion. Oh, okay. Map dependent, bomb set dependent, team play, tile. It's so many dependencies. But let's say you just had to choose, right? Generally speaking, right? On average, would you rather ban the bandit and leave the kite open? And let's assume that they pick the opposite, right? You ban the bandit to play the kite, or you ban the kite to play the bandit. What would you rather have, James, on average?
I'd rather deal with Kaid than Bandit, because if you know there's a Kaid, you can just bring one operator and know that you're chill. You just bring Thatcher, you bring EMPs or something like that. You bring Maverick, you know you're good. Whereas with Bandit, there's the only hard counter for Bandit that like doesn't require a lot of work is Maverick. Yeah. Every other counter to Bandit involves taking a bit of map control and firing an arrow at him, or putting a grenade, or Zephyring or verting, and all those things have so many margins for error.
See, I'm with you. And the other side of this is to enable the tuber. Oh, sorry, I keep saying this. To enable the kite, I'm like spoiling my own sentence, right? To enable the kite, you need the tuber out, because you can't effectively trick the same way as Bandit. So now you're forcing the opponent to play two operators, okay, to deny the wall. With the bandit, he's like a solo enabler. You could play Tubra with him, but it's not like a must-have the same as with Kaid. That means that now you're bringing a singular defender in bandit to deal with the walls, and you gotta take, as you said, a little map control, play the Maverick, think it's tricky. I myself am also on the leave kite open bandit train. Yeah. And I guess the only counter argument here is you have a TCHG slug shotty / DMR ACOG scope on Kaid, and you can deny the hatches with bandit car. That's the only real difference maker. They're both bringing a C4.
That's the big thing I was going to say, because if you ban the Kaid, you just know that on attack of the basement, you have so much more flexibility in lineup, because you don't have to think about the hatches at all. You just open them, right? Whereas if there's a Kaid on the board, even if you don't spot it in prep phase and you see the hatch isn't electrified, you can't just safely go for it, because what if he's juggling? What if he hears you start to place the thing and he juggles you? What if there's a tuber out that enables the Kaid juggle? If you have a Kaid pick, you can't even just bring baby EMPs necessarily if you don't know exactly which side of the hatch it's on, because there are a lot of times you might get unlucky and miss it. So the only hard counter is Thatcher, and often you don't want to bring Thatcher. So that's why I say it's map dependent, it's situational. I like the Kaid ban here from CAG because of the lineup flexibility that it gives you. But never know, FearX have a really cheeky, aggressive setup here with Misa on the Scopos inside a strip club with these feet holes. I quite like what I'm seeing.
He's baiting for his teammate. He's got a player proning behind the table to his back.
No.
He gets shut down. Couldn't answer the call, and of course it's TP out. But this was the play. He was supposed to TP away, then they're gonna push in for the shell, and then Ryder gets at least one kill. But because he goes down without a fight, Ryder's in a tough position. He might still get that one free kill, but if he dies shortly after, you're still gonna play from a man deficit and not man advantage. We hope, all of us here, that he hasn't been spotted by a Dokkaebi call, and with that pick, there's one freebie. That's gonna be the Grim. A very crucial pick.
Oh, good damage on Anderton. He still has two more Thorn Traps, but nade from Anderton finishes him off. It was a nice idea there from Ryder, but CAG are totally happy to deal with that. Very nice. 3v3, and while technically it's even, I feel like CAG have kind of won that exchange.
Oh, you think CAG won the exchange?
Actually, I say that until I see that the Echo has been allowed to survive, and the Dockerby hasn't.
Dockerby's dead. Yeah, so Soldier got a one back there, which is Akoli, by the way, off screen while that Rider play happened. I think being Ethereals are favored here. They got the Denari lasers on the side, the Goya Fire, the Yokai drones, and still strong guns on the board. And in 3v3, you can deny everything here in Clubhouse. Right? There's going to be a hatch or a staircase into site. That's really the only option. Then, of course, their tunnel. So, not a huge favoritism towards one side, but I'll say slight favor to Theorex. When it comes down to execution, can they hold their crown? Careful the hatch there. Well, they're not going to drop the Moto hatch. There are 1 billion Denari lasers on it, so they got to go elsewhere. That gives one less angle to worry about if you're a defender. So again, kitchen hatch, blue stairs, third tunnel, and main stairs. That's your only really thing to worry about.
It's going to have to be a very split push, though, from CAG.
Yeah, it has
to
to
distract enough attention. And Anaton is really locked out here. The fire from the Vulcan canister buys Furex a lot of time. A flashbang or two from Shuri might buy some space. I don't think Furex know about that. Great kill! Yunsang cut off! Nice second one from Shuri! DD Man sprinting through the fire. Shuri mops them all up. Lovely play from the chaotic Japanese player, and CAG, against your odds, Pengu, managed to steal the round.
I mean, very well done. Again, it's about finding the correct gap. I like having 3 defenders alive because you can hold all the angles you need to be watching, but I feel like they must have doubled up on an angle. They had a player in church, a player on third box, and a player beneath the kitchen hatch. The player beneath the kitchen hatch was watching the hatch itself rather than third tunnel. Now, in a perfect world, you barricade the third tunnel door, assuming that you can with the hatch and everything else, right? That means that they cannot go third tunnel without you knowing. Then you gotta worry about the hatch, blue, and main stairs. That's it. There was literally only one gap for CAG, and they found it. And it was just thanks to Shuri. He gets 4 kills in the round. Anderson actually pushed through the fire, putting the Blackbeard shield, I think, on his back, and then sprinting through because they knew there's 7 seconds left. We can't just stand by and watching our teammates take the fight. We have to help each other and get in the battle together. So it was a good start of Theorex, but they do not get the right result. They also did lose Misa on the Scopus play early, so that was kind of like a worst case scenario, to be fair.
Good round from CAG. We know they're good, and we know that it just wouldn't be the Osaka Major later this year without CAG Osaka. Everyone is so excited for that event. And of course, at the moment, while technically Stage 1 qualifies for EWC and Stage 2 qualifies for the Osaka Major, we are so much focusing up on what can these teams achieve in Stage 1 to lend themselves the best hand for Stage 2. And also, technically, it could, in theory, be possible, depending on the APAC team's performance across North Asia and OS, that we get 2 spots to APAC North for a future stage, which would mean that CAG's chances of going to Osaka are even higher. I got a bit of trivia for you, Pengu. Because I was curious about CAG. Obviously, they've been such a staple in APAC for such a long time. How many S-tier events have CAG Osaka been to? And that includes majors, it includes EWCs, Gamers 8s, 6 Invitationals, majors, and Reload.
Okay, I'm just gonna blank fire 18.
Pretty close, 15.
Oh, okay. Not too bad. I'll take that. I had no realistic answer. I was like, okay,
you really overshot me there. It was going to sound way more impressive if you were like, oh, maybe 8, maybe 9.
No.
Come on, bro.
I was like, dude, they make most of them, and we got about 4 events in the year they could qualify for, right? So, or 3 in this case. So.
Oh, they're looking to get aggressive now. The flash has come out from DD as Anaton starts to poise. Nice setup, a good shot from Ryder. Shuri, a double to open the round. Theorex have even up the numbers. If Ryder's able to find this, it could change things, but Zaka, great shot. Cully, new name, same old sharp shooting.
This is where it gets worse. They got the Deimos tracker, so if they were curious about the location of one of those defenders, well, now they know. They track Wookieman, see him in the middle of the bomb site. They know Misa is in the same sort of area, but there's low health here on both Saka and Shurip, leaving maybe the heavy lifting here for DD, who normally isn't the clutch player, but no, it's Shurip. Good for a triple.
Look at him go, man. He doesn't stop. Great shot, though, from Misa. Though DD is happy to trade it. CAG do not slow down. And when Shurip is on fire, they back him in every day of the week. Such a well-balanced roster. You've got DD, the ultimate support. Anaton, the ultimate X-Factor.
Yeah.
And Shurip, just about the best tip of your spear you could possibly want. And then Zaka and Chibisu will do anything you tell them. If you tell them to enter with no information, they will do it. If you tell them to play passive, they will do it. They are so flexible. And that's what makes CAG such a well-rounded roster.
Yeah, we say the perfect soldier, and it's like you said, hey, go into this room and just do what you can. And you go, okay, I'll do it, no fear. They just do what they need to on the paper. A former teammate of mine, Dunas, was exactly like that. He couldn't follow, you know, the paper to a T if you gave him a map and be like, yo, go here and look there. Now look. He wouldn't. He would definitely mess it up. He would forget to make rotation holes in defense, so it took the shotgun away from him because he was a smoke player, if you go far enough back in the day. But if you told Dunas, go into this room 1v5 and just see if you can get a kill, he'll go, okay, sprints down the staircase, tries for the 1v5, dies, and goes, I did my job. I did what you asked me to do. And I think it's a very underrated skill. I think if you're a fan of competition, whether it's sports or esports, you might think like everybody, you know, they're elite performers, they all have like the full confidence and they know what to do. It's never that simple. Often if you tell someone to do something, they'll be met with why, or what purpose, what's the reasoning, and you don't always have time to explain that. You know, there's 3 minutes in a round from the very beginning. If I tell you, drop the blue hatch in 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1, you just gotta do it. You quite literally don't have a choice if you want my plan to work. But likewise, if you drop and die, you can just say, oh, but you told me to do it, it's your fault, so to speak. You can remove the blame from yourself and just say, I did the selfless act of just listening and following orders. And that is actually a hard skill to have.
I noticed that the information has come out, ping onto one of those yokai drones. Zaka can always start spamming the echo with calls later, and he's either going to have to choose between letting his phone explode and no longer having access to the yokais, or like just constantly answering his phone. He's actually going to target the echo right now. Fun fact, Zaka has only ever played on 2 teams. He's only ever played on Crest Gaming, and then he went to CAG, and then he went back to Crest Gaming after CAG dropped him, and then he came back to CAG again. Great
loyalty.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it can be hard to go back to a team that kicked you, depending on like what the terms were and whatnot, because you might feel a bit of resentment, be like, oh, they kicked me, they thought this guy was better than me, etc. But I'm really thankful for CAG and how they've been sticking to the same roster for as much of the time that they could. And obviously getting DD as the main player, it wasn't necessarily like a conscious choice where they were like, oh, we gotta make a change. They just ended up in a position, unfortunately, where they had to make something happen. And they said, coach becomes player. That works for us. He knows our system, our communication. Soldier, tough fight, flashbang, grenade, 1 HP, gets shut down, and it's imprecise with the frag grenade, gets the kill. And with that kill, plus Misa being low on health, it's once again CAG in the driver's seat, finding early pick and early damage.
Payload working its magic.
That's Misa who gets targeted. He has to answer the phone because he's low HP. Otherwise, he dies. I think that's the second or maybe even the third yokai drone to be shot out.
Planting and calling Echo.
Time for Zaka to call. No, he's actually calling Jaeger, who has to answer the phone. Otherwise, he will die. Meanwhile, the Echo himself has died. I think they shot all 3 yokais, and Yunsang was forced to desperately make a play. CAG are just utterly insane on this attacking side of Clubhouse. I tell you what, if I am anyone else in the league right now, I'm already scared enough going up against CAG, and I'm definitely banning Clubhouse against them. What in the Anaton tech am I watching?
He was like flicking the shield. Like that wasn't the regular just looking straight up. He was doing something else. Beautiful stuff. Definitely works out. CAG are good for the entry, the setup, the execute, and the impressive thing for me is not just that they're succeeding in taking like Garrett's catwalk control, is that while taking Garrett's catwalk by flashing and grenading, they're flank watching, they're calling the person in lounge that can go for a crossfire kill, they're taking master bedroom control for the backstab. They are working 3 angles at the same time and making continuous progress on all 3 fronts, not being stopped at all. operator bans came out, and BNK Felix will call their attack timeout starting 0-3.
Yeah, time for Nova to get in their ears. What the hell has been going on these last 3 rounds? You can't even put too much fault on FearX's shoulders. They're playing all right. It's just that CAG are so damn good. It does feel like, in a way, I mean, if CAG are able to decisively win this game, Pengu, I wonder... We've been talking about how we have a top 3 and then a 2 contenders. Do we just have a clear top 1 in this league? It's early days, but CAG have already played D+. Now they're playing FearX, and they look even more confident.
It is starting to shape up that way. Of course, the first conversation is going to be the top 4, because that goes to stage finals. That's, you know, they're going to fight for that one spot at the end. So who finishes first in groups, I'm not personally too concerned with. I'm much more of like, who's the top 4? And that 5th spot team who almost gets there but not quite. What's the reasoning for it, and what team is it going to be? And once we get into the top 4 conversation, then we can look at the best of 3 environment, right? Because that's going to change the convo a little bit. The only issue is when you go into best of 3s, you're probably favoring CAT and D+ even more than before, because BO1s are a bit more like wishy-washy. Anything can go wrong, lose a few rounds, lose the game. So yeah, the current level for CAG, I'm backing them as my number 1. But come on, we gotta build up the storage teams. Maybe the Kinotrope taking them down. Maybe they're gonna cause the upset. Maybe they're gonna be the best team in Japan.
I know that you say that as a meme, but do you remember earlier today when I was talking about the Japan Championship 2021, where Donuts Varel, or Donuts USG I think they were called at the time, which was Akayu and Kawao, actually beat CAG in the grand final 3-0.
Yeah.
So nothing is impossible. And look, CAG do have a history of sometimes dropping teams, dropping maps to teams that you wouldn't expect them to do so. Of course, let's not forget that CAG did struggle in Salt Lake and in Munich. It's been, funnily enough, they have not won a single match of International Rainbow Six Siege since Reload. That's a stat for
Really?
both Salt Lake City and Munich. They haven't won a single match, not since Rio.
Oh. It's always hard because with APL teams, often the expectation is, can you make it to international grounds rather than how far can you make it at the international grounds? Simply because the competition is very different, the skill level is very different. But CAG, they've been going to so many events now that you'd expect them to get decent results, and went to the Reload Grand Finals, of course. But yeah, in recent history, it hasn't been that way for them. Of course, the bracket matters a lot. Are you gonna face, you know, your Furia, your FaZe, your G2, or you're facing some of the lower seeded teams, for example? There's a lot of different things that goes into it. Different play styles, how they match up.
Step back!
Careful. My radar's picked up.
Careful.
And Shurip's on for it again. You better be careful when Shurip is on a heater. 7 kills so far in 3 rounds. Hungry for more.
Technically in 2, he got a 4K to a 3K.
True. Very true. Misa answers his phone and immediately gets on his cam.
Ooh.
Don't expose yourself.
Sees the Popeye wiggle. It's wiggling.
100%. And pre-fire. And headshot. Bang! And an 8th kill for Shuri. Misa, he's meant to be the GOAT from Korea. Isn't this guy meant to be like the best fragger in the region?
Alright, listen up, buddy. Shuri is literally playing a wall hack operator. That's not even a fair conversation right now. Misa's playing Solus, for God's sake. He's actually using a fairly balanced gadget. So you watch your mouth, boy. Look, that's
I didn't mean to hit it.
Shuri.
What about Ryder? I thought he was meant to be the other Korean guy.
He's supposed to be shooting straight, man, but Shuri's better, okay? And he's better. They are just taking the super team and saying, nope,
My God.
just like the last roster, you will lose to us in a one-sided fashion. It's looking like a 4-0 here for CAG because they don't lose these.
No.
Not anymore.
Look, back in the day, CAG were known for cagging these rounds. They were known for fluffing up these 5v2s. Not anymore. 3K for Shuri. They know exactly where Woogie is. Flashbang to go out. And now the phone call. He has to answer it. But he won't get a chance. DD finishes him off. And a slight smirk for CAG as they go 4-0 with a flawless round.
That's beautiful. Again, they're picking apart, opening kill. Playing safe afterwards, not cagging the round, not taking any unnecessary risks. They're using the flashbangs with the gunfight swings. It's just well executed from start to finish. And I think if you're Felix right now, you just gotta You just gotta get that one round, and then you gotta get that second round. 2-4 half, now you have a game, possibly. But if they don't get anything going soon, I mean, the game will just be over.
Man, every single gunfight, Shuri was just so damn ready. How do you play against that? CAG, from the get-go, picked apart that roam, exposed the bomb site. I mean, the setup from FearX was, hey guys, we're gonna roam. We've got the kitchen hatch open. We're playing the top floor. We're gonna play to shoot drones, take fights, and fall off. They didn't. It felt like they didn't even take a fight. Every time they died, it was barely a fair fight.
That's also the tricky thing about Siege, and I think why there's such a big skill disparity when you talk like international versus domestic play, is the time to kill in Siege is super low. And what that means is that you die super quickly, especially if you're up against Shuri on an F2. But then you have some gunfights with like the MPX and a long distance, you have maybe not the best aim, so you can't hit the headshot. Now it takes a long time to die. When you go up against, let's say Furia back in their prime, the KC, etc., they would have like a 71% headshot ratio, over 200 kills, and you'll just die in 0.1 seconds every single gunfight. And that means it's not a fight. It's who shoots first. It's who pre-fires. It's who has that tiny advantage over the enemy. So if you're being a FearX, for example, and you're fighting here domestically in APAC North, and you're doing kind of decent in gunfights, then you go to a major, you're fighting against the literal best in the world in EU Brazil, and you realize very quickly that the skill level in just gunfights alone, positioning, the small micro details, it makes a huge difference in Siege.
Well, 2 more chances now for FearX. Let's be real. 1-5, and the game is over. 2-4, maybe there's a chance. But they need to go back-to-back here. They need to show that the clash works for them, especially countering that Monty. I sure as hope CAG have an idea for it, but the Zoph and the Nomad should really help out against it. Good info on side, though, from Anaton. Oh, here we go. It's a bait. They were trying to bait in the clash.
Ooh.
And now Shuripi's still got 2 more air jabs ready for him.
It's a nice try. Does not pay off, though. But that's just the one angle for CAG. They still got the second angle. That's
oh, careful. Careful! No!
The clash.
I cannot believe.
I thought they were going to trade.
How on earth did Anaton survive that? What the hell was going on there? Thankfully, Woogieman able to finish him off. That was a bit of a mistake, though, from Anaton. He should never get that close to the gas pipe when you're playing a shield. FearX are happy to take down that shield operator. They'll happily trade it with the clash. Bit of a lash out from Woogie. Zaka tempted to jump inside. There's time, though. CAG doesn't need to rush this.
Oh, it's still very playable. They're waiting for the sound cues. If Chibi hears the player leaving office, could just go for a drop and a backstep, and there it goes with the flashbang.
Time for an entry. Needs to be good, and Jibisu does find it. 2v2 now.
Yellow pin.
FearX, the closest they've been so far to finding their first round in this game. DD still has the diffuser. That's an overexposure for Ryder, but Woogieman, the clutch king of FearX, he stands up and he drags his team over the line.
The good old Boogeyman has returned. You often think of this guy as a support player, backline, plays the shields, he's hiding from the gunfights, but when he has to become the clutcher, he will do so. They finally get around on the board, and they were fighting back. It was a clash moving forward, air jabbing themselves and the Monty, hoping to go for even blows. It was not to be. When FearX, they kept fighting and they kept swinging. When you've taken the fight as CT to the bomb site itself, you're giving FearX no other choice but to give 100% to those fights. Now they go to basement, they would have been struggling. This gas pipe, I mean, if that was shot or Anaton had seen it earlier, that could have been maybe a very clean round victory. But it forced Anaton into a very awkward position. He had no health left, and he lost all his game sound because the health bar went too low. Didn't hear he was getting flanked by Woogie on the Warden. What is this, Misa? We're hiding in Moto, keeping the Valkyrie, a secret pick.
Gotta keep those Valcams hidden, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing to do. But speaking
except
about
that
Misa,
they're gonna
the
bring
super...
Dokkaebi anyway, so it's like, if anyone dies, Kag is hacking that cam, and then they'll see the Valks.
But when you hack cameras now, it's temporary condition, right? Because they changed the rework. So You can now hack the cameras like globally when the phone is on the ground. Don't gotta like walk up to it essentially, but you only get the cameras for I'm not sure it's 20 seconds or 30 seconds or whichever, but it's only a certain amount of time. So it's not as strong as previously. It's more like a, okay guys, I'm gonna hack the cameras, watch them right now, rather than being a permanent solution. But speaking about the Valkyrie and Misa, we gotta see him step into his role of being a fracker. You kind of joked about it earlier, a couple rounds back, and I joined the fray. But we are right, Misa should be doing more on the server. Going 1 and 5 is not really why you have him on your roster. He's a very smart player, but normally he's been giving a lot of freedom. He plays for Solace, he's going for deep roams, and sometimes he can play a bit selfishly, and he will get a lot of kills off in doing so. But he's been countered by CAG and Shuib in particular, who's been too strong in the gunfight. Valcam shot.
Just found
spotted.
2 Valcams.
I think they found the second one as well, yeah. At least they double down in bar and have a second one watching it. Hopefully that goes unnoticed. Now that because the yellow pinged the camera before shooting it, they can now call Misa.
He's going to answer it. He wants to keep flicking those cams even while he's alive. He's on side though. I don't know. Is the plan to just be ready to position for the eventual execute, know which hatches they're going down? Or is the idea that he's actually going to try flank?
I think right now I'm going to try and utilize the C4s, then become a lone gun. There's a blitz. Hello! But the coverage
Great
is good.
bait! Soldier's still in position though. Does he know that there's a player contesting him on the stairs? I think he does. This is a good play. His phone, however, will break. Takes a lot of damage from it. He decides to get out. Wow, that is a play and a half.
Yep.
And Misa is going to reinforce off the church wall. That was very well played from Theorex.
CAG skipping a step there, not bringing a Bok or a Sledge or a Ram. Couldn't break the fall for the staircase, so they're giving the fall back there as a Soldier. Only taking a bit of damage from Dokkaebi call. That's being a Theorex, man advantage. Little time on the clock. Go your fire. A C4 and a Valcam is still available in bars. They see if anyone's dropping that moto hatch. They should know much better where the push will come from. They know it's going to be blue, dirt, or kitchen because they can see the bar hatch.
Hard breaching.
Almost a gap found. The smoke keeps him at bay. Maybe a 2-4 is on the card after all. Chibisu though, he's sneaking in for a backstab. I don't know if they're aware of it. Nice angle. Yunseng finds one. Can't find anything more on Zaka. Chibisu desperately trying to get closer. Big couple of kills from Zaka. Almost and down into the 1v1. Almost checks the angle, but Yunseng clutches in the 1v1. The 4-2 split favors CAG, but Theorex have found a lifeline.
I'm not sure how that final round turns into a decisive position for PK Felix, and yet it turns into a 1v1 clutch with about a second left on the timer. If Felix can keep hanging on these rounds, just slowly figure out CAG, we could just have a game on our series. But so far, CAG looks like the best team currently in APAC North.
Maybe we'll feel differently if Fearex come back on the attack. Clubhouse is one of those maps where if you're a really strong team, and I think in general, the higher quality siege that we see, the more it skews to the attacking side. Exactly. Same with Nighthaven Labs and a lot of those other would-be even maps. More confident teams, more prepared teams are a lot better on the attacking side, and it forces the defense to get more creative like we saw there from Fearex, which I really like, but man, sometimes it just comes down to a chance to frag out. We just saw 3 kills in a row from Zaki. If he didn't have to reload, he might have even gotten a 4th there. And Achibisu had hard checks that corner. CAG win 5-1.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Ridiculous. Couple of shots there from Akuli for sure. What is this first round clash shenanigans, man? Like, I love Anakin,
It's Anakin, bro.
I love him to death. But give them a chance. Let them have just a little bit of fun in their first attacking round before you start doing this stuff to them. Because it is so difficult to deal with Anakin on this particular operator. And hold on. Felix's response by seeing this is going Sense, Monty. Are they gonna do like a third Kitchen Hatch, super limited clear, and just not deal with the clash at all? Kind of could be smart. But also, you're gonna win or lose the round off the plant going down or getting denied.
I would love to see Soldier v Anaton. The clash v the Monty. Yeah, indeed. Is Ryder ready for it? Uh-oh! Chibisu makes up for losing his 1v1 at the end of last round by picking off the Grim very early.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit sloppy there from Ryder. No drone, no pre-fire, oversteps the jiggle peak. When you have a Monty with you, you have a very heavy support player, Misa playing the Sense, who's just gonna be droning and whatnot at the minute. And losing a player early is hard when you're going for a full map take, and losing the Grim for the information game later. And I mean, can openers. Now you just have the Ibana, which thankfully is enough to get all the hatches. But look at Anderson, he's gonna fall on back, not play in 2 exposed positions, and he can play by the main staircase or just watch any of the possible entries. They got the Finware that gives you information. The Goyo Cannons is gonna be dealt with at some point in this round. It's gonna be a tough start here for Felix's attacks.
It's just so much ground to take when you want to go for a full map clear onto a basement, execute, and keep him. Oh wow! What year is it, Pengu? What year is it, Pengu?
Nah. This is oh, it's on the wrong side. It's on the far right.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
No time.
The impact aren't what they used to be.
I just want to throw under the bus our producer for Asia, who's actually not working tonight, Sky, Alex, my good friend who I often stack with. He impact tricks every time we play Clubhouse Basement. And I'm like, dude, what year is it? But it always delays like a good 30 seconds. So I mean, sometimes it's worth it.
It's the same with fashion, right? You just bring back what was trendy in the 80s in 2026, and then like eventually you'll fade it out and back in again. Impact tricking used to be common, so it was counterable. Now it's uncommon, people don't think about it. Sense wall going up, Monty dropping down. Like I said,
this might be doable.
Lose off the plant going down.
This might be winnable here. It depends whether the Sense wall is good cover. Misa! Shirip contests, but no, another player on the hatch. Soldier still cannot get into a plant position. He wants to go for it. EMP comes out. He EMPs the clash. And Anakin can no longer zap him. Yunsang is going for a big play here as he gets close. Finds one, but traded by Shurip. He has been on fire today. Wookie Man 1v3, and Shurip claims his 14th kill. Fearex, a rocky start to their attack half.
And it's a masterclass Manaton again with the clash. Escorting his teammate back from the blue staircase, ensuring that they survive. And then he sees, okay, a Sense wall down the kitchen hatch. Oh, was that Monty dropping? He walks in and he starts sapping the Monty. And what it does is it stun locks Soldier for the entirety of the main push. when you're sapping a shield, they will kind of just like, and they'll get shield got broken. When you're doing that, you can't plant, you can't weapon swap. So the soldier's just doing nothing for like 15 seconds, and while that's happening, his teammates fall around him. So he stops the push, gives full information, his teammates got the crossfires. There again, they have full control. And had Ryder been alive with the Grim, you can get so much information from that hatch on where the defenders are, and because you have a 5th attacker, you can go for a backstab. But when you lose a member early and you only have 4 attackers and you gotta deal with the clash, it requires so much manpower. You can't necessarily afford to send, one person dirt tunnel, one person blue stairs, because then the main push is just 2 people, one of them trying to plant. It's only 1 person holding the angle. It's not gonna work. And it's why it's so important when you're playing a very structured map here like Clubhouse. If you can disrupt the attackers and get that opening pick, you increase your win rate, let's say from even 50-50 up into like an 80-something% win rate, I believe. Because it is a super vital kill to get. That, plus every attacker is super high in value, because you don't often have like a +1, a Jackal going in somewhere, and an IQ for no reason. You're being very particular about the attacking operators in Clubhouse because of how many problems are gonna be in your path, and you gotta handpick them to solve those problems. Look at this attacker round. No matter who you kill, it's insane value. A Heartbreacher, a Shield, the Grim, the Deimos, or the Lion. Going 1-for-1, super valuable.
That kind of can go the other way, though. Of course, it means that you have so many really powerful operators on the attack. I think the secret to making the most of power ops without having your entire attack fall apart as soon as you lose one player to an aggressive pick is that you have to just be flexible. That is the key to the game. It doesn't matter what operator you have. At the end of the day, it's an FPS game, and you can always win a round. Doesn't matter what op you have. So if you have a plan to go for a Glaz execute and you lose your Glaz, you don't even need to think twice. You're like, oh, that's fine. Let's just do something else. And that's what great teams are able to do. Ryder might actually catch a player here. No, he actually, funnily enough, going to shoot the gas pipe gives Anderton the clue that it's time to get out of here. Tempted to go back again.
He's got the C4. He's got the flank potential. Here comes a shot. He pushed Ryder.
Oh, here we go. Double push up. What? You stared right at him! Big mistake! Shurip has given a 15th kill, but BNK FearX are able to restabilize before that.
Chaos!
CAG immediately, chaotically embrace the moment. And as the waves crash down over FearX, Anaton is hungry for more, taking the fight. Soldier finds one with the pistol. He knows he needs to get aggressive. Out comes the Deagle for Annie, traded by Wookie Man. Chibisu from down below. He's got an impact to try and fight this Monty in the late round, but he cannot allow this plant to go down. Needs to isolate the one against Woogie. Or deny the plant. Almost a chance. He's got the audio call. As Woogie Man goes outside. The fake plant is a good move. Woogie Man repositions. Patience from FearX. A 3rd round. And a sigh of relief.
I mean, first of all, what the hell did we just witness? And second of all, incredible observing, catching so many of the small moments in the most chaotic round that we've seen in a long time. It was so many kills and so many micro plays happening. We saw all the important action. We caught the initial shotgun entry, missing the player in the corner. We caught the C4 from below happening on screen. I think Arculi C4'd himself as well. I think he just died to his own C4 at some point. So many things. You've seen the replay. He misses the player, gets shot down, then the bonk C4 goes through, and then...
So did he try and C4 the Monty, and the Monty bounced it back at him?
That might have been it, yeah.
That's rough for Zaka, because sadly if that C4 had landed, or at least not killed Zaka, I think that's probably a CAG round.
I mean, I think if you... if Ryder realized that Asami was in the corner to his hard left, I think they might just clean sweep the push. Because the awkward moment when you're going for a direct bomb set attack like that is you have maybe 7 seconds of a gap before the Romans get back towards the bomb side. By missing the Asami in the corner, Ryder goes down, then the communication, no, in the corner, close, but be careful. You lose a couple seconds, and then chaos happens, and by the time that FearX get like a proper foothold on the attack and like, really sink their teeth in, they're getting C4'd vertically, they're retaking the main staircase, and CG to get that reinforcement coming back to the bomb site. So it really has to be a clean sweep when you're going for that kind of push. And it wasn't initially, but they reset the round and they got the 2v1 clutch. Now they're on for another attack. It's a Monty and the Fuse, not with a shield, just a Fuse with the AK actually, which is very unusual for a CCTV attack. I'm not sure what the idea is either. I mean, you bring half-range gadget, which is great, but the Fuse canister, like the gadget itself, I'm curious to see where they want to apply it, because there's no castle barricades to use it on. There's no trooper or wall deny operators. Like, I don't know.
Put it on the main wall of like the you breach, I guess. But aside from that, I don't really know. Has he already breached the main wall?
I mean, I believe so, because we spent 2 can openers, or maybe that was, yeah, it must have. Yeah. If not, they will
unless
shortly.
that was Jacuzzi. I don't know. Weird.
Yeah, it's
maybe he can fuse upside down up here. I guess. I don't know. Weird.
Either way, you get a great gun, of course, in the AK-12, although you could just play Ace.
Ace is not bad.
The main push to make Garrett's clear. I think we're all very aware of that. They want this Cal player sweep. The top fragger, 15 kills. The downstairs action has been first double swing. They cannot fight back. Are totally successful.
Yeah, very nice there from Zach.
Ryder struggling.
Fearx, what do you do when your star players aren't starring? Misa and Ryder only 3 kills each, and Anaton's found Yinseng. Fearx desperately running around downstairs, and CAG are just waiting, roaming down here. We need players cutting off these positions. Zaka is so exposed to this stock door. Like, literally outside the building, someone could be swinging him right now. They don't have enough info, they don't have enough manpower. And they're not doing a good job of containing CAG. It's the way you need to play against CAG. Nice shot, but Zaka is quick to trade. Double kill for him. And DD to finish it off. It's a match point 3, in fact, for CAG.
I'm very curious what the communication was like there from BNK Fearx, because you have Monty standing basically on the outside of the Garrett store the entire round, second last to die, by the way. If I'm Monty and I don't see like a smoke or a Maestro cam or someone that can do chip damage and expose my position, I feel like you walk into Garage and you walk a little bit up that staircase and apply a little bit of fake pressure onto the Asami of Shurip. And you also get to see what's happening in Lounge by the rotate, you know, where Saka is playing on the Wamai downstairs. Instead, Soldier's just kind of standing there, waiting for something else to happen first. So either you walk deep up the staircase and you become the playmaker as the Monty, or you take the Monty out of Garage and you take downstairs control in stock Lounge and help a Rider on the initial entry point. Because if you need someone else to succeed at their first step, before your first step can begin, you need to help them. Think of example Clubhouse. Let's say you're a Thermite. You want to breach the CCTV wall, but there's a bandit. And the only way that you can deal with it with your current attacker lineup is you have an Ashe or a Sophia who has to go below, break the floor, and deny the bandit from tricking. Well, I'm not gonna stand there with Thermite on the outside wall gate saying, come on guys, let's go, where's the verticality, I'm waiting, come on. I'm gonna get on my drone. I'm gonna help the Sophia the Ashe accomplish their first step of denying the bandit, because that's helping myself so I can breach the wall after. It's very important to understand the steps and the order of those steps and who you need to help at every given moment. I feel like VX have fallen short here on Clubhouse. The wrong steps at the wrong time, leading to a complete lockout, and having Monty second last alive outside the building is never a good sign.
Uh-oh.
And Spawn Peak.
Do you reckon Shurip can hit 20 as well? Was it Akasu today? Got 22 kills?
Akasu, 22, yeah.
I mean, technically Shurip could match him. Technically, if he gets an ace this round... You could get 20. Oh no, sorry, that'd be 20. That'd be 21 kills.
Oh, it's true. We already got one. I say you throw this round for CAG and try and build toward the world record by going into overtime. Because if you go into OT, this is world record pace.
Peek under the hood. Currently, Akasu is going to get MVP. But if Shuri can top it, maybe he could steal it away from him. Unfortunately for Shuri, Chibisu steals one of his kills and then falls back. Even more unfortunately for Fearx, they're now in a 3v5 and Woogie's taking a hell of a lot of damage too. They look so lost.
They're fighting ghosts.
Where is this push?
Like, why are we in Lounge? Why are we looking to the wall? Why are we thinking there's aroma there? I know that we have the outbound zone, which is kind of making our job easier, but where's, as you said, where's the intel? Where's the goddamn Monty? Where are the drones? It's just people dying on the entries, And they're only getting all this map space because CAG, they fell back towards the bomb site. They are surrendering all this map control for free because they got the 5v3. Reeks of desperation, but I like it.
Yeah, I like this from Woogie. You can also pop the Goyo. Ooh, bit of damage onto DD. Would be nice to pop that Goyo, but I have a feeling that it's not going to matter. He's going to go for it. Also, it would be nice to pop that gas pipe as well. Should probably do that sooner rather than later. Fearx, a pick, especially onto Yazami. They still have the Monty. They've opened up a lot of breaches. Technically, this is possible.
Yeah. Technically, but there's no vert to be done. There's no power gets like a Ying or a Grim or a Glass that can really change the outcome. They're gonna have to hit some gnarly shots. That's the only real way into this. And Sherp sitting at 17. The C4 goes out, it hits the mark. Boogeyman is dead. It's a Soldier on the Monty and Jungsen on the Ram, and they're both upstairs and Barhead's now dropping down.
Yeah, oh man, so nice to see DD, man, in the server, looking like a great player. After spending a bit of time on the coaching sticks, he's still got it. Ginseng, desperate now, the last one standing. Anaton finds his after Shuri claims his 18th kill, and CAG dominate in what was promised to be a tight game. It ends up just a menial 7-3 for CAG. They've beaten Fearx, they've beaten D+. It seems like nobody can touch the Kings from Japan.
Yeah, it tells CAG, hey, there's a new super team on the horizon. They say, who? Us? No, we've always been here. You know, don't worry about it. They take down Fearx in I mean, way too one-sided affair. And I think the reason why we see a 7-3 scoreline, one, CAG played high level. Shuri getting like the 17 kills individually, but also the teamwork, the coordination was great. That combined with Fearx being very lackluster on their attacks led to this super one-sided game. I mean, it's not what I wanted from the matchup, to be honest, but I'm happy to see CAG thriving and finding a lot of composure and consistency. They're taking down D+, they're taking down Fearx. They're only really missing, on my checklist here, to take down Kirito.
Yeah, very much so. I really did not expect this to be the result out of today. Who would have thought that the closest match today was going to be Trippy versus RX? Fearx could not hold a candle to CAG, especially to Shuri. 18 kills, 100% cost over 10 rounds, 4 openings. This guy really turned it up. Like we said, we kind of have a perfect squad here with CAG. We've got the unique X factor of Anaton. We've got the fragging capability of Shuri, DD on support, and Arkuli or Zaka and Chibisu just as good as ever. So consistent. Sadly, for the flip side, for Fearx, man, the stars from Korea, Misa and Ryder, where were they today?
Yeah, it's small mistakes, right? I remember the first attacking round, Ryder's clearing from the gym into main stairs, and instead of like jiggle peeking or droning or getting team assistance, he just overswings the gunfight, just dies. And it's like, are you just being lazy? Because you've practiced that angle like 1,000 times in ranked and pro play, and you're just not even trying to play it correctly. Are you thinking that CAG are not going to play extend on the roam? They will always fight for map control. Yeah,
it's uncharacteristic out of a player like Ryder. On the flip side, CAG, man, what a run it's been for them. 7-5 in their first game over D+, who in kickoff were their closest competition, their closest competitor to try and steal away that EWC spot for this stage. 7-0 over RX, pretty damn good. And then a solid 7-3 over Fearx. Can anybody stop them? Maybe it'll be a different case in the BO3s, but I don't see a world where after group stage, CAG are anywhere except first place seeded going into the stage finals.
It feels extremely likely. I mean, I will say this. I'm actually very impressed with the general skill level of APAC North Asia and O's. It feels like there are more teams than ever fighting for the top 4 position, but it still feels like from top 4 to top 2 or number 1 is a huge gap.
I gotta ask you a question, Nick. What do you think? Oh, actually, I'm gonna ask someone else a question because, fortunately for us, we have Zaka on the line. You guys may know him as Arkuli, but these days he's got a new name. Hello. But it's the same old skills. Hello. Zaka, congratulations on such a big win today. I don't know how you felt going in, but today we were talking about this match and we said, well, Fearx and CAG both undefeated. The new Fearx roster looks like it might be the best Korean team we've seen in a while. We thought this was going to be a tight game, and you completely wiped the floor with them. What was your expectation?
our expectation was an easy dub. I mean, yeah, they were 2-0, but like they were facing against the weaker teams. Come on, like so.
Valid.
It's an easy win.
Valid.
I mean, it's important to look, of course, at the results, but also who you're doing it against. You yourself, Saka, you've had a great start to the stage, right? Taking down D+, the super team in Phoenix now. You speak about easy matches for Phoenix and how they got their victories. Who do you think is your biggest competition after D+? Is there anyone else that matters for you guys? Or is it just you and D+, and if you beat them, you get first? What's that mindset like?
Next to D+, I'm gonna be honest. I think Kinotrope. They're actually looking good.
I agree. I think they've done a great job at improving, and of course they got some former CAG players. Wink, wink. Obviously, you guys are destroying people in best of ones. Do you feel yourself like best of threes come stage finals? It's going to be even better for you guys because you have like, you know, big map pool, a lot of strategy. Or do you think best of ones is easier than best of threes?
Yeah, I mean, I always think that best of ones are like gambles. Like, you know, any team could win. So, BO3 for sure. Like, that's our backyard. Like.
Okay.
You never lose on BO3.
Scary.
Oh, in this region. Ooh. Okay.
Okay.
You've actually segued very conveniently into my next question, Zaka, and I'm sorry, but this one's going to be a bit of a harder question for you. It's been over a year now since you stood up on stage in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and made it to that grand final. Unfortunately, you lost to Furia, but everyone looked at that event for you guys and said, wow, CAG have made history, the first APAC team in an S-tier grand final. Since then, the only two events that you've made internationally were the Munich Major and Salt Lake City, and they weren't very good performances for you. You didn't win a map in either of those events, didn't win a game. How do you feel like the team is going when it comes to coming back to the international stage? If you are to make it to the Esports World Cup, which is looking quite likely with how you're playing right now, how can you expect that you'll actually perform differently to how you have at the previous majors?
So basically on the previous majors, like we usually play with like ready-made strats, which is not really good because I'm pretty sure the enemies have counters as well. So, you know, like even if we watch VODs, like it's not the same thing. But now, like I think Sparky said about adaptability. I think he talked about it. Yep, like we're not really doing any counter strat. It's just about what the enemy team do and like how we can counter them, like and stuff like that. And I think adaptability is like the number one thing right now, and I think we're doing good at it. And I hope it does better in EWC as well.
We all do.
Come on now.
We all do. No, not in a bad way. I mean that because let's be real, like CAG have been a favorite team in APAC and of all APAC fans, but not just that. CAG have won over international fans for years now. Everyone remembers what that CAG back at Mexico team achieved, almost knocking out Team 1, having to go to that like extra rematch to try and break the tiebreak. We've got CAG Osaka gunning for a spot at the 6th major in Osaka later this year. Everyone wants to see you guys do well. So thank you again for coming along. I'm sure we'll be chatting to you pretty much every day with how well you guys have been performing. So thanks so much for the interview, and we'll chat to you perhaps tomorrow.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see you guys again.
Likewise. Thank you, Zaka.
Thank you.
Care. Oh, I love getting a chance to talk with him. He's always so real. That's the thing I really love about Zaka in particular. He'll be honest about everything. He's not super serious necessarily. He's happy to have a bit of a laugh. And yeah, he'll just tell it how it is.
Also, just very aware, he brought up the fact that Sparky had touched upon the adaptation and the changes to playstyles. Sparky and Saka have both kind of opened the book and said, this is how we're doing it, this is what's different for us, that's how we're going to improve going forward. Often teams are super hands-on and saying, oh, you know, we're trying stuff, but we're not sure what it is just yet, and they kind of keep the books closed. So big fan of that.
Great game from CAG. Of course, Shurib, 18 kills, but he is not our MVP of the day.
No.
I'm sorry,
Not
Shurib.
today.
We do have an MVP, but it is Akasu, of course. He had an incredible match earlier today for Double RX. It was a very tight game. We didn't expect it to be the tightest game, but Double RX pushed Trippy so deep and ended up winning in 8-7 overtime. 22 kill game for Akasu. It was just multi-kill after multi-kill. 3K, 4K, so consistent, and he really dragged his team over the line.
Yeah, dragged is the right way of defining it. It was some really hard-fought battles. Also, the opening kills as well. I think he had 4 individual opening kills, which of course gives your team a much higher chance of winning a round. And it was both flanking, it was entering, it was seemingly calling the shots, and his entire team playing around him. And I love when a team says, "You're having a great day. What gun would you like? What upgrade do you want to play? Because we'll just work around you because you're doing so well," and showing that flexibility in a very young team.
Legend of the game. That was our first match today. Let's have a look at the schedule, reflect upon how we went today. Of course, Double RX getting the win over Trippy Main Telecom. Sadly, not a good day to be a Korean fan. Both of our Korean teams falling with Trippy Main Telecom at the start
out here.
and B&K Fearex at the end of the day. Kinotrope 7-1 over BME. Obviously, BME, the new kids on the block. They came through Challenger Series. They're the Tier 2 team recently added to Tier 1. They're still learning. They need a few more reps in. Unfortunately, Kinotrope didn't give them any chances in such a quick game. And then what ended up being one of the best bangers of the night, D+, just barely beating Scars, who gave them a serious run for their money.
That was the big surprise. Mind you, the Scars D+ game, it was Border. One of the last maps I personally would want to fight D+ on, especially because they just came off a 7-0 victory over Trippy Main Telecom the previous playday. And Scars said, you know what? We'll do it. We'll match them. We'll do better than Trippy. And they made it a competitive, close game. And after these results, what are the standings? Who's on top? It's still gonna... Yeah, it's still gonna be CT, right? And no one's taking that spot from them. They're still gonna be up
Look
there.
at Fearex! But they have dropped so far!
Look at Kinotrope. They've increased so much. They're in 3rd spot, right there tied with D+. Look at the round difference as well. 19-12 for D+, 19-13 for Kinotrope. They are literally blow for blow chasing D+'s tail.
Dude, that's actually so exciting. Kinotrope, their next games are D+, Double RX, Trippy, and then CAG. Obviously, D+ and CAG are going to be hard games. You never know what could happen in the Kinotrope D+ game after Scars actually gave D+ a really hard game today. I think, obviously, Kinotrope versus CAG is going to be a crazy game. It's almost fitting that that is on our final play day after Zaka today said that they might be the best competition. We will have to wait until the final play day before we get to see those two teams go head-to-head. But, of course, that concludes the night, Pengu, for APAC North. We'll be back tomorrow for more APL. We have one day off, and then we're back on for tons more APL next week. So make sure you guys tune in every night. We'll be bringing you more action. But for now, good night.
Bye!